Time and the little gray cells. These will always catch the criminal.
Hercule Poirot, Detective Extraordinary. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, Mutual now brings you, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot. Starring Harold Huber in The Adventure of the Money-Mad Ghoul.
Good morning, Inspector Stevens. It is just 8:30. Do not tell me you have become a victim of the insomnia.
I'm not in the mood for kidding, Poirot. I've been up all night, but not with insomnia. I've just come from the Pleasant Valley Cemetery.
In that case, permit me to say that you are a singularly healthy-looking ghost.
That may be funny to you, but I frankly admit that I'm worried. There have been 6 grave robberies at Pleasant Valley in the last 2 months.
Then, mon cher Stevens, I advise you to look for a tall, red-headed man who walks with a limp, is left-handed, and wears glasses.
Poirot, you're amazing. How do you know?
Mon ami, your faith in me is touching. You enter my apartment and tell me that some graves have been robbed, and honestly believe that I know the criminal's identity. I assure you I am as much in the dark as you. Until, that is, you provide me with more information.
Oh. Well, here are the facts as I have them. The robbery started about 2 months ago with the opening of the grave of Robert Alden. This was followed a few days later by the grave robbery of James Bennett. In the next 6 weeks, the graves of Richard Colt, Alan Devers, Victor Edwards, and Michael Fallon were opened and desecrated.
Pardon. Exactly what did these ghouls take from the grave?
Everything.
A little moment, Stevens. You are trying to tell me that these ghouls took with them the caskets and the bodies?
That's just what they did. Took everything, and it beats me what in the devil...
Do not fly out of the handle, monsieur. Tell me, were these old graves which were violated?
Funny you should ask me that. All of them were the graves of people who died recently.
And that gives one 2 things. Eh, my friend? And now you will please get for me the names and the locations of the graves of people who have died recently whose last names start with a G.
With a G? What are you driving at?
Will you repeat for me the last names of the former occupants of the graves that have already been robbed?
Oh, Alden, Bennett, Colt, Devers, Edwards, Fallon.
Stevens. A, B, C, D, E, F. That is curious, n'est-ce pas? Strange enough so that you and I shall watch at the graves of the lately departed whose last names begin with a G.
I'm beginning to feel more like a grave watcher than a police officer, Poirot.
Do not fear, mon brave. No one would ever suspect you of being anything but a police officer.
What?
Flash the light on the tombstone, please. We must make certain this is the grave we seek.
All right. There we are. Yeah, this is it, all right. Herman Gilbert died May 16th, 1945.
Bon, let us conceal ourselves behind this hedge and wait. I think Monsieur Gilbert will have visitors.
I don't know what makes you so sure. There were 4 other people whose last names started with G.
Oui, mon ami, but this is the most recent.
You know, Poirot, I hate to admit this, but I'm mighty glad you're here with me. I don't like cemeteries. They're too gloomy and damp to suit me.
Stevens, hush.
Huh? You were right, Poirot. Someone coming.
Yes, and with the proper tools for their grisly work. Somebody's here. Hey, stop! Come back! Stop or I'll fire!
Now, Poirot, if you won't tell me what your angle on this case is, at least you might tell me where you're going.
Mon ami, if you promise not to sneeze, I will tell you.
You can't blame me for sneezing. I couldn't help it.
It is not the sneeze that annoys me. It is the effect it had upon the case. Now these robbers are warned that we are on the scent. They will be more cautious.
Well, where are we going?
We are here, at the place Robert Alden lived, the first person whose grave was opened. Is it not significant to you also, Stevens, that there have been no graves of women disturbed?
That's so. I never thought of that.
You did not. I was so sure you had. Well,
Well, what is it? Speak up. Don't keep me standing here in the draught.
Pardon, monsieur. But did a Robert Alden live here?
Robert Alden? Yes, he certainly did, but you can't see him. He's dead.
That we already know, monsieur. We would like some information.
Why? What are you bothering about Robert Alden for?
This is Inspector Stevens of the New York Police, and we wish some information.
Robert Alden was a fine man, as fine a man as ever lived. He used to try to cheat me at checkers once in a while, but I was too smart for him.
Were you related?
No, but he was my best friend and lived with me in this house for over 20 years.
Then perhaps we could see his wife.
That's a good one. Robert never married at all. He was a bachelor until the day he died.
I see. Were you at the funeral, monsieur?
Of course I was. Don't you think I have any decent feelings? I even remember the date. It was June 13th.
Yeah?
June 13th, 1920.
I'm all in, Poirot. And I don't understand this. Alden's been dead for 25 years. Nobody ever heard of Devers, Edwards, and Fallon. I can't make any sense out of this.
Patience, mon ami. We do know that there was a Richard Colt and that he has a widow.
Yeah?
Here's the house now. I beg of you to allow me to ask the questions, eh? The poor lady will doubtless be upset by her recent bereavement.
Okay, Poirot, I'll let you handle everything. Yeah, she seems upset, all right.
Madame Colt?
Well, yes, I'm Mrs. Cole. What is it you wish?
Are you Madame Richard Colt?
Oh, I suppose it's my husband you want to see. I'll call him. Dick? Oh, Dick, darling.
What the devil? Am I crazy or...
Yes, madame. We should very much like to see your husband.
Coming, Lydia. Well, darling, what's this all about? Who are these people, friends of yours?
I'd like to know what this is all about, all right.
Please, mon cher Stevens. Monsieur, I am Hercule Poirot, and this is Inspector Stevens of the police. He is disturbed because he finds you a singularly healthy ghost.
Ghost? I don't know what you're talking about.
You have had no other husbands, madame?
What are you saying? If this is some kind of game, I don't like it.
Be quiet, Dick. There's evidently been some mistake. No, Mr. Poirot, Dick is my only husband.
Well, he ought to be dead.
I'll cut you right on the nose.
Gently. And now, Madame Colt, if you would be so good as to close the door, we will attempt to perceive the reason behind your husband's so sudden return to life.
Now, let's get to the bottom of this.
That is exactly what we wish. You, Monsieur Colt, are supposed to have died on the 3rd of August of this year.
I never felt better in my life.
Who on earth could have played such a horrible joke on us?
Madame, I assure you, this is no joke.
But there must be other Richard Colts in New York. Are you sure you have the right one?
Yeah, we got the right Richard Colt. The manager of Pleasant Valley Cemetery gave us your address. I think you two better come along with me.
That will not be necessary, mon ami. We have a more logical task to perform. We go to call on the manager of the Pleasant Valley Cemetery.
Inspector Stevens. Have you made an arrest as yet?
No, I'm sorry to say we haven't.
This is dreadful. Simply dreadful. I don't know what the world's coming to, and even a cemetery is no longer a peaceful place.
Yeah, I know how you feel, Mr. Kenton. Oh, this is Hercule Poirot. Mr. Kenton, the manager here.
Well, Inspector, you are making progress after all if you've obtained the assistance of the famous Mr. Poirot.
Thank you, Monsieur Kenton. And now, as one man of intelligence to another, perhaps you would like to answer a few questions for me.
Certainly. What is it you'd like to know?
What is the procedure for the interment of a body in this cemetery? By that I mean, do you personally see the bodies when they arrive here for burial?
No, Mr. Poirot. That is hardly necessary. All that is required is the issuance of a death certificate.
Then you did not actually yourself see the body of Monsieur Richard Colt?
Why, no. I should have thought it most unusual if I had. The undertaker simply gives me the necessary papers, and I make out the assignment of the grave.
And the name of the undertaker, if you please?
Well, let me see. I'm sure I have it here in the files. Yes, it's Love. Kermit J. Love.
And the address?
6611 Ithaca Street.
And now, if you would be so kind, could I perhaps have the names of the undertakers for the other 5 bodies disturbed by the ghouls?
Well, that will be difficult. But perhaps I can mail that information to you tomorrow.
I regret to disturb you, but I should like it now.
Very well. Here's a strange coincidence.
What's that?
If I may be permitted to guess, monsieur, It is that Monsieur Kermit J. Love is also the undertaker for the other.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Poirot.
And now, Stevens, we go to walk into the parlor of Monsieur Love. One could be at peace in so gentle an atmosphere, mon ami. Did you not hear those beautiful chimes? That is enough pushing on the bell, Stevens. Someone is coming to the door.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Won't you come in?
Thank you, Monsieur Love. Come, Stevens.
May I offer my profound sympathy for your great loss. You may rest assured that Kermit J. Love will do all in his power to assist you in this moment of need.
We'd like to ask you a few questions.
Of course. We handle all the necessary details.
You've got the wrong idea. We want
I understand. Perhaps you would like your little friend here to speak for you.
That is an excellent idea, Monsieur Love. Wait outside for me, Stevens. I will take care of all details.
Oh, well, all right, but I don't see why I...
Your friend is quite upset. Was it his wife?
No, he is not married.
I see. Then his mother, perhaps. Or some other close member of the family.
No. It is not that at all, monsieur.
But I don't quite understand.
Then perhaps this will assist you. Were you not the undertaker for Alden, Bennett, Coates, Devils, Edwards, and Fallon?
I'm afraid that is a rather unethical question.
Unethical question? Oh, now it is I who do not understand, monsieur.
Sir, you certainly don't understand. I take my profession seriously. If I may say so, I am doctor, lawyer, and minister to the dead. It is I who escort them into the next world, so to speak.
And I also, monsieur, take my profession seriously.
Which is of no interest to me. You are exceedingly rude and inquisitive. I will not have the secrets of the dead laid bare. They must rest. Rest in peace.
But that is just what they have not been allowed to do, monsieur.
That is regrettable, but I don't see how it concerns me.
This is a most magnificent establishment you have here.
Thank you. Good day.
Tell me, what are those cabinets in the wall?
Don't touch them. They are resting places for those awaiting burial.
And they are occupied now?
Most certainly.
Ah. I see the cards say that two of them are occupied by Monsieur P. Fox and Monsieur S. Martin.
I don't like your attitude. As I told you before, it's rude and unethical.
Rude? To inquire about your business with Messieurs Alden, Bennett, Coates, Devils, and Fallon? I am interested in whether you were the undertaker for those gentlemen, Monsieur Love.
You came in here with your friend and led me to believe you were seeking my professional services.
One moment, monsieur. I'm afraid you leaped too quickly to that conclusion. My friend and I said nothing.
I am not permitted to release the information you've asked for.
And perhaps you will be good enough to oblige me when you learn the identity of my friend who waits outside.
If you will excuse me, I have some duties to perform.
He is Inspector Stevens of the New York Police. I can ask him to make this request for me.
Oh, the police? Well, that's an entirely different matter. Yes, I was the undertaker for the late gentleman you mentioned.
And you saw the bodies?
Naturally.
You are quite certain of this, monsieur?
Kermit J. Love Incorporated is a reputable firm. We have been in business for the last 27 years. If I tell you I saw the bodies, there are no further questions necessary. Now, is there anything else you'd like to know?
No, monsieur, that will be all for the moment.
Well, Poirot, looks like this time I was right. Kenton has no business down in this part of town.
Patience, mon ami. We have not yet seen what Monsieur Kenton does here.
We've seen enough for me. He ducked out of his house, and ever since we've been following him, he's been acting suspicious. Besides, there's nothing down here except factories and warehouses, and they're closed at night.
We will see. Aha, monsieur. It appears you may be right. Do you notice that car just turning the corner?
Hush! Poirot, I believe we got him. Kenton's in on this.
Gently. Let us stand in this doorway and observe what is going on, eh?
Hey, they're going to break into that cold storage plant. Come on, Poirot. Throw up your hands. Get Kenton, Poirot. He just turned the corner. Come back. Stop. Halt. God darn it. Poirot, where are you?
Coming, my friend. Coming with Monsieur Kenton.
At least we got somebody. All right, Kenton, speak up. We know everything.
Speak for yourself, monsieur. There are still a few things that puzzle me.
It's as plain as pikestaff. Come along, Kenton.
Take your hands off of me. I warn you, Inspector, I'll sue you for false arrest. What's the meaning of always shouting and shooting?
Monsieur Kenton, perhaps you will be kind enough to explain what you were doing in this neighborhood at this time of night?
Certainly. I was going to get some pipe tobacco.
If you can't think of a better one than that, Kenton, come along.
Let us permit Monsieur Kenton to finish.
You'd better. You'll be making a bad mistake. It just so happens that I smoke a special kind of tobacco. It's mixed for me by a friend of mine.
His name?
His name happens to be Rosemary Leeds. She's a very charming girl engaged to my son. She's a chemist. She happens to have her office down here, and once in a while she mixes a particularly mild mixture for me, and I come down, pick it up, and take her home.
Yeah, that's a good one, all right. I suppose you didn't see that hearse.
I didn't see anything, but I heard a lot. Then Mr. Poirot asked me to come with him.
Poirot, I've got this all figured now. Somehow they're taking the bodies out of the cemetery to the cold storage plant and leaving them there.
What for, mon brave?
Well, I don't know yet, but I'm going to find out.
Do that, mon cher Stevens, and while you risk pneumonia, I will check upon Monsieur Kenton. Come, monsieur, we will see whether this Mademoiselle Leeds is waiting for you with your tobacco. Hello?
Poirot, take some advice. Lay off that investigation.
Pardon. Are you referring to the case of the counterfeit dentist?
You know darn well what I'm talking about. If you don't stop investigating those empty graves, you'll find yourself filling one of them.
I think not, monsieur.
What makes you so sure?
But it is obvious. You have not yet come to the letter P.
Wise guy?
Good day, Stevens.
What's good about it? We're not getting anywhere at all. I still don't trust that Kenton. I know his alibi stood up, but that dame's engaged to his son. Maybe they're all in it together. Well, have you got anything new?
I have just been informed that we have made considerable headway.
Yeah? Who told you?
I do not know.
Well, that's fine. We're making headway, but you don't know how.
I do know how. It is that I do not know who. I have just received a telephone threat against the life of Hercule Poirot.
All right, but I don't see how that helps. You get those all the time.
Observe, mon ami. Only one of 4 people could have inspired that telephone call. Either Monsieur or Madame Colt, Monsieur Kenton, the manager of Pleasant Valley Cemetery, or Monsieur Kermit J. Love, this so sympathetic undertaker.
Well, yeah, I suppose you're right.
But of course,
What are you doing?
calling Monsieur Kenton.
Pleasant Valley Cemetery.
Monsieur Kenton, this is Hercule Poirot. Tell me, if you please, have you any funerals scheduled from the establishment of Kermit J. Love for today?
Why, yes, I have 3.
And their last names?
Wing, Levitt, and Harkness.
Ah, indeed. And what time is the Harkness funeral?
Well, that's strange. Kermit Love just phoned me about moving the time up to 10 o'clock this morning.
1,000 thanks, Monsieur Kenton. Quickly, Stevens, a police car and an escort. We must be at Pleasant Valley Cemetery in 15 minutes.
What for?
To attend a funeral.
We're almost there, Poirot. There's the entrance.
Mr. Poirot, what's wrong? What happened?
Quickly, the Harkness grave. Where is it to be?
In the east plot, directly up this path.
This way, Stevens. Bring your men. We must hurry.
But what's wrong, Mr. Poirot? Why the police?
If we are not too late, you will have your answer. Stevens, look. There on the hill. They're getting into their car.
Yeah.
Stop! Stop! Save your breath and your ammunition. They're out of range.
We're always too late in this case.
I would not say that, my friend. Regard. We put them to such haste, they neglected to bury Monsieur Harkness.
Great Scott. The coffin's empty. They took Harkness's body with them.
Come, Stevens. Your face shows the worries of the world. Do not be so depressed.
Well, I'm not exactly happy, Poirot. Never taken you so long to figure out a case. You always had something that helped us when I came to your apartment before.
Patience, mon ami. The harvesting of the clues grows near, eh?
I can't wait for any harvest. I'm going to take all the people involved in this case and throw them into jail.
Mon ami. Now you are not using your little gray cells.
You work on the gray cells. I'm going to fill my cells down at police headquarters.
And that will be a benefit to no one. We must proceed with calm.
How can I be calm? We're up against a dead end. If we'd only gotten to that cemetery 5 minutes earlier. This whole thing's driving me crazy.
I admit the case holds a few peculiar aspects.
Peculiar? Is that all you can call it? Now, look, Poirot, we go to a funeral, but before we get there, the mourners decide to take a powder. Then they take the body with them. What's going on? Am I losing my mind?
I can only reflect on the case itself, Stevens, not on your personality.
Why are you so quiet? You got something up your sleeve?
It is always possible that something may pop out.
Well, it had better soon. I can't stand much more of this. The funeral this morning was too much for me. I still can't understand what they wanted with that body.
Sacre bleu, it is I, Stevens. I, Hercule Poirot, who have been blind.
What do you mean, Poirot? What's the matter?
Stevens, it has been in front of my eyes all this time. The most important clue, and I have kicked it away like an unwanted bill.
Okay, let's have it.
Listen carefully, Stevens. This morning at the cemetery, when we frightened the men away. You remember?
Yeah, of course. Go on.
Now think carefully. You did not see any of those men carry a body with them.
Wait a minute. No, they weren't. You're right.
Exactly. And the reason they were not carrying a body was because there was no body to carry.
What?
But the question remains, what was in that coffin that they were so anxious to take with them?
Well, I don't know. Do you?
I have a small idea.
What else can you put in the casket except the body?
A great many things, mon ami. But the point to follow here is about the bodies which were removed from the 6 open graves.
Yeah, what about them?
Think back to our interview with Monsieur and Madame Colte. He was very much alive. And we could not find even a trace of those other dead gentlemen,
Except Robert Alden, who'd been dead for 25 years.
Exactly. Now, do you not see?
No, I don't.
The answer to my question is so simple, mon Dieu. There never were bodies in the graves that were opened.
Oh, I get it. Why, that's wonderful, Poirot. I still don't get the idea behind these phony burials and what sort of racket they've been running.
Well, that is a 2-part question, mon ami. The first part I know. The second part, in due time.
You mean you know who's in back of all this?
There is only one possibility, Stephen. Since there were no bodies in the 6 graves that were opened, we can now proceed to apprehend the one man who claims to have seen all the 6 bodies.
Kermit J. Love, the undertaker. Yeah, but I think Kenton was in on it with him. He needed an accomplice.
Possibly. But it is Monsieur Love who interests me. And with such a man, we will have to move most carefully, eh? Have you ever tried to arrest a ghost, Stephen?
Maybe not, Poirot. But Love won't find me so easy to use in his disappearing bodies act. And this time, Kenton won't have an alibi.
Come, mon père.
Where are we going?
To a perfume store, and then to the funeral parlor of Monsieur Love.
Perfume store? This is no time to be buying gifts.
It is not a gift. I require some perfume.
Okay. This time I know which one of us is going crazy.
Why do I have to make so much noise? Oh, well, I will not awake those who sleep in this building. What have we here? They are beautiful. They are worth a great fortune.
I admire your taste, Monsieur Poirot.
Monsieur Love. It is I who must compliment you. These stolen furs are among the finest I have ever seen.
We took great care in selecting them.
And the sables, magnifique. But did you not have difficulty in disposing of them?
Ordinarily, we would have.
But you initiated a new system, n'est-ce pas?
A system of cold storage, I would say.
Precisely. You put the furs in a coffin, selected a name at random, then buried only the name. The coffin contained the furs.
Who would think of looking for furs in a cemetery?
No one, monsieur. However, do you not think it was a bit obvious to proceed alphabetically so that you would know in what order to dig up the coffin?
We found it very satisfactory. What made you suspect us?
An even more obvious mistake, monsieur. Come, monsieur. Marking the cabinets that were supposed to contain bodies, but which actually held the stolen furs. S. Martin, P. Fox. If you intended that as a joke, it was a poor one.
I'm afraid it was just expedient, Mr. Poirot. I have no sense of humor.
Well, monsieur, I'm glad to see that you are so reasonable. Inspector Stevens is waiting outside.
Denny!
Mr. Love.
Ah, the driver of the hearse, Monsieur Denny. It is only natural he would be in this little game.
His name, Mr. Poirot, in your case, should be Charon.
An apt allusion, Monsieur Love. Charon ferried the bodies of the living across the river Styx, and they died.
Which is exactly what is going to happen to you.
But, Monsieur, did I not tell you that Inspector Stevens is waiting outside?
But the way you're going out of here, Mr. Poirot, not even Inspector Stevens will know that it's you. You're going to be carried in a coffin. Watch his hand, Denny. It's in his pocket. Hurry, Denny. Get him in this coffin before that blasted Stevens gets...
Yeah. He's heavy for such a little guy.
That's it. Don't bother screwing the top down. We'll do that later.
Yeah, he sure smells sweet. Like a flower, almost.
Never mind that. Let's get going.
Yeah, I'll take the back end.
Don't hurry now.
Hold it a second, buddy.
Officer, please. We are dealing with the dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I see you're still working, Mr. Love.
Yes, Inspector. Unfortunately, our sad work never ends.
Something smells pretty funny to me around here, Riley. What would you say it was?
I don't know, sir, but it sure smells to high heaven.
I'd say it was perfume. Let's have a look in that.
Will you kindly assist me, Monsieur Stevens?
Ah, glad you're all right, Poirot.
All right. Mon ami, I did not mind the blow on the head. But did you have to be so stupid as to allow them to drop this coffin?
Drop? Hey, wait a minute, Poirot. Don't get sore. Where are you going?
I am not angry, my friend. I merely go home to take a bath.
Be sure to listen next week when Agatha Christie, America's favorite mystery writer, brings you her favorite sleuth, Hercule Poirot, starring Harold Huber in The Parallel Murder Case. Music for Poirot is composed and conducted by Sylvan Levin. The program is directed by Carl Eastman. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Jack Benny Program, presented by Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike, and Lucky Strike alone, offers you important evidence gathered in the tobacco country by the world-famous Crosley poll. This evidence reveals the smoking preference of auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen, the men who really know tobacco. Here's what the Crosley poll found.
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These experts know their business. Their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike, we believe, has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's and to the real, deep-down smoking enjoyment you may expect from fine tobacco. And when these veteran tobacco experts name Lucky Strike first choice for their own personal smoking enjoyment, then you know.
LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. So smoke the smoke tobacco experts smoke Lucky Strike. Remember,
independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, let's go out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills where we find... must be something wrong here. Oh, that's what it says. Where we find Jack down on his knees scrubbing the kitchen floor.
I didn't know a floor could get this dirty. Well, anyway, the floor's scrubbed. What a job. Now, let's see, what else is on that list of things I have to do? Oh, yes, I've already dusted the bedrooms, turned the mattresses, changed the linen on the beds, did the dishes, washed the... Hello?
Hello, Mr. Berry. This is Rochester. I just finished 18 holes of golf.
Oh, you did, eh?
Yeah. Did you wash the living room windows?
Yes, yes.
Did you put out the garbage?
It's out, it's out.
Did you scrub the kitchen floor?
I just did that.
Good. When will dinner be ready?
7 o'clock, and it's the last time I'll play gin rummy with you. Goodbye. One game of gin rummy, and I have to do all the housework. I got to do it tomorrow, too. He blitzed me. Gosh, am I tired. Scrubbing that floor was quite a job. When I take my bubble bath tonight, I mustn't forget to put some Jergens on my knees. Let's see. Now, before I take off this apron and dust cap, I better... No, there's the door buzzer.
Oh, I beg your pardon, miss, but I guess I have the wrong...
Dennis, it's me.
Oh, yes. Gee, you look cute in that apron.
I'm not trying to look cute. I was down scrubbing the floor, and it wasn't easy. I'll pull up my pants leg and show you. There, look at my knees. Now, cut that out! Then come in.
All right, but there's a package addressed to you lying out on the walk.
There is? Why don't they deliver those things to the door? I'll go out and get it. Dennis!
It wasn't me. It was that man across the street.
What?
You forgot to roll down your pants leg.
Oh, yes. They are kind of nice, aren't they? If I can get a little more tan, I can go without stockings. Oh, well. A pretty girl is like a melody. Dum, dum, bum, bum, bum. Here, kid, hold the package while I get my glasses. Dennis, what are you doing?
I opened the package. Gee, look, it's a picture script from Warner Brothers.
Well, thank goodness. I've been waiting for it all week.
And there's a letter with it from Harry Warner.
A letter from Harry Warner? What does he say?
He says, Dear Jack, enclose fine script and contract for your next picture as agreed upon. And it's the last time I'll play gin rummy with you. What does that mean, Mr. Benny?
Nothing. Now, kid, what'd you drop over for?
Well, Mr. Benny, I want to ask you something very personal.
Personal? What is it?
Just a second while I close the door.
All right, kid, what is it?
Is anybody else at home?
No, we're all alone. What is it you want to know?
Wait till I close the window.
All right, Dennis, all right. What is it?
Mr. Benny.
Yes?
Are you the walking man?
Dennis, come here a minute.
Huh?
Let me feel your head. No, the other one. Now, look, kid, I want to go over this script that Warner Brothers sent me. So excuse me a minute. It's a Western. Good title, too. Bad Man of Bullock's Basement. Scene 1. Fade in on ranch house. As the moon comes up in the east, the sagebrush casts weird shadows across Black Buzzard Gulch.
Before you get too interested in that script, wouldn't you like to hear the song I prepared for the program?
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. Sing, kid. I can listen to you and read at the same time.
Okay.
The horses are bedded down for the night when suddenly a shot is heard in the distance. you vomit. One more sound out of you, and I'll thrash you within an inch of your life.
But, gee, I sang as good as I could.
Pardon me, kid. While you were singing, I was reading the script.
Oh.
It's a Western, you know, and I guess I got carried away.
I know. You rode me piggyback through the last half of the chorus.
I'm sorry, kid.
Well, then get off.
Oh, yes. You know, kid, your pockets make nice stirrups there. Anyway, this is the best story. Somebody came in. Rochester, is that you coming back?
It ain't General MacArthur.
Well, it's about time.
Hey, what's that you're reading, boss?
It's a script from Warner Brothers, and it looks great. Gee, if I'd have made this picture last year, I would have won the Academy Award instead of Ronald Colman.
If you'd have made it in that dust cap and apron, you'd have won it instead of Loretta Young.
Never mind.
You know, boss, I wish you would win an Academy Award sometime. I've never seen an Oscar.
You haven't? Well, Rochester, your wish may come true, because if I make this picture, I'm a cinch to win it.
And maybe if you had someone with you in a supporting role, it might help.
Well, a good supporting actor does add something. Who did you have in mind, Dennis?
Ronald Colman.
Ronald in my picture? Say, that's a pretty good idea. I mean, now that he won the award, he certainly is worthy of the opportunity. You know, I may go next door and speak to Mr. Colman about it. I wonder if he's home.
Where are you, Ronnie?
In the library, Benita. You know, maybe I haven't told you this before, but it's very nice being here, alone together, away from the crowd.
Ronnie, stop talking to that Oscar and pay some attention to me.
I'm sorry, dear.
Ah, but you were thrilled winning it, weren't you?
Well, you know, it's hard to describe exactly how it feels. There I sat in the Shrine Auditorium, one person among an audience of 6,200 people, and then they called my name. As I walked to the stage, my entire career flashed before my eyes. From the time I made my first appearance in London many years ago, as a banjo player.
I didn't know you ever played the banjo.
Oh, yes, I plunked a mean plink. I used to be billed as the London Eddie Peabody. And then I packed my belongings, took my banjo along, and came to America. Here I was billed as England's answer to Frank Remley. Yes, those were the things I kept thinking of during the Academy ceremonies. And I've no actual recollection of them presenting me with the Oscar.
Well, you certainly were the most excited person on the stage.
I excited? Was it noticeable?
Oh, very. Especially when you went over to congratulate the other award winners.
Why, what did I do?
You slapped Loretta Young on the back and kissed Darryl Zanuck.
No.
Yes. And you greeted everyone. You even shook hands with Jack Benny.
Well, I didn't mean to. He stuck his arm through Gregory Peck's sleeve. Anyway, darling, I wish we could have just one evening at home without mentioning Jack Benny.
Oh, darling, why do you dislike him so? He means well. And he does try to be helpful. Why, only this morning he was walking around our yard helping our gardener.
He wasn't helping. He was looking for Easter eggs. Wearing that bunny suit, yes. I aimed a kick and just missed his cottontail. Why we moved next door to him, I'll never know.
But we have such a beautiful home.
Yes, but other people have beautiful homes, too. But they can look out of their windows and see rolling green hills, or the lights of the city spread out like a carpet of jewels, or the golden sun setting on the Pacific. I look out of my window and see Jack Benny luxing his undies. Well, the ones you saw yesterday were yours. Yes.
Yes, well, he did them rather well. Yeah, but why doesn't he stick to the laundry business instead of going on the radio? Surrounding himself with all those characters.
Oh, darling. Mary Livingston's such a nice girl.
Oh, I don't mean Mary. I'm talking about the others. Take that Phil Harris fellow. The way he conducted himself at the party after the Academy Awards.
Oh, I didn't see him there.
Well, very few people did. As soon as he arrived, he got a bottle, went off in a corner, and just sat there.
Wasn't he lonely?
Lonely, but loaded. You know, sometimes I think... Oh, Benita, look. Look out this window. Isn't that Phil Harris now?
Where?
He's walking towards Benny's house.
Oh, yes. It's strange. I thought he was younger than that. He's carrying a cane.
No, darling. That's a pool cue. But just look at the way he swaggers when he walks.
What if I can reach the doorbell from out here on the sidewalk? Better chalk up first.
Boss, there's nobody here but a long finger.
Hey, it's me, Rog.
Oh, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Phil.
Phil, what's the idea of walking through the streets with a pool cue?
I wonder. See what's engraved on the handle? We're right there.
This pool cue was presented to Phil Harris for outstanding achievement in furthering the art of snooker. Well, isn't that wonderful, winning a pool cue?
Yeah, and if I hadn't scratched my last shot, I would have won the engraved cuspidor.
Oh, that's a shame.
Sure it is. I already bought a doily for it.
You know, Phil, sometimes I wonder why I put up with you. Why a star of my magnitude, a man of my dignity, a person who holds such a stellar place in society should condescend to continue such a lowly association.
Well, hoity-toy. Hey, let me ask you something, Jackson. What have you got to be so stuck up about?
Well...
Show him your knees.
Never mind. Phil, the point I'm trying to make is that you're content to go along day after day in the same old rut. But not me. I'm progressing. In fact, right now I'm thinking of making a picture with Ronald Colman. So, if I
in a picture with Ronald Colman? You better chalk up and shoot again, Dad.
What?
And keep 1 foot on the floor.
Well, I'm serious. What's so surprising about me and Ronald Colman being in the same picture?
Yeah, what's so surprising about it? After all, Mr. Benny was the star of Random Harvest.
What?
He has it embroidered on his underwear.
Dennis, those aren't mine. Anyway, Phil, whether you believe it or not, I'm going over to Ronald Colman's right now and see if... Come in. Oh, hello, Don.
Hello, Jack. Hi, fellas.
Hello, Dante.
Say, Jack, I just dropped in for a minute. I want you to hear the number your sportsman quartet has prepared.
Don, can't we do it tomorrow? I got to run next door to see Ronald Colman. He and I are going to make a picture together.
I don't think that last sentence got through the fat in my head. Would you mind repeating it?
Not at all. I said Ronald Colman and I are going to make a picture.
No.
I can't get over all you guys. What's so amazing about me and Colman being in a picture together?
Show him your knees.
Dennis! You stay out of it. Now, Don, I haven't got time to listen to the quartet. I'll see you tomorrow.
But, Jack, this number's so novel, I think you ought to hear it. It's a Western.
Don, I don't care if it... A Western? Say, maybe that would fit in my picture. All right, Don, let's hear the number. Go ahead.
I'm an old cowhand from the Rio Grande, but my legs ain't bold and my cheeks ain't tanned. I'm a cowboy who never saw a cow, never roped a steer, 'cause I don't know how, and the show ain't fixing to start in now. Yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay.
That's wonderful.
Oh, yippee-yi-yo-ki-yay.
That fit right in my picture.
Oh, carry me not from the lone prairie. Just give me a lucky strike.
LSMFT, for they are the first choice all over the range.
Be great.
And all the
That's a wonderful
cowboys say they'll never change. So, smoke a lucky strike, that's the one you like. LSMFT, that's the one for me. Injun tribe had big powwow. Listen to
No,
brave
Don,
Old
look
Sitting Cow. Big Chief F.B. Boone say how. Speedy Riggs say
No, Don, I don't want Indians in it. I just want a Western. No, Don, no Indians in the picture. Just for a Western.
Injun tribe.
No, look at Don. Wait. Wait a minute, Don. Wait a minute, fellas. I don't want it. Wait a minute, fellas. Wait a minute! Don! Don! How could you take up my valuable time with a thing like that?
But, Jack,
Look, I don't want to get mad. Now, look, I got some business to talk over with Mr. Colman. I want to be in a good mood. That Indian stuff. I'm going over to see him right now. Now, where's my picture script? Oh, here it is. Good evening, Sherwood.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Benny.
Is Mr. Colman at home?
Yes, come in. May I take your hat, sir?
There you are.
Your coat?
Thank you.
Your apron?
What? Oh, my goodness, I forgot to take it off. Would you tell Mr. Colman that I'm here?
Very well. Oh, Mr. Colman.
Yes, Sherwood?
Forgive me, sir. That cottontail Benny is here.
No. Send him away. Tell him we're not at home.
Well, wait a minute, darling. Maybe Jack's just trying to be neighborly. He probably wants to congratulate you on winning the Academy Award.
Well.
Yes, show Mr. Benny in, Sherwood.
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's rather sporting of him. After all, he must have been a bit hurt when we didn't go over and congratulate him on being the walking man. You know, for 8 long weeks, he just walked around in a circle.
Yeah, too bad he didn't straighten it out. He'd be in Chicago by now. Anyway, I still feel that this is a trick. He's over here to borrow something.
Oh, why do you always suspect that, Ronnie?
Well, he already has my electric shaver, portable radio, phonograph, bridge lamp, cocktail shaker, electric blanket, fountain pen, tuxedo, and Wednesday night was the last straw.
Why? What happened?
He told me he was going to the Palladium, his girlfriend had to work, and he wanted to borrow you.
Why didn't you tell me? I haven't done the shimmy in years.
Now, Benita.
Here he comes.
Hello, Benita. Hiya, Ronnie. Long time no see.
Oh, Jack.
You're right, Jack. I haven't seen you since the dinner party last Saturday night.
Yes. Wasn't that a wonderful dinner? Too bad you couldn't have been at my table.
Oh, that's all right, Jack. The man we had served beautifully.
Well, by the way, Ronnie, I didn't get a chance to talk to you Saturday night, so I just came over to congratulate you on winning the Academy Award.
Thank you, Jack. Good night.
Huh?
Well, he just meant it was a good night to have won the award.
Oh, I see. Well, Ronnie, the real reason I came over here is to offer you a part in a movie that I'm going to make for Warner Brothers.
You're making a movie, and you have a part for me?
That's right, and it's something you've never done before.
I'm sure.
You know, it's a Western. It's a Western, Ronnie, and you'll play a cowboy.
Me? A cowboy?
Yeah, I brought along the script so you could read a few lines just to see how you like it.
Look, Jack, I have no intention
Ronnie, why don't you read it? It might be a grand opportunity.
Oh, well, all right.
Good. Now, Benita, will you do me a favor and read the feminine lead with Ronnie?
Oh, no, wait a minute, Jack. I mean, I don't want
Now,
to
Benita, why don't you read it? It may be a grand opportunity.
All right, I will.
Good. Now, start reading on page 3 where you two meet for the first time. Now, go ahead, Ronnie. Remember, you're a cowboy.
Shucks, ma'am, I sure am plumb sorry I killed that hombre. I reckon I didn't reckon he was your paw. I reckon.
Well, you sure plugged poor Paul. But even though he's gone, I reckon he'll be happy to know you're apologizing for an honest mistake. I reckon.
A little more feeling, Benita, there.
Shucks, missy, ma'am. I sure feel like an ornery coyote for a shooting your kinfolk.
Bow your legs a little there, will you?
Yeah, Paul sure looks strange lying there in the tumbleweed. Cold and damp.
Now, this is your big speech, Rodney, so be very, very tender with it. Yeah.
Wait a minute, little lady. Don't say dayed. The cowboy's never dayed. Just say he's traveled onwards, up to that big corral up yonder in the sky, where all you can hear is the harps of the angels and the singing of the sons of the pioneers. Oh, good heavens, what was that?
Me, I'm playing the part of your horse.
Oh, good. Is it a scene where you break your leg and I have to shoot you? I'm sorry, Jack, but this part isn't for me.
Well, okay, Rodney. I was just trying to do you a favor, you know. It's your career. But when the picture comes out and it's a big hit, remember, I offered you the part before I took it to Gabby Hayes. Anyway, that's your decision. I'll be running along. Good night, Ronnie. Good night, Benita.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Thanks. Nice of you to think of me.
Well, I always like to help. Hey, wait a minute. Ronnie, is that your Oscar on the table with the floodlights on it?
Yes.
Say, do you mind if I look at it?
Well...
Gosh, it's really beautiful. You know, Rochester, my butler, has never seen an Oscar. Would it be all right if I borrowed it for a little while?
Well, all right, Jack. Go ahead and take it.
Gee, thanks.
Darling, why did you agree to let him take the Oscar home?
It might as well be with the rest of my things.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, Ronnie, it's awfully nice of you. Thanks a lot. I'll just wrap the Oscar in this copy of tonight's newspaper. I haven't read it yet. There we are. Well, good night.
Good night.
Gee, it was nice of him to let me take the Oscar so I could show it to Rochester. I must have stayed there longer than I thought. So dark out. No moon. Oh, well. Hello, kitty.
Hey, kitty.
Darn it, she got away. She'd have made a wonderful A string.
Hey, Bud. Bud.
Huh?
Got a match?
Match? Yes, I have one right here.
Don't make a move. This is a stick-up.
What?
You heard me.
Mister, put down that gun.
Shut up. Now, come on. Your money or your life? Look, Bud. I said your money or your life.
I'm thinking it over. Now, mister.
Shut up and give me your wallet. And I'll take that package you're holding, too.
No, mister, don't take that package. It isn't mine. It belongs to Ronald Colman.
Shut up.
But, mister, please.
Hey, this looks like gold. I'll melt it down.
But it isn't mine. I have to return it.
Pipe down. And lay down on the sidewalk, face down, and count to 100.
Look, mister, can't we...
Go on. Don't make a move or I'll let you have it.
Okay.
Down on your face and start counting.
Yes, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Go away, Kitty. 11, 12, 13, 14. Kitty, stop licking my face. I got enough trouble. 15, 16, 17, 18. Kitty, go away from here. 19, 20. What'll I tell Ronnie? 21, 22, 23, 24.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here's Basil Rysdale.
Independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
American.
The famous Crossley poll has just completed an impartial survey in 11 southern tobacco states. This poll, taken among the tobacco experts themselves, reveals the smoking preference of the men who really know tobacco. Yes?
For their own personal smoking enjoyment, independent tobacco experts again name Lucky Strike first choice. Lucky Strike first choice over any other brand.
These are the experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen. And we believe their overwhelming preference for Lucky Strike has a direct relationship to the quality tobacco we purchase for Lucky's.
You've heard the poll results. Now listen to what Mr. Herbert Highsmith, independent tobacco buyer from North Carolina, recently said.
Season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy quality tobacco. Smooth, ripe, and mild. I've smoked Lucky's 15 years.
So for your own, real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember...
LSMFT. LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
96, 97, 98, 99, 100.
Help! Help! Police! Police!
Will Jack Benny recover the stolen Oscar? Will Ronald Colman sue him? Will Bing Crosby be our guest next week? Tune in and find out.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
I'm E.G. Marshall. I'd like to guide you now through an adventure involving two worlds, each of which, as they brush in passing, leaves its indelible mark upon the other. Two worlds not common to the experience of most of us. The world of crime and the world of the occult. An uneasy association, you say? Yes, that and more. Much, much more, as you will hear. Our mystery drama, The Moneymakers, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Fielden Farrington and stars William Redfield and Bryna Rayburn. It is sponsored in part by Listerine Lozenges and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
In case you've forgotten how much fun driving can be, Buick would like to introduce you to Skylark. A small car that's all Buick, with room, comfort, and an engine that no other compact car in America offers. The incredible Buick V6. Skylark. It's free spirit made practical.
Stories are best told by eyewitnesses, or, better still, by participants in the events themselves. For this occasion, I have such a participant to tell you his own story. He is not your run-of-the-mill narrator, however. He is, to put it plainly, a ghost.
A ghost? Yes. These 100 years past, I have been a ghost, restricted to the haunting of a single old house. How this came about, I suppose, might interest some, but that is not the matter I wish to dwell upon. I want to tell you instead a story of much more recent vintage, and I believe of far greater interest.
You're kidding. This is the house?
Well, what were you expecting, Steve? Buckingham Palace?
Oh, I think it's kind of sweet. Julie thinks everything's kind of sweet. It's moldy. You open the front door, the whole thing falls down on your head.
Now, look,
I should have picked out the place myself.
Well, it wouldn't look bad if it had some curtains on the windows and maybe if somebody cut the grass.
Now, Steve, the rent's dirt cheap and nobody comes snooping around. It's exactly what we're looking for.
A fellow in the village said it's haunted, too.
Haunted? Oh, I didn't hear that. Oh, I never was in a haunted house ever in my life.
Now, look, if I'm going to have to spend the rest of the summer listening to you beef about the house, we might as well quit.
He wants a medal. He found a moldy old house with a ghost in it.
Okay. You want me to back the van out of the driveway and we call the whole thing off?
Okay, no call to get all steamed up. I lived in lousy dumps before. Not haunted, but lousy. Come on, let's get unloaded. We got a printing press to set up.
Can I help, Roy?
You better just stay out of the way, huh, Julie?
Yeah, out of the way.
Okay. Hey, what are you going to do with a printing press way out here in the country?
Okay, Roy, tell her.
Steve and I have decided to go into the printing business for ourselves, Julie.
Oh, that's nice. But way out here?
Well, you don't understand, Julie. You see, what we're going to do is,
Well, look, of course, I don't know anything about business or any of that, but I think you'd want to be like in the city or somewhere. I mean, what's going on way out here?
Oh, we'll return to the city. That's why we took this place just for the summer. I mean, we want to set up here in the basement and practice, see? So by, say, October, we'll really know what we're doing and be ready to compete with the best in the business.
Oh. Well, so what are you going to print? While you're practicing, I mean.
What are we going to... Well, you know, this and that. It don't matter what you print, you know. It's how you print it.
Oh.
Can we get moving? At this rate, it's going to be October before we get the damn thing even running.
Yeah, right. Okay, Julie, you want to go upstairs and fix us some lunch? I mean, driving makes me hungry.
All right. Ham and cheese on rye, all right?
Yeah, sure, fine. Whatever.
Yeah, well, I'll fix some coffee also if I can find the pot.
Thanks. That's great.
You mean to tell me she's going to buy a kooky story like that? We're going to spend the summer practicing?
Julie believes anything I tell her.
Yeah, I guess. Anything anybody tells her.
Julie's okay, Steve. I mean, she's kind of dumb, but she's okay.
Yeah, we shouldn't have brought her with us, Roy. You should have left her in the apartment in the city where she couldn't get in no trouble.
We've been all through this a dozen times already. Somebody's got to cook. Somebody's got to clean up the mess. Besides, she's my wife. I mean, I got to take her places with me.
I just got this feeling.
She's here now, Steve. Okay. Can I see the plates?
Yeah, I got them right here in the briefcase. You sure she can't hear us from upstairs?
Sure, I'm sure. She wouldn't be listening anyhow.
Yeah. Aha, there's my babies.
Oh, hey, they look pretty good.
Pretty good. Let me tell you something. There ain't never been a better $10 or $20 bill than what we're going to make with these plates. Except maybe government issue.
Yeah.
Ernie Cochran made these plates for Eddie Strong, and they're the best.
Yeah, but no heat on them or nothing, huh?
They've been sitting in Eddie's safe deposit box for 10 years since he used them. Eddie willed them to me before the Morley boys got them. Rest his soul.
I didn't like Steve. He was a nasty little man with dirty fingernails. And I didn't like the way he talked about Julie. Roy wasn't as bad as Steve, but I knew it was Julie with whom I must communicate. I was watching and listening while they had lunch.
As soon as I get these dishes washed, I'll unpack everything. Oh, and I have to clean up this kitchen, too. It's awful. I haven't looked at the bedrooms yet.
Where did they get the furniture in this house? Looks like they bought it used from the Ark after the rain stopped.
Oh, it's all Victorian, like the house. The original stuff, some of it. I mean, that's what the agent said.
Yeah, just about right for a ghost, I guess.
Has anybody heard or seen anything of the ghost?
Oh, come on, Julie.
You act like you want to see the damn thing.
Well, I never saw a ghost. It would be like a new experience for me.
Look, will you just knock it off about the ghost? I mean, what's the matter with you two anyway? There is no such thing as ghosts.
You're just asking for trouble living in a haunted house.
Except, why does it have to be trouble? I mean, a ghost is just somebody, only they're dead instead of alive, you know? If I die and get to be a ghost, I'd still be me, wouldn't I?
Yeah. Look, I'm getting as sick of that ghost as if he was real. Come on, Steve. Let's get back to work, huh?
Yeah, sure. Honey, why did you have to rent the house with a ghost in it? That's what I can't figure.
Oh.
Julie.
Roy? Roy?
No. I didn't call. Well, hey, we're busy, Julie.
I thought I heard... Well, okay.
Julie, it's not your husband. I'm right here in the room with you.
I don't see anybody.
No, you can't see me. Now, don't be frightened.
I'm not. Hey, are you the ghost?
Yes, I am. But it's all right, Julie. I don't mean you any harm.
I thought you saw ghosts.
Well, some ghosts, I suppose. People don't see me. They only hear me.
Oh. Well, you do have a kind of spooky voice.
I wouldn't have troubled you, but there is a favor I must ask.
A favor? Well, sure. Anything I can do.
Thank you. First, though, I must tell you my story. It isn't a very pretty story, but it won't take long.
Oh, I'd love to hear it.
I built this house a long time ago for myself and my wife. I wanted to write a great novel. I felt that I could, and I had enough money to allow me to indulge myself in this way, but my wife was perfidious.
Perfidious? Oh, that means she cheated, doesn't it?
That's exactly what it means.
Oh.
I had a friend. Well, I thought he was my friend who published books.
Uh-huh.
He had encouraged me to try my hand at a novel, and he spent a great deal of time with my wife and myself here in our new home, ostensibly to help me with my work, but he was making love to my wife.
Oh, now that's a dirty trick.
Yes, I found him out eventually, of course, and I thought about killing him. But I wasn't the sort to do it. I couldn't bring myself to. Instead, they killed me.
Oh, yeah, but what had you ever done to them?
Well, I was in their way.
Oh.
There was a little room down in the basement, an alcove, really, where we kept kindling and firewood. They put my body in there and walled up the open space with bricks. You wouldn't know there had ever been a room there. Well, my body's been there ever since.
Oh, that's terrible. How could anybody do such a thing?
Oh, yes. It was a terrible thing to do.
And you want to get even?
Oh, no. Nothing like that. Perhaps I did for a time, but that was a long time ago. They're both dead now, of course.
Well, then, what kind of favor?
There are rules that the dead must follow. I am not allowed to leave this house until my mortal remains are taken out of that sealed room and given proper burial with a prayer. That's all.
Well, we can do that.
I would be very grateful. Eternally grateful. The wall that must be broken down is at the opposite end of the basement from where your husband and his friend have set up their printing press. It is the only section of brick wall. It should not be difficult to find. If you would.
Of course. Either tonight or first thing tomorrow morning. Good gracious, of course we will.
Oh, now that was a steak.
Yeah, better than the beans and franks we'd have probably had if Julie hadn't been here, right, Steve?
Oh, why wouldn't I be here?
Oh, after a steak like that, I ain't mad at nobody. You stay forever, Julie. Hey, any more of that beer in the icebox there?
Yeah, most of the case.
You want a beer, Roy?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Okay.
Hey, kitchen looks pretty respectable the way you got it cleaned up, Julie.
It's really a sweet little house.
We got to get hold of a TV somewhere.
Roy, can I talk to you?
Sure, baby.
But you got to believe this, Roy. I was talking to the ghost this afternoon, just after lunch.
Julie, come off it.
Talking to us?
His name is Noah Carpenter. It was, anyway. He was murdered in this house. I don't know how long ago, when it was new, and they hid his body in an alcove down in the basement. He wants us to take it out of there and bury it.
Are you trying to tell me you found all that out from a ghost?
Yeah, Yeah.
A talking ghost?
Talks just as good as you. Better if you want to know.
I don't like it. I don't like ghosts around underfoot.
Wait a minute. Are you both crazy? For Pete's sake, there is no such thing as ghosts.
Look, we have to break through a brick wall down the basement. I know where to look. And we have to take him out and bury him and say a prayer.
A prayer?
You want to do it now or wait until morning?
Roy, I want to rush this job through and get out of here. This place gives me the creeps.
Look, you're both out of your skulls. We're going to go right ahead and do everything the way we planned it. We're not going to rush things, and we're not going to go looking for dead bodies. I mean, what is the matter with you two?
Look, I can do it myself if you won't help me.
You are to stay out of that basement, Julie. That's an order.
I heard everything they said, of course, and I was quite puzzled by my own reaction. I wasn't sure, after a century of waiting, I wasn't really sure I wanted to be set free. Not as long as Julie stayed in the house. I knew it was nonsense. I knew it could never possibly work out. I was a ghost, after all, and she was very, very much alive. But I was in love with Julie.
There's an interesting question that's been asked over and over, but never, to my knowledge, satisfactorily answered. What portion of true love is physical and what portion spiritual? There is nothing physical left of Noah Carpenter. Julie gives the impression of being more than a little physical. Can there be any sort of union between the wholly spiritual and the primarily physical? We'll look for, though I can't guarantee to find, an answer when I return shortly with that too.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, the sinus medicine that relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip.
You mean Sign-Off?
Exactly.
Compare Sign-Off tablets with anything you've ever taken for sinus. No sinus tablet you can buy relieves more symptoms. Sign-Off gives you a full dose of pure aspirin plus a powerful sinus drainer. Sign-Off works fast to help sinus pain while you drain.
Sineoff.
Sign-Off, the sinus medicines in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
In the Bahamas, we got out here for you. 700 islands, we got out here for you. Everyone is different, we got out here for you. Whatever your pleasure, we got out here for you.
Welcome to the Bahamas, the country of 700 islands. I'm Captain Henry Pfeiffer of Bahamas Air, the Bahamas own airline, and I'd be pleased to show you our island. I can fly you to colonial-style Nassau Paradise Island, or to swinging Freeport Bucaya, to Eleuthera, where the pineapples grow, or to Bimini, where the fishing is fantastic. Every one of our Bahama islands is a whole different experience. You choose your favorites, and I'll fly you there.
In the Bahamas, we got out here for you. 700 islands.
The Bahamas, the country of 700 islands. 8-day, 7-night packages range from $89 to $436 per person, double occupancy, plus airfare. Call toll-free 800-327-0787. Bahamas Tourist Office.
Hello there, mystery cuckoos. Oh, this is Gene Shepard. Oh, speaking of mysteries, as far as I'm concerned, the greatest mystery of them all is the one that you used to see in the old movies. You remember when you were a kid and you'd go on a Saturday afternoon, you'd see these movies with guys like Charlie Chan in them, and there would always be a scene where these people are living in a haunted house that was owned by the dead Duchess or the dead Countess, and there was reputedly ghosts or something terrible there. And this girl is asleep in this bed, and the wind is blowing the curtains. And suddenly, a panel slowly opens up back of her bed, and she's asleep, and a creeping claw comes out, reaching for her throat. Ah! Oh, great Scott. Oh. You'll hear the rest of the story tonight at 9:15 on the Gene Shepard Show, Monday through Friday, of course. The creeping claw will get you. It will get you if you don't watch out.
Here's Ralph Flinger, better known as Mr. I Know Where They Are.
Ralph, whatever became of Edwin Lowdy, the inventor of the bridge lamp?
Oh, yes. Well, he's well up in his 90s now, but he still works every day taking chain-link fences apart.
A listener would like to know whatever became of a young daredevil named Warner Bromley, who flew a Zeppelin upside down.
Yes. He once tried to fly a Zeppelin upside down through the framework of the Eiffel Tower.
What's he doing now?
He inflates weather balloons for the government.
All right, mister, I know where they are. How about Stuffy Hodgson, Calvin Hoogerman, Jimmy Schwab, Fred Falvey, and Mary Backstage?
Oh, they're all to be found in the pages of the new Bob and Ray book, Right If You Get Work, along with Wally Ballou, Tippy the Wonder Dog, and many more fascinating characters.
That's Right If You Get Work, the best of Bob and Ray, at your bookstore now.
Incidentally, Edwin Lowdy claimed he invented the bridge lamp, but he didn't.
Well, he's in his 90s now. I don't see any point in reopening that controversy.
Right If You Get Work, the new book by Bob and Ray, is available now at book and department stores, published by Random House.
Some very strange things are happening in the old house which Noah Carpenter has been haunting these past 100 years. You'd think just the haunting would be sufficiently out of the ordinary, wouldn't you? But now a printing press has been installed in the basement of the house, and Roy and Steve plan to use it to print a great deal of counterfeit money. And as if even that weren't enough, Noah, the ghost, has fallen in love with Roy's wife, Julie. All very involved and seemingly unresolvable.
Okay, that's enough. Don't waste the paper. It's just a test run.
Right. Hey, the 10s look pretty good, Steve. Yeah, and the 20s, too. Pretty darn good.
You better believe it.
I mean, like real, you know? I'd take them any day.
Except they all got the same serial number. Anybody would take them. You know, I bet you could run these things to a bank one at a time.
It gives me a kind of a creepy feeling, you know, making my own money.
You'll get used to it.
What are we going to do with it, you know, after we get it printed?
I told you already. I got it fixed up with Sam Brophy. You know Sam?
No.
The handler, they call him.
Oh.
He gets the stuff into circulation.
Yeah, but how? I mean, how does he do it?
Well, that's his business. I'm not about to ask him.
Yeah, but how much... Well, I never asked you how much his take is.
We get 20%.
We get 20%?
That's right. We give him 250,000 queer ones, and he gives us 50,000 straight ones.
50,000? Out of 250,000?
It's a real good deal.
Yeah, but I figured, couldn't we do it ourselves? You know, pocket the whole 250 grand?
Forget it.
Why?
For one thing, I got a deal with Sam. Besides, he's got the contacts, and we ain't. We try something like that, we're both going to end up doing a stretch.
Oh, man, you make $250,000, you end up with only 50,000. It seems kind of lopsided to me.
And we split it, so it comes to 25 grand apiece.
That's what I mean.
So when was the last time you were $25,000 spending money?
I never did.
Julie.
Hey, is that...
It's Noah, Julie.
Oh, for crying out loud, how long have you been in here watching me?
I just got here. I've been down in the basement.
Well, you shouldn't sneak up on a girl when she's got her hair tied up in an old rag and wearing these awful old slacks. And...
You look beautiful, Julie. Very beautiful.
Well, thank you. I was just trying to clean this living room a little.
Oh, it's been quite a while since the place was cleaned.
You know something? It's not fair.
What isn't fair?
Well, you can see me in a mess like this, or all dressed up, or goodness only knows how else. But you, I've got no idea at all what you look like.
I don't look like anything. The reason you can't see me is that there is nothing to see.
Just nothing?
I can't explain it to you. I'm not permitted to. Julie, may I ask you a very personal question?
You can ask.
Do you love your husband?
Oh, that's some question. I mean, I'm married to him, aren't I?
Well, that's not what I asked, is it?
Maybe I don't know the answer. I'm married to him, and he doesn't push me around or anything. What do you care? I mean, what business is it of yours?
If I were something besides what I am, well, I think I'd have to say I'm in love with you.
Oh, golly.
However, it's quite absurd. We won't talk about it anymore. Actually, I was wondering how badly you'd be hurt if you knew. Well, or perhaps you do know.
Know what?
What Roy and Steve are doing down in the basement. They're going to print counterfeit money, Julie. $250,000 in counterfeit 10s and 20s.
That's against the law. Roy's not a criminal.
If he isn't now, he will be very soon.
What am I supposed to do?
Leave. Get out of this house and away from this whole business. You mustn't get involved.
Oh.
You're a fine person. Too good to go to prison for something you had no part in.
Prison? Why should I go to prison?
You're an accomplice, Julie. You've helped them. Disassociate yourself from those two.
I don't think I could just pack up and leave. Not without talking to Roy first, at least.
I'm afraid that would be a very dangerous thing to do.
For heaven's sake, why? Well, what's dangerous?
I don't know about Roy, but I'm quite sure that Steve is potentially a violent man.
I think I'm going to hit the hay.
Oh, it's only 10 o'clock, Steve.
We got a big day tomorrow, Roy. Wouldn't hurt if you got a good night's sleep yourself.
Well,
Roy, could I talk to you for a few minutes before you go up to bed?
Huh? Oh, okay, sure.
If we got a problem or something here, I don't have to go right this minute.
Look, it's personal, Steve. Between me and Roy.
Oh, well, okay. I'll see you in the morning. I ain't one to butt into nobody's private business.
How come you and Steve got such a great big day tomorrow?
Well, you know, Julie, the more practice we get in, the better we're going to be when we open up our own place next fall.
Well, you've been a printer, part-time at least, ever since you were a kid, Roy. How come you have to practice all of a sudden?
Oh, well, you see, you go in business for yourself. It ain't the same, Julie. You got to be good at all kinds of work. I mean, you just wouldn't believe some of the stuff people want printed.
Like money?
What are you talking about?
Like phony $10 and $20 bills? $250,000 worth?
Wait a minute. Where'd you get an idea like that?
It doesn't matter where I got it. Is it true?
Have you been snooping around down there in the cellar? You've been listening to me and Steve talking?
So it's true.
I didn't say that. I said, where'd you get hold of such a crazy idea in the first place?
Where I got the idea is my business, and I'm not going to tell you.
Julie,
That hurts.
Now, look, it's a sample, see? Just a sample. Next time, I don't just slap you. Now, where did you hear all this crazy stuff?
Noah told me.
Noah?
Noah Carpenter. The ghost.
Look, I wasn't kidding, Julie. The next one is going to be a real...
You hit me once more, and I'm out of this place like a shot.
Steve was right. We never should have brought you out here.
Steve.
Roy? Hey, was that you said my name, Roy?
It wasn't Roy. My name is Noah Carpenter. I'm the ghost.
You're the... Hey, come on, cut it out. Roy, stop kidding around, will you?
It isn't Roy. Does my voice sound like Roy's?
Roy? Roy, help!
That isn't going to do you any good. How do you think Roy can help you?
You help!
Hey, Steve, what's the matter with you?
The ghost, he's here. He's right in here with us.
Oh, holy Toledo, not the ghost again, Steve.
He's here, I tell you gotta believe me. He was talking, just like people.
Oh, wait, no. You imagined it, Steve.
I didn't. He's here. He's here right now.
Get some sleep, will you? You're all keyed up.
Hey, you ain't leaving, are you, Roy? I don't want to be left alone with that thing.
I gotta get back to Julie. I'm having a little trouble with Julie.
You gonna leave me here alone?
Steve, you'll be okay.
I told you there wasn't anything he could do for you, Steve.
All right. What do you want from me?
You're right. I do want something from you.
Tell me and get it over with, will you?
I want you to take those plates and go. leave this house.
I don't know nothing about no place.
The 10s and 20s, Steve. The ones Eddie Strong willed to you before the Morley boys got him. Isn't that what you say?
What's it to you anyhow? Why should a ghost care about what people do?
Since I do care, it isn't important why, is it?
Okay, what if I just said you to go to blazes?
I'll see to it that you're apprehended and brought to justice. Both you and Roy.
Now, how are you going to do that? You ain't nothing but a ghost.
I've told Julie about the counterfeiting. I expect her to help me.
Julie ain't going to blow the whistle on me and Roy. He's her husband.
I don't think Julie wants anything to do with that kind of money.
Well, just say she does, though. What could you do? Fellow in the village was talking about you. Said you couldn't leave the house. You're stuck in here.
Yes, that is true.
So there ain't a darn thing you can do if Julie don't blow the whistle.
I'm depending on Julie.
The ghost told her about the plates and all. Is that what you were fighting about last night?
Ghost. All I hear is ghost. There ain't no such thing, Steve.
You think not?
Look, Steve, she knows what we're doing.
Then who do you think told her? You think I told her? That lousy ghost told her, that's who.
Well, whoever. She knows.
Is she going to blow the whistle?
I don't know. I don't believe she would.
I do.
I'm her husband, Steve.
It's happened before. I think we better make plans.
You mean pack the stuff back in the van and forget the whole deal?
I got a better idea.
What idea?
There ain't a thing that ghost can do to us without Julie's help. He admitted it last night.
Steve, I got enough trouble without ghosts. What kind of a plan have you got, huh?
The ghost is real. You'll have to take my word for it. But without Julie, he can't do a thing to us. Not one darn thing.
So what's the plan, Steve?
We got a hole somewhere down here in the cellar with one body already in it. Why not make it two? We're going to have to waste Julie.
Counterfeiting is a crime against the financial structure of the society in which it is committed. Deplorable, of course. But murder is a crime against God and against the very nature of civilization. An evil thing. A man has just been asked to collaborate in the murder of his own wife. Not in a passionate frenzy, but in cold blood. We haven't heard his answer yet, but we shall when I return shortly with Act 3.
Buick's 1976 Century Regal is the most luxurious mid-sized car Buick builds. But it's also got a practical side. In fact, it makes a concession to practicality that no other American mid-sized car does. It comes with a V6 engine, and a Buick V6 at that. Regal, it's got the spirit. That's how it's gonna be
Chock full of nuts, the heavenly coffee comes in just one grind. It makes perfect coffee every time, no matter how you make it. Whether you use the old-fashioned percolator or any of the new automatics, Mr. Coffee, Norelco, West Bend, or any other coffee maker, Chock full of nuts is the only coffee that gives you that perfect heavenly flavor in any of them. Chock full of nuts all-method grind coffee is a blend of the world's most expensive coffees in one grind. It makes heavenly coffee in any coffee maker, too. Only the finest, richest, most expensive coffee beans money can buy are blended into our heavenly coffee. So because we pay more for our beans, you get more flavor with the coffee. It's worth it. Why don't you try it?
Our two worlds, the world of crime and the world of the occult, have confronted each other and are joined in a bitter struggle. Right and wrong are clearly defined, and if you believe that right always triumphs, there is no cause for concern over the outcome. But history doesn't seem to prove beyond reasonable doubt that right, as we understand it, does always triumph in the end. The truth is, the most worthy of all are often the lost causes.
Julie, you in there?
Go away, Roy.
I want to talk to you, Julie.
I'm resting.
Look, I have to talk to you, Julie. Now, please, it's important.
If you were coming in anyway, why did you bother to knock?
Now, Julie, listen. About last night.
About you slapping me? You want to talk about that?
No. About the counterfeiting.
You admit that's what you're doing down there?
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
You see, the thing is, honey, I never could get any money ahead. Never, you know? I mean, not even enough to let us feel comfortable.
So you decided to make your own. You think just because you couldn't earn all the money you wanted, that makes it all right?
Look, I'm sick of being broke. And we're not hurting anybody, Julie. We're not stealing from anybody. All we're doing is just putting some fresh money in circulation.
Then why is there a law that says you have to go to jail for doing it? Look, Roy, how much have you made already, huh? I mean, how many of the things have you run off?
A few samples. We haven't even really started.
Okay. If you want to burn up that stuff you've already made and promise not to make any more, if you just shut down the whole operation and we move out of this place, okay, I won't leave you.
Leave me?
You're surprised. You admit you're a counterfeiter, and you slapped my face last night, and you're surprised when I think about walking out?
I never thought I'd hear you talk like this, Julie.
Well, I guess the world is full of little surprises. I never thought I'd be married to a criminal.
Look, I can't pull out now.
Sure you can. Are you scared of Steve?
Oh, he's dumped a lot of money into this thing, Julie. He's made commitments, and he trusted me.
The bum! He wouldn't trust his own mother.
Look, if I don't pull out of this job, will you go to the police or something like that? I mean, would you turn us in?
I don't know. I think probably I would.
You don't mean that?
I think most likely I would. Yeah.
I heard all that, of course. I was struggling with my conscience. For ghosts do have consciences. Conscience is a thoroughly spiritual thing. I had more to gain, selfishly, by keeping my hands off than by interfering. I followed Roy down to the basement where Steve was waiting for him.
Okay, you had your talk with Julie. What'd she say? Well, she still wants us to knock it off, Steve. Like she says, just load the press back on the van and drive away. Oh, no. But listen, you can see how she feels. She gets hit with this thing right out of the blue. What do I care how she feels? We're all set up here and ready to run. We'll go ahead with it. We can't. She'll Well, look, I'm getting scared she'll turn us in. Well, we'll have to do it my way, I guess. We're going to have to waste Julie. No. You can't do that, Steve. You want to bet? Hey, you don't have to pull a gun on me. You better get used to it, Roy. I gave you a chance to go along like a nice guy, and you blew it. Now, you do things my way, or you get your head blown off. This place is going to be lousy with ghosts.
Julie.
Is that you, Noah?
Yes?
Boy, even Roy knocks before he comes into a lady's room.
He has knuckles.
Oh.
Julie, there's no choice any longer. You must leave this place.
Well, I've been thinking about it.
There's
Noah.
no more time for thinking. They're planning to kill you.
Kill me? Oh, come on. Roy wouldn't do a thing like that.
Steve would.
Roy wouldn't let him.
Roy can't stop him. You'll have to go right away. They aren't going to give you much time.
Noah, are you just trying to get me away from Roy again? Is that what it is?
What Steve wants to do is break down that wall and hide your body in the same room with mine.
That's...
Macabre, yes, macabre. But do you know what it would mean? It would mean that you and I, our spiritual selves, would be imprisoned in this house together for all eternity unless someone found our bodies.
No,
That wouldn't be bad for me. I'd be much happier having you with me, but I don't want it to happen to you. You must understand, I am not selfishly motivated when I beg you to go.
I'm sorry. You know, you're really a very sweet guy, Noah. Maybe if Roy could have been a little more like you, it...
Will you leave now, Julie?
I'm not afraid of those two. I haven't decided yet.
Put some back into it, Roy. You act like you don't enjoy this kind of work.
You holding a gun on me? Making me break into a room where you want to hide my wife's body after you've killed her? You're right. I don't enjoy it.
Well, do it anyway. If you don't get to work, I'm going to have an extra body to stuff in there. Now, you see, all it takes is a little elbow grease. Okay, now widen the hole. Work the bricks loose around it.
Steve, I think I'm going to be sick. There's some bones in there. A skeleton.
Well, it figures, don't it? The ghost said he was in there.
Well, we going to take the thing out and bury it?
Oh, you got to be kidding.
Well, that's what Julie said we should do.
What we broke the wall down for, Roy, was to put one in, not take one out.
Steve, please, I can handle Julie. We'll go ahead just like we planned, and Julie won't make any more trouble. I give you my word.
She won't make no trouble. That's one thing you're dead right about. I'll widen out that hole.
Steve, if you kill Julie, I don't care if it takes the rest of my life.
The rest of your life ain't going to amount to much if you don't shut up. All right. We're going upstairs now. Now, you walk just a little ahead of me and don't get funny. Just keep on thinking about this gun and remembering how I wouldn't mind using it.
Noah? Are you still here?
Yes, I'm here, Julie.
Look, I've decided to take your advice. I'm going to leave just as soon as I can get packed.
I'm afraid it's too late, Julie. They're coming for you right now.
Coming for me?
Steve and Roy. Steve is forcing Roy at gunpoint. He has no choice.
Oh, what shall I do?
Take the phone off and put it down on the table.
If they're coming right now, I won't have time.
It's the only way I can help you, Julie. I can't manipulate material objects. I can't pick up the phone or dial it. I can't interfere physically, no matter what Steve does to you. Please, just lift the phone off and dial 0. Please, Julie.
All right.
Julie, he's got a gun. There wasn't anything I could do.
Come on downstairs, Julie.
I'm going nowhere with either of you.
Okay, take her down, Roy.
Come on, Julie, please. We got to do what he says.
I don't have to.
Julie.
You take your hands off me.
Honey, he just wants you to come downstairs. I mean, that's all he wants.
Sure, old Steve wouldn't hurt a fly. You know that.
Operator, please send the police to the old Carpenter place out on Beechwood Road. It's an emergency. There's going to be a murder.
Right to the back of the cellar. Show her where.
He's going to kill me, isn't he, Roy?
I tried to stop him, Julie, but he made me.
Okay, right over there. Now, you see that hole? It's real cozy in there. Got a skeleton and everything.
A skeleton? You found Noah.
Somebody, anyway. What used to be somebody.
Now, listen, we have to take him out and bury him and say a prayer. You can do whatever you want after that, but we have
You
to
see that hole? Crawl on through there, Julie.
100 years he's been in there. Nothing but bones.
Get on inside.
I will not.
I didn't ask you. I told you not do it.
So you can shoot me in there instead of out here? You want me in there? You put me in there.
If that's the way you want it.
Don't do it, Steve.
What? Who said that?
Noah?
That damn ghost again.
Not damned, Steve. Confined to this house until my bones are properly buried, but not damned. You're the one who has that to look forward to.
I don't need your lousy sermon.
Do you have any idea what the punishment is for murder?
Life, if they catch you. So?
I don't mean worldly punishment. I mean the final judgment and punishment, and you'll be caught, Steve. There is no place to hide.
You're going to give me the fire and brimstone routine now? I heard that since I was a kid.
Fire and brimstone for some, but for a greedy one like you, something more imaginative, I should think. For example, poverty. Never enough to eat. Never enough clothing to cover you decently or keep you warm. Never the hope even that things will get better.
That ain't the way I heard it when I was a kid.
And loneliness. Never anyone who will even pretend to be your friend as Roy has done here. An eternity of loneliness and want. You'll know yourself as utterly despicable. You'll envy those, even the other damned souls who don't have to live with you. You'll despise yourself that much.
Now, wait just a minute.
1,000,000 lifetimes of regret. 1,000,000 lifetimes to remember the moment you put enough pressure on that trigger to cause the gun to fire. You'll have all eternity in which to wish you hadn't done that.
Now, look, I ain't done it yet.
You have only this moment to make the decision. Make it the wrong way, and you'll spend all eternity wishing you hadn't. Either squeeze the trigger now, Steve, or hand the gun to Julie and spare yourself eternal damnation.
Well, I still got the plates. I could... here, take the stupid thing.
Take the gun, Julie.
Don't think you scared me any, though. It's a hairy situation, that's all. I don't have to be told when a situation gets too hairy to handle. Hey, what's that? What's what? Well, it sounds like... Don't that sound like a siren? Somebody thinks. I'm getting out of here. You coming, Roy? Will I...
No, what shall I do?
Let him go. They'll catch you.
Steve's right. Look, honey, we got to get out of here.
You go ahead. I'm not leaving yet.
Julie, I can't wait till... Okay, I'm going.
Oh, no. You saved my life.
I wonder if all those things I said are true. I don't really know.
Oh, you could have let him kill me and we'd have been together. I don't think I'd have minded too much.
I couldn't let the same thing happen to you that's happened to me.
Well, I'll see to it that they, bury you. I'll ask him to let me say the prayer.
Yes, I'd like that.
Do we have to say...
Goodbye, Julie. Goodbye. They did take my body out of the old house, and I think they must have buried it, because I somehow feel that I'm about to move on. I shall miss Julie. Miss her very deeply. Still, the mortal span is short. Another 50 years, another 60. We'll meet again, Julie and I.
It's heartening to feel that there are such emotions as love, hope, and compassion in the next life. And I found it comforting, too, that Noah seemed as human as he did. Not a moaning, chain-rattling, terrifying specter, but, as Julie herself said, just somebody who was no longer alive. I'll be back in the flesh in just a moment. Steve and Roy were both apprehended. They were tried, convicted, and are serving relatively short terms. Julie has gone her own way and is doing well. She often thinks of Noah. As for Noah, I don't have a follow-up on him, but there must be rewards as well as punishments, so I'm not worried. I'm sure I needn't worry either about having you in the audience for our next mysterious tale. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, William Redfield, and Jack Grimes. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
My name's Steele, Mr. Dollar. Claims Division, Eastern Trust Insurance Company.
Steele?
You don't know me, Mr. Dollar. People at Universal Adjustment suggested I contact you. Thought you might be interested in helping me pay off a claim.
Okay, tell me about it, Mr. Steele.
One of our policyholders passed away last month, and we can't seem to locate his beneficiary. She just doesn't seem to be around.
Maybe she doesn't want the money.
Everybody wants money, Mr. Dollar, especially insurance money.
Be there in an hour.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Trust Insurance Company Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Broderick matter. Expense account item 1, 25 cents bus fare. My apartment to the Eastern Trust Insurance Building in the office of Robert Steele. He was a big sandy-haired man in a tweed suit. We shook hands, looked each other over, and then got down to business.
Now, Mr. Dollar, the deceased policyholder was named John Smith. John Adams Smith, age 67. Died in City Hospital, Charity Ward, 22nd of last month. Death certificate.
Pneumonia.
And other things.
What other things?
The intern who signed that certificate said Smith was pretty run down. Evidences of malnutrition, possible TB history.
Not noted here, Mr. Steele.
Doesn't make any difference. Smith was able to stand the exam for the policies when they were issued in 1943.
You got him there?
Yes. 1,500 total. Beneficiary, Lorraine Broderick.
She the one you can't locate?
She's the one.
Any other possible heirs, family or anyone?
No, Smith was all alone. No problems there.
Any other material that might help to find Lorraine Broderick?
Well, this stuff here, it might help you. I don't know. I just don't know.
You sound discouraged, Mr. Steele.
$1,500 isn't a lot of money, and the chances are Lorraine Broderick won't even remember John Adams Smith when you do find her. But I hope you do. I'm explaining this badly. Look here. You see?
Mm-hmm.
And here. And here. It's the same all through the book. Smith was absolutely religious about his payments. Never missed a one. Never let it slide one day. Now, I bet I've got the record of 20,000 policy buyers. But none of them reads like that.
I'm impressed, Mr. Steele. Can you tell me why Smith died in a charity ward if he was this conscientious?
He didn't have any money or friends or home. He made his living selling papers.
Oh.
We wouldn't have known about his death except for the fact that the coroner's office called us.
What can you tell me about his beneficiary?
Lorraine Broderick was just someone who stopped and talked to him one day while he was selling papers. She was 11 years old at the time.
What?
Yes. The agent who sold the policies used to buy his papers from the old boy. One day, Smith stopped him and said he wanted to do something nice for a nice little girl named Lorraine Broderick. So he began taking out the policies.
The agent have any more background on that part of it?
No. Lorraine Broderick met Smith that one afternoon and helped him sell his newspapers. Smith never saw her again after that.
1943. She must be 23 or so now.
Well, I hope she grew up to be the kind of person he thought she was then.
Oh, hardly any of us fill out the promise we have at 11 years, Mr. Steele.
Then that isn't what I mean. I mean, if he met her that one day when she was a little girl and he made this gesture toward her, and it was tough for him to make those payments all those years. I hope she deserves it. The money doesn't mean anything, but that kind of endorsement from somebody, even an old bird who sells papers on a corner, is worth more than all the money in the world. Does that sound foolish, Mr. Dollar?
Not a bit, Mr. Steele. Not a bit. Expense account item 2, $2. Cab fare to Lorraine Broderick's last known address. 1485 Cushing Street, a broken-down apartment house that had probably never seen better days or better neighbors. The owner and manager of the building recalled that Paul and Mary Broderick, parents of Lorraine, had been killed in an automobile accident in 1948. The manager did not know what had become of Lorraine. She had moved out of the apartment 2 days after the funeral. No forwarding address. Expense account item 3, 4 bits, more cab fare. This time 7 blocks away to Pulaski Street, and a dingy cluster of red brick buildings that were yielding slowly to time and wear. I arrived at 3 on the dot. I don't think high schools ever change much. At least this one was no different than the one I'd been in way back when. The persistent smell of pencil sharpeners, ink, discarded lunch wrappings.
Yes?
Sister Mary Regina?
Yes, may I help you?
Good afternoon, sister. My name's Johnny Dollar. I wonder if I could talk to you a moment.
Dollar.
Yes.
Are you sure you shouldn't be speaking to Sister Amadea in the grade school? I don't believe we have any students named Dollar.
Oh, no, sister. I don't have any children in school here. I've been hired by Eastern Trust Insurance Company to locate a beneficiary on one of their insurance policies. I thought perhaps you might help me.
Well, I'll try, Mr. Dollar.
I took a chance and came here because it was the nearest high school to the girl's address. Her name is Lorraine Broderick.
Lorraine Broderick?
Yes. The last trace I have of her was in 1948. She was about 17 then, possibly still in school, possibly this school.
Lorraine Broderick.
Mm-hmm. Sound familiar, sister?
In a way, yes. Oh, there are so many, Mr. Dollar.
Yeah, I just met about 3,000 of them out in the hall.
Yes, I know. 1948. Benson, Brady, Broderick, Lorraine Mary Broderick.
Oh.
Yes, Mr. Dollar, your guess was very good. She was here in St. Charles from 1945 to 48, yes.
I wonder if there's an address listed there, home address.
1120 Seaton Place. Oh, my, that's quite far from here. Parents deceased, guardian. Oh.
Anything wrong, sister?
Why, I remember Lorraine now, Mr. Dollar. Her parents were killed in an automobile accident in her senior year. Yes, and she went to live with her uncle, James Broderick, at this Seaton address. Oh, yes, I remember that lovely girl. She was in Sister Hildegard's class.
That ties up with what I know about her so far, sister.
Oh, I remember her so clearly. I can even see her face. Perhaps that was it, her face. Like an angel's, gentle and fresh and wonderful.
The man who left her the insurance money must have thought the same as you do, sister. He saw her one day when she was 11.
Oh, I have an annual from that year, Mr. Dollar. Would you like to see Lorraine?
Yes.
Right here. Yes, here we are. That's Lorraine Broderick. Beautiful, isn't she?
Sister Mary Regina pointed to a group picture on one of the pages. It was labeled Girls' Fidelity. Lorraine Broderick was in the first row, one of 30 or 40 self-conscious little girls wearing identical self-conscious expressions. Her hair appeared to be deep brown or black, her features soft and slightly cherubic. Undeniably, Lorraine Broderick had been a beautiful young girl. In all probability, she was a beautiful young woman, wherever she was. By 5 o'clock, I'd been to her uncle's address on Seaton Place. There I learned that Uncle James Broderick had died of a heart attack in 1950. The people at the address reported that Lorraine had lived with him up until the time of his death. She had worked in a dentist's office, they told me. As far as they knew, she still worked there. I made a phone call.
Yes, sir?
Johnny Dollar, Mr. Steele.
Oh, how are you going on Lorraine Broderick?
Well, I might need some help. Have you got a man?
Sure.
I've got her traced up to 1950, Steele. She worked for a dentist here in town.
Uh-huh.
Probably got her job in his office right out of high school. That meant she pretty well had to get it through a professional agency.
That sounds reasonable. I got a man to check the agencies in town that specialize in that.
Let me know. The next day, I was back in St. Charles High School making up a list of names and addresses belonging to students who had been in Lorraine Broderick's graduation class. Out of the 10 names I chose at random, I was able to locate only 2. Both girls, both married. Both remembered Lorraine Broderick. Neither of them had seen her since graduation. Neither of them was able to furnish any helpful information. Expense account item 5, 10 cents, 1 phone call. Steele again.
You want to take this down, Dollar?
Yeah, okay.
David Pollard. That's Dr. David Pollard, 2950 Tremel Lane. Lorraine Broderick went to work for him as a receptionist in 1949. Got it?
Got it. What's his office address?
Suite 210, Majestic Building.
I got there about 5:45. There was no receptionist on duty. As a matter of fact, no reception desk. A stern-looking nurse in a rumpled white uniform knew nothing of a Lorraine Broderick who might have worked for Doctor. Doctor was working with a patient. If I cared to wait for Doctor...
Yes, what is it?
My name's Dollar. I'm with the Eastern Trust Insurance Company.
I don't need any today, Mr. Dollar.
I'm not looking for a sale, Doctor.
What?
That's right. I'm trying to find a friend of yours.
Who are you talking about?
Lorraine Broderick.
Oh. How is Lorraine these days?
I don't know, Doctor. I'd like to meet her and find out.
Well, you're looking in the wrong place. I can't help you. She hasn't been around here for a couple of years. Goodbye.
Oh, wait.
Well, what now?
Well, you've got an awful big chip on your shoulder, Doctor. You won't even let me explain my business.
I'm not interested in your business. I can tell you mine's been going on since 8 o'clock this morning, and I'm pretty tired.
You finished now?
Well, yes.
Can I take you downstairs and buy you a drink?
Sorry. What is it you want to know?
Where I can get in touch with her.
I don't know. She quit without notice a couple of years ago. Just didn't come back. Too bad, too.
Do you have any idea where she might have gone?
Just what is this for?
To pay her some money we owe her. We can't locate her anywhere.
Well, I'm sorry, but neither can I.
Are you still trying?
Not anymore. All I know is she just left one day about 2 years ago. She had a little apartment over on the west side. The manager told me she'd pulled out bag and baggage, and I haven't heard from her since.
Were you on good terms with her, Doctor? Doctor?
I'll take the drink. Don't misunderstand me, Dollar. She was a real sweet girl. But there was something about her... I don't know. I hope you find her. Or maybe I don't.
What are you talking about?
She had plans of her own, plans she never told me about. Look, I was in practice 3 years when she came to work for me, fresh out of high school. With all of it, she still made me feel like a little boy in knee pants. That smile of hers you could take two ways. And the look that went with it. I'm sure she's met a lot of men since she walked out on me, and I'll bet all of them have found out the same thing.
What's that?
That they've been taken.
You mean money?
Oh, it wasn't the watch or the necklace or the loans every now and then. It was being taken worse. You know, being used and knowing you're being used.
I don't quite get it.
And I'll make it clear. That sweet, fresh, beautiful little girl was out to do everything and everybody for all she could get. She's rotten, you know, just plain rotten.
There'll be another intriguing episode of the Broderick matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the expense goes way up. Yeah, it costs money to prove how wrong one man can be. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
You are listening to Chesterton Radio at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
This is Carl Walden. There's a message here for me to call you.
Oh, yes, Mr. Walden. I'm with Eastern Trust Insurance Company. We're trying to locate an insurance beneficiary named Lorraine Broderick. Understand she lived in your apartment building up until 1953.
Well, who told you that?
A doctor she worked for here, Dr. Pollard.
I don't know where she is, Mr. Dollar. I haven't seen her for 2 years.
We're trying to pay off a claim, Mr. Walden. Didn't she leave a forwarding address or give you any idea of where she...
No, not a thing. You've got a job on your hands, pal.
Huh?
I don't think that baby wants to be found.
Got a couple of minutes?
Yes.
I'll be right over.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Trust Insurance Company Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures incurred during my investigation of the Broderick matter. Lorraine Broderick, that is, missing. Expense account continued. Item 6, $14 even, photographs. The photographer who had taken the pictures of the 1948 graduating class at St. Charles High School still carried the proofs in his files. Among them, 4 poses of Lorraine Broderick. I'd stopped by to get them on my way out to see Carl Walden, apartment house manager. He hadn't changed his mind about anything since our phone conversation.
No, sir, she doesn't seem to want anybody to know where she is. She'd have left a forwarding address or something like that. Instead, she pulled out in the middle of the night bagging baggage, and that's the last we ever saw of her.
Just when was this, Mr. Walden?
About the middle of December or so, 1953. Yes, it was a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want one of these?
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
Can you think of any place she might have gone, Mr. Walden?
New York City.
Oh, why New York?
Well, it's the closest place to go, isn't it, for somebody like her?
I'm not so sure I know what she was like. I've had several different versions, Mr. Walden.
Say, you talked to that doctor she worked for?
Yeah.
Boy, I'll bet his version was a pip.
How do you mean?
Well, she walked out on him. That poor guy was around here several times asking if we'd heard from her, if she'd written us a change of address. He didn't say it, but I think he had it real bad for her.
Oh?
Oh, yeah. And I didn't tell him about the other guy either.
Well, suppose you tell me about the other guy, Mr. Walden.
Well, why not?
Well?
Well, about a week before she left, I saw her in the hall a couple of times with this other guy. Big, gray-haired man, wore Homburgs and things like that.
An older man, is that what you mean?
Oh, no, not old. 45-ish, maybe. You know, expensive-looking character. Drove a caddy the size of a freight train, New York plates. He'd buy and sell this place with his pocket money.
Happen to know his name?
No. He never came around again after she moved out. But they were sure chummy while he was here. At least a couple of times I saw them together. Can't blame him. She was okay.
Did she owe you any rent when she left?
Nope.
Did she give you notice she was vacating?
Nope, just left.
A note or anything?
A $50 bill on the desk in an envelope addressed to me. That's all. That's it.
Well, was she friendly with anybody else in the building?
Well, not that I know of. People here keep pretty much to themselves. You know, it's a funny thing.
What's funny?
That old boy with the Homburg. I wonder why he never came around looking for her.
Good question. Expense account item 7, $22, advertisements. I placed ads in the personal columns of every New York paper. Anyone knowing the present whereabouts of Lorraine Broderick, please contact. I spent the rest of the day interviewing the Cadillac dealers in town on the off chance that one of them might have serviced the Cadillac with a New York plate sometime in December of 1953. No one remembered the man Walden had described. I even tried the service records. Impossible to check. The case was stalemated that way for 5 days. Last Tuesday, things picked up. Johnny Dollar.
Hello?
Hello, who is this?
Johnny Dollar?
Yeah.
Can you hear me very well? Johnny, I'm calling from New York.
Hey, who is this?
Why, it's Lorraine.
Lorraine.
Yes, I saw your advertisement in the papers, Johnny. I wondered what you wanted.
Johnny.
Why, yes, that's what I always called you, isn't it?
You never met me before in your life. Hey, what is this?
Why, just a moment. Go ahead, Mr. Dameron.
Mr. Dollar?
Yeah.
Just what is your business with Lorraine Broderick?
I want to find her to pay off an insurance claim. Now, who are you?
I see. I'm sorry. I asked my secretary to say she was Lorraine. I've been listening on the extension.
I'd like a little more explanation than that, Mr.
Dameron, William Dameron, 424 East 47th Street. I know how all this must sound to you, Mr. Dollar, but I'm not trying to confuse you.
Well, I am confused. Do you know Lorraine Broderick?
Yes.
Then let's take it from there, Mr. Dameron. Expense account item 8, $15. Transportation and incidentals, Hartford to New York, for the purpose of seeing Mr. William Dameron, whoever he might be, and trying to gather further information concerning Lorraine Broderick, wherever she might be. 424 East 47th was a 30-story job that housed, among other things, the Union Brokerage Company. This happened to be located on a ground-level suite. It also happened that Mr. William Dameron was president of same. He looked about the way I expected.
Of course I knew Lorraine Broderick, Mr. Dollar. I apologize again for that awkward subterfuge on the telephone. You say you represent an insurance company?
That's right.
May I see your credentials?
Well, sure. Here you are.
Investigator. Thank you.
We're trying to pay off on a policy, Mr. Dameron. A man named John Smith left Lorraine Broderick a small estate of $1,500.
I see.
Can you tell me where she is right now?
I'm afraid I can't. Oh, sit down, Mr. Dollar. Sit down, please.
Oh, thanks. I take it you knew her in Hartford.
That's right, I did. She came here to New York with me.
Oh?
Well, let me assure you, there was nothing improper about it. I met Lorraine when she was working for a dentist there, a doctor, whatever it was. I happened to have had a little dental trouble on a trip there. I found the dentist and I met her. When I suggested she drive to New York with me, I did it with the understanding that we were to be married here.
Uh-huh. You couldn't have known her very long, Mr. Dameron.
A week. No one could have been more surprised than myself at my own conduct. And still more surprised when once we arrived here, Lorraine disappeared.
Yeah, that seems to be a habit of hers. Tell me about it, Mr. Dameron. Look, you're talking to me, not the insurance company.
Very well. It was Christmas Eve of 1952. Lorraine was staying with my sister Pauline up in Westchester County. I picked her up about 6 o'clock that evening to go to a party out on Long Island. Between here and Long Island, we stopped for gasoline. I left the car for a moment, and when I came back, Lorraine was gone. And, that's it.
Did you see her or hear from her after that?
No, I didn't.
Did she leave a note in the car, a message of some kind?
No.
I don't quite get this, Mr. Dameron. You were going to be married after you knew her only a week. You brought her here to New York, and a few days later, she just stepped out of your car in a filling station and disappeared.
It's quite reasonable from her point of view, I suppose.
But not from mine. It doesn't make sense. Did you have a fight, an argument or something?
Oh, no.
Well, what was it?
Nothing. I don't think I would ever have argued with Lorraine. Lovely, gentle, sweet.
Yeah, I know. What about her things?
What things?
Well, her clothes out at your sister's. Didn't she send for them, or what?
Oh, no, she only had 2 small bags. They're still there, as far as I know.
Well, what did you do? Did you call the police?
No, why?
Well, I would if a girl I was going to marry disappeared like that.
No, I'm afraid a call to the police would have been, well, rather awkward, a man in my position.
Let me ask you this. Do you have any idea why she walked away?
Yes. Perhaps it's of no practical value to you, though.
Any information I can get will be helpful, Mr.
Well, all right, then. I think Lorraine was frightened.
Of what?
Of life, Mr. Dollar. Not people or circumstances, but life. Yes.
You say that with a lot of conviction.
Yes. Lorraine had always been, well, a poor girl. She lived with a rather decrepit uncle for a time after her parents were killed in an accident, an automobile accident, she said. And I think that I offered her the happiness and security she had always longed for. But I also think she was not mature enough or adjusted well enough to accept it. This is of no value, is it?
Well, it might be. Can you tell me if she ever spoke of any ambitions? Maybe she wanted to go on the stage or become a nurse, something.
Lorraine simply wanted to be my wife and live here. I can see you find that difficult to believe when I'm almost old enough to have been her father. But that is not the reason Lorraine walked away from the car that night. Believe me, Mr. Dollar, unless I'm terribly mistaken, she was very much in love with me and wanted to marry me.
Have you tried to find her, Mr. Dameron?
No. No, I have not. I waited around the filling station that night hoping she'd return, but I didn't report the matter to the police, as I said before. I intended to hire private detectives to locate her, but then I gave that up, too.
I'm afraid I don't understand this. If you loved her...
Would this make it more understandable? Lorraine was a rational, normal human being when I left her in that car. No one forced her away from it, or me. The man at the filling station said she merely stepped out and disappeared down the street. She left of her own free will, for her own reasons.
I think I see your point.
Thank you. I've hoped that one day she would appear at my door, contact me, come to me. But she hasn't. The most matchless woman I've ever known. Is there any way I can help you more concretely?
If you could tell me the exact location of that filling station.
Yes, I believe I can do that, but why?
Last place she was seen alive.
Oh, that word alive.
Just a word, Mr. Dameron.
Have you spoken to many people who knew her?
A few. The dentist she worked for, an apartment house manager, principal in her high school.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think they all told me the truth.
The what?
The truth. You know, how it actually was. What really happened.
Oh,
Mr. Dameron, she would have run out on you in Westchester, taken a cab from your sister's place with her luggage, or she could have come to you and called off the marriage.
Mr. Dollar,
Now, looking at you and talking to you, anyone would be impressed by the fact that you're a reasonable and understanding man. I am. She could have left you a dozen easier ways, Mr. Dameron, but it doesn't stand to reason that she'd step out of a car on Christmas Eve on the way to a party and disappear. With no luggage, with the clothes on her back, and no more. Women don't do things like that. They want an overnight bag, a change of clothes, somewhere to go to. It doesn't make sense.
But that's exactly what she did.
They don't do it that way unless there's a mighty good reason. A real gilt-edged reason, Mr. Dameron. Something that says what's ahead is better than what's being left. How much did she swipe?
What?
What did she take? How much?
Close to $6,500.
$6,500. Lovely, sweet, gentle.
She took it from the wallet in my overcoat while I was talking to the filling station attendant. I would have given it to her gladly. All of this, everything. But she had to steal it from me. She had to steal it from me like some common little thief. There's truly no fool like an old fool. Is there, Mr. Dollar?
There'll be another intriguing episode of the Broderick matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, when the trail really gets hot and goes right down on a police blotter. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. the soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Bob Steele, Eastern Trust. How's New York?
Fine, but I haven't found Lorraine Broderick yet.
How about your lead? What was his name?
Dameron? He hasn't seen her since Christmas Eve, a couple of years ago. She walked out on him with $6,500.
What now?
You, want to keep on with it, Mr. Steele?
Sure, we have to pay her off, even if it is only $1,500. But you sound like this was all the farther you want to go.
It might be at that.
Oh, what did you say?
Look, a sweet old man left a nice little girl $1,500. Apparently, I'm looking for a grown woman who isn't very nice anymore.
Beside the point, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess so. Okay, Steele, I'm still on the case.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, New York City, New York. To the Eastern Trust Insurance Company, Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an account of expenditures during my investigation of the Broderick matter. Subject, Lorraine Broderick. Object, to locate her and pay off claim. Results, disillusioning. More expenses. Item 9, $3, cab fare. From the plush offices of William Dameron to a filling station out on Long Island. To check his story of Lorraine's disappearance. A major oil company owned and operated the filling station where Lorraine Broderick had last been seen. Their payroll records named 3 attendants on duty, Christmas Eve, that is, in 1953. Item 10, $28, more cab fare, and don't squawk about it. I located and interviewed all 3. Enclosed fine statement of Edward Quinlan.
Sure, I remember that chick. Better looking than this picture, I'll tell you that. She drove in with this old guy, Dameron, you said, yeah. Well, he hadn't been away from the car 20 seconds before she was out walking down the street as fast as she could, long dress and all. When he come back and asked what had happened to her, I told him. So he went and sat in his car for maybe a couple hours waiting for her to come back. I knew she was gone for good. He knew it too, must have. But he waited. I felt sorry for him. Poor old geezer, even if he did drive a cad. She shouldn't have run out on him like that, Christmas Eve and all.
Pauline Dameron Whitfield, sister of William Dameron, living up in Westchester County, verified her brother's story. Lorraine Broderick had left all of her clothes and bags at her house. Mrs. Whitfield had not heard from her or seen her since Christmas Eve, 1953. A check of the luggage revealed no information that would be helpful in locating Lorraine Broderick. The following morning at the New York Police Department downtown, I requested a missing persons investigation on Lorraine Broderick.
She was booked in under an alias, Jane Brown. When I got to court, she gave her right name, Lorraine Broderick.
What was the charge, Sergeant?
Misdemeanor, drunk, disturbing a peace. $25 in night court, April 25th, 1953.
That the only time she made the blotter?
Yep.
What's the address, Sergeant?
1346 Yardley.
1346
That's 2 years
Yardley,
ago.
thanks. At the address on Yardley, I learned that Lorraine Broderick had moved 18 months before. Again, there was no forwarding address, but the landlady turned out to be quite talkative.
I'm glad she moved away from here, Mr. Dollar. I'd like to help you find her, but I'm awful glad she moved away.
Why do you say that, Mrs. Gaines?
Noisy. Parties all the time. I run a quiet place, you know.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
When she first come here to rent the apartment, I thought she was the quiet type. Nice. She looked like she was just out of finishing school or something like that. Oh, she couldn't have been more than 20 years old. Well, maybe a little more, 22. She told me she was a secretary and she worked in Manhattan. Well, I let her have the apartment, of course. She paid her rent in advance, in cash. But once she was in, it was a different story.
Yeah. Did she tell you where she worked in Manhattan?
No, she never quite got around to mentioning that. Anyway, she couldn't have worked very hard. All the dates she had, night after night, honestly.
Do you happen to know any of them, Mrs. Gaines?
I do not. Big, noisy parties.
Well, did she go with any particular man?
A smart little girl like that sticking to just one man?
I don't know whether she was very smart at all. Was she friendly with anybody in the building?
Nope.
Any idea where she might have gone from here?
Nope. All I can say is I'm glad she don't live here no more.
I went back to police headquarters. It had occurred to me that hardly anyone is ever arrested for being drunk and disturbing the peace alone. I was right. The night court files revealed that Lorraine Broderick had been arrested with 5 other people, 3 men and 2 women. I took down their names and began to check them out. Number 3 down the line was a man named Tyler in the hosiery business. Yes, he remembered Lorraine Broderick very well. No, he hadn't seen her for 6 months, but he could tell me where she lived. He'd seen her going in and out of an apartment on 61st Street several times. He gave me the address.
The boy will take your bags. Will he? Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'm looking for a Miss Lorraine Broderick.
Broderick?
Yes.
I'm sorry, sir. We have no one by that name registered here.
That's funny.
I thought at first you were going to say Lorraine Bradley. We had a Mrs. Bradley here at one time.
Oh. Did Mrs. Bradley look anything like this picture?
Yes, that's Mrs. Bradley.
Bradley, huh? How long ago did she move out?
4 months ago, anyhow.
You have her forwarding address?
No, sir, I don't. I wish I did.
Huh?
Mrs. Bradley wrote us a bad check for her rent. We've been trying to locate her.
Did you report it to the police?
Yes, sir. I understand she's been quite active along those lines. They're looking for her, too.
For the 3rd time in one day, I was back at police headquarters, this time inquiring about a Lorraine Bradley. There were 5 wants on her for passing bad checks.
Gave it up about 4 months ago here in New York, looks like. Then we got a buzzer from Chicago. She was there for a couple of weeks. Wrote about $600 in wallpaper. San Francisco people are looking for her, too. Here's something came in yesterday. Last job in Santa Barbara 3 days ago.
Expense account item 11, $4.05. 1 long-distance phone call to Mr. Steele at Eastern Trust in Hartford.
Using the name Bradley, huh?
Yeah, it's probably just a phony. No record of a marriage in New York City to anyone that name. I looked.
What's wrong with her, anyhow?
I don't know.
Well, you better get out to the coast and find out.
Item 12, $38, hotel, board, and miscellaneous while in New York City. Item 13, $258.60, New York to Santa Barbara. A little town by the Pacific that impressed me as not caring one thing about the rest of the world. Sun, sea, a pleasantly crowded harbor, some sprawling hotels, 2 lush green golf courses, and acres of smug, expensive homes. At the police station, a Sergeant Martin was out, so I went over to the harbor inn to meet the latest victim of Lorraine Broderick's talents, a hotel operator named Harrington. Tall, gray-haired, slack sport shirt, suntan, and sandals.
I suppose I'm avoiding this business and your questions because I still feel quite chagrined about this whole thing.
Pretty understandable, Mr. Harrington.
On the face of it, you'd think I'd been in the hotel business 30 seconds instead of 30 years, the way she took me.
Well, if it's any comfort, she's done the same thing in several cities and as many hotels.
No comfort, thank you.
She was that good, huh?
Brother, she was the best. She pranced in here as big as life, probably didn't have a nickel in the purse. What's more, for the whole 4 days she was here, she didn't break stride once. Only the best of everything.
Uh-huh. Let's see, she gave you a check for $813, is that right?
Painfully right. And I took it. No questions. Every night in the dining room, she'd order champagne, special dishes. That'd give you some idea of how she carried on.
Yeah, I get the idea.
I've seen my share of grifters and bad check artists, but she tops them all. Perfume, clothes, luggage, conversation.
Can I ask you a question?
I'm humiliated already. Go ahead.
She checked in here alone, registered as Mrs. Lorraine Bradley, Beverly Hills, right?
That's right.
Well, now, didn't it strike you as odd that a woman would check in a place like this, a resort hotel, alone, stay 4 days, and meet no one, see no one?
You're wrong. She didn't keep to herself. Became friends with at least half a dozen guests in the place. And the way she was throwing my money around, why not? She picked up all the tabs. She threw me off right from the start.
Let's talk about that. Start at the top, please.
Well, she showed up last Wednesday night in a cab loaded down with luggage. Probably wrote a bad check for that someplace.
Probably.
She came swinging into the lobby with the cabbie following her. Told the night clerk she wanted to see me. When I came down the stairs, she yelled, "Harry," ran up, kissed me, asked me how my wife was. You beat that?
No.
One of those tricks that your mind plays on you, I suppose. I I actually thought I did remember her from somewhere.
Pretty good. What was her story?
She said she was on her way back from Lake Tahoe, wanted to rest up. Something about just getting a divorce, being awarded $3,000 a month alimony. That impressed me.
It would impress anyone, Mr. Harrington. Did she make up any kind of a story about where she'd met you before?
No story. But I got the impression, and of course she saw to it, that she had stopped here before. I wasn't altogether a boob. I did check her home address in Beverly Hills. There was a Robert Bradley listed there, same address she gave. Later on, I found out that he's in Europe with his wife and children.
But his name was in the book.
Oh, yes.
Say, getting back to that part about her being familiar.
That's just a good trick on her part, Dollar. Now, I did think I'd known her from somewhere, and, well, she also arranged it so that I was too embarrassed to ask her specifically. In all honesty, I suppose I wanted to have known her.
Can you explain that?
She was about the most beautiful thing I ever saw. She walked through that door right now and told me none of this was true. I'd probably believe her.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a copy of her hotel account? I'd like to look it over.
Why?
Oh, the phone calls, mostly. Maybe she contacted someone we can trace.
No phone calls. Here. This check was drawn on a bank in Beverly Hills.
Was it personalized?
No. Maybe I should have thought something of that.
No, not particularly.
Well, here's this much. I can't stand to look it over. It makes me kind of sick. $813.
I spent another hour with Mr. Harrington as he distastefully covered the items on the bill she'd paid for with that bad check. Later that afternoon, I met with Sergeant Martin, Santa Barbara Police, who reported that a woman answering Lorraine's description had passed bad checks in Burlingame, Santa Maria, and Ojai, California. Expense account item 14, $102.85. Transportation to Monterey and Santa Cruz, where I interviewed two other hotel managers who had filed complaints. Their stories were pretty much the same as Harrington's, down to the pretended familiarity, the divorce, and alimony details. Item 15, $4.15. Long-distance phone call, Steele again in Hartford.
That you, Johnny?
Yeah, Mr. Steele. I've been hopping around all over the state.
Policeman in Santa Barbara called here trying to find you, Sergeant Martin. He says he's got a line on her.
Huh?
He's done it again. Up down at Malibu Beach. The man who runs the seaside inn there found out her check was bad 15 minutes after she left. Now get started. You shouldn't be more than an hour behind her.
Mr. Steele, I'm on my way.
There'll be another intriguing episode of the Broderick matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, a long look at what 7 years can do to a woman's life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, my name's King, Malibu Sheriff Station. Did you leave a message here?
Oh, yes, sir. I understand you're looking for Lorraine Broderick.
Broderick or Bradley, whatever name she's using. We want her.
I'm looking for her, too.
Well, what's your connection?
I'm an insurance investigator. We've been trying to find her all the way from Hartford. We have to pay off a claim that's due her.
Claim?
Yeah, that's right. An old man left her $1,500.
She doesn't deserve it, not that one.
I can't tell him that. He's dead.
I'm expecting a little action on it pretty quick.
Like to be in on it.
Come on over.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Malibu Beach, California. To the Eastern Trust Insurance Company, Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Broderick matter. More expenses, item 15, $38 even. More transportation. My trip here to Malibu Beach, where I didn't even bother listening to another disgruntled hotel proprietor repeat a bad check story I knew only too well. I went directly to the sheriff's station and Deputy King.
Well, that's about the picture, Mr. Dollar. Lorraine Bradley was at the inn 4 days and checked out this morning. Used the name Bradley. Lorraine Bradley. She can't be too far ahead of you now.
I hope not. This has been a long, rough chase.
While she was at the inn, she took up with one of our local residents, a man named Joe Tappan, who lives over in the beach colony. We know this much. He drove her into town this morning when she checked out of the inn.
Have you talked to this man Tappan yet?
He hasn't come back yet.
When did she leave the inn?
Oh, about 10 this morning.
Uh-huh. After 2 now.
It gives him just about time. He has a house over in the colony. We've got a man there.
Colony?
Down the road a piece. They call it that because a lot of movie stars built beach homes there 25 or 30 years ago. Movie colony, right in the beach.
Oh, this Tappan, is he an actor?
Yeah, when he gets work, which isn't very often. Mainly, he keeps suntan. Excuse me.
Sure.
Yeah, this King. Oh. Good, right away. Tappan just drove up to his house. Let's go.
I went with Deputy King to talk with Joe Tappan. He turned out to be a healthy, muscular man in his mid-30s. By the time we got there, he was in trunks and sunglasses, sitting on a porch at the front of his house. He was a little stunned by the news we brought him.
What? Lorraine a phony? Are you sure about this, Sheriff?
Ask the man at the Seaside Inn.
Oh, no. No, I don't believe it.
Is this Lorraine? Go ahead, look at it.
Well, that looks like Lorraine. Yes, but I can't be sure. She's older. Well, I mean, the girl in this picture's pretty young.
It's her, all right.
Mr. Dollar's been looking all over the country for her. Hartford, New York City, up and down this coast.
Well, come on. Let's go up to the house. I thought I knew her pretty well.
How long did you know her, Mr. Tappan?
Well, not long, but I knew her. I really did.
When did you meet her?
The first night she checked into the Seaside Inn.
4 days, then?
Yeah. Want something to drink?
No.
No, thanks.
Well, I think I'll have... No, I don't want to talk about her.
We have to talk about her, Mr. Tappan.
But I'm sure there's some explanation about the check.
She'd have to explain quite a few checks. Right, Dollar?
Yeah, that's about it. Mr. Tappan, I understand you drove her into Los Angeles this morning.
That's right. I took her to the Beverly Glen Hotel.
Did she check in there?
No, she just dumped her luggage. She told me she didn't know whether or not she'd have to go to Chicago tonight. Something about a house she owned there that had to be rented or sold.
Uh-huh. Did you leave her there at the Beverly Glen?
No. She made a phone call and said that she had to meet her lawyer.
Did she say where?
A bar in Hollywood. The Topper, I think it was, on Cahuenga Boulevard. I drove her over there and left her.
When was this?
A couple of hours ago, I guess. About noon.
How was she dressed?
Black, strapless, wore a fur stole.
Did she mention any names, tell you anything about herself?
Oh, yes. She told me that 6 months ago, a little boy was killed in an automobile accident. He was only 2 years old. She said that was the thing that broke up her marriage to this Bradley.
Uh-huh.
And she told me that she needed to believe in something again. Someone. And that she needed someone to believe in her.
Well, there wasn't any little boy or any husband, Mr. Tappan. There have been a couple of men I've talked to, a dentist in Hartford, a businessman in New York, who felt the same way as you do about her.
Well, even with what you told me, I believe what she said. Why, she cried a little when she was telling me. Oh, I don't care how you look at me. I don't think that anyone could invent a story that tragic without some sort of basis.
A good liar can see a story in a newspaper like that one and adapt it for his own needs.
But I am an actor, sir, and I can tell when other people are acting. She wasn't. She...
Well, go on, Mr. Tappan.
Look, I've got a suggestion for you. What's your name? Dollar. I've got a suggestion for you. Try believing what people tell you sometime. It'll do something for that habit you have of bearing down with your eyes.
Okay, the next time I have 2 weeks off.
What?
See you, Mr. Tappan. I drove into Hollywood with Deputy King. At the Beverly Glen Hotel, a worried clerk was still wondering what to do with the 14 pieces of luggage Lorraine Broderick had deposited there earlier. No, she was not registered at the hotel. No, she hadn't phoned in and given him any instructions. Deputy King made arrangements for a man to cover the lobby in case she showed up to claim her things, and we went into the topper.
What'll it be, gentlemen?
Police. I'd like to talk to the man who was on duty here at noon today.
Oh, that's me, sir. Is there anything wrong?
Now, this is Mr. Dollar. We're trying to locate a woman who's been using the name Lorraine Bradley. We were told she was in here around noon today.
Nope, I don't recognize that name, sir.
About 5'5", dark brown hair, brown eyes, 24 years old, wore a black strapless summer dress and a stole.
Yeah, it's 24. No. Nobody like that in all day. No, so noon is a pretty slow time, sir. I'd have noticed if anybody like that came in, I think.
Have you been on duty all that time?
I came on at 10. That's when we opened. Are you sure this is the right place, the topper?
Now, this is the place.
Well, I wish I could help you, sir, but I'm sorry. Excuse me, will you? Yes, sir, will you?
Well, we struck out.
One thing.
What's that?
That luggage is the Beverly Glen.
Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it.
Lorraine Broderick did not return to the Beverly Glen Hotel that day to claim her luggage. The lobby was watched around the clock. Her description was on the Daily Bulletin. Every policeman in Los Angeles was on the lookout for her. I spent my time thinking about the little girl who had helped an old man sell newspapers one afternoon years ago. A little girl with a face like an angel. I didn't feel good about this case. But Joe Tappan felt worse when I went to see him again.
Well.
Hi. Mind if I come in?
What now, Mr. Dollar?
Your girlfriend.
What about her?
I've been thinking about what you told us.
So?
So maybe you didn't understand what I told you.
Now, look
I'm
here.
not pushing my weight around, Tappan. But it seems to me you're a little stubborn in what you want to believe about her. How old did she tell you her baby was that she lost in a car accident?
2 years old.
All right. 2 years ago, she was working for a dentist in Hartford, Connecticut. He was pretty much in love with her. She left him flat to take up with a man in the brokerage business in New York. She left him flat. Took $6,500 when she did it. There wasn't any baby in her life then. Her name was Lorraine Broderick. It still is. Now, would you like to see my file on her? I brought it along.
No, thanks.
I thought I'd better prove that part was a lie.
So you proved it.
Mind if I sit down?
Help yourself.
Thanks.
Do you have anything else to tell me?
I suppose I do, Mr. Tappan, since you don't seem to want to tell me anything.
Now, just
sit down, please. I've heard every man who knew her describe her, and I think I can understand why they feel the way they do. All I've got is a picture from a high school annual taken when she was 17. That was pretty good. She's 24 now. She must be 7 years better. Anyhow, you're my only hope now.
What?
Lorraine Broderick can get away from the police for a while. Oh, yeah, she's smart and clever, and she can go right on doing these same things she's been doing all along, stealing, writing bad checks. But that's police business. My part is to find her and give her something one man left her, an insurance bequest. But it's become more than that now, to find her and stop her, maybe. Look, they'll get her eventually, Tappan. Do you know what 5 years in prison can do to a woman like her? Do you?
Well, because I know her and she passed a few bad checks doesn't mean that I'm responsible in any way.
You're right, it doesn't. But you're involved just the same. Oh, you're different from just some hotel man who's been tilted. You're a boyfriend. True, just a 4-day boyfriend. But a woman like Lorraine Broderick can do a lot of damage in 4 days' time.
Why are you here? What do you want?
I'm here to disillusion you, Tappan, because I don't think you're disillusioned enough.
Now, just
You're a
one-
perfect stranger to me. I don't know you from a Grand Rapids chair, but I'm doing you a favor talking to you about Lorraine Broderick. I'm doing you a favor telling you she's a crook and a thief and a forger, and everything she ever told you was a lie. Now and then a woman walks into a man's life that he'd sell his soul for. But all she'll do in return is write you a bad check for it. She's trouble in a great big way, Tappan. You know it as well as I do.
Well, what do you want me to do? Apologize for meeting her?
I'll be satisfied if you tell me where she is.
What?
And stop lying.
Now, look here. I've listened to all I want to
Lorraine
listen to.
Broderick never went to that bar in Hollywood you were talking about yesterday. You didn't drop her off there. No one there has ever seen her. And she's the kind who could walk around the polo grounds with 50,000 other people and still be seen. Now, where did you take her? Where is she now?
Could it be fixed so she wouldn't know I told you?
I suppose so.
She's at the Wentmore downtown. Registered under the name of Evelyn Brady. Oh, this beats me, Dollar. I just don't understand it.
What do you mean?
How what you told me is true. I know that. But an hour ago, she called me up here and she said, Joe, I love you. Now, that sounded true, too. And I told her that I loved her. Now I'm turning her in. What kind of crazy world do we live in?
Expense account item 16, $14. Cab fare from Malibu to downtown Los Angeles in the Wentmore Hotel. A second-rate old-timer on Figueroa Street. A little different from the swank spots where Lorraine Broderick had lived so gaily. The clerk told me she was in 1302. I walked down the hall to Lorraine Broderick's room. The door was standing partially open. All of the lights seemed to be on. Hello? Hello? Hello, anybody?
Move it!
Huh?
Get out of this room!
What?
Get away, or I'll jump!
I'd found Lorraine Broderick at last. Only she was standing on a ledge outside the window, all ready for a leap into eternity.
There'll be another intriguing episode of the Broderick matter tomorrow.
Tomorrow, the end of the trail. For me and for Lorraine Broderick. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
From Hollywood, it's time now for
Johnny Dollar.
Room 1302. This is the desk clerk. I have a call here.
Never mind the call. You call the police.
Call the what?
Call the police and tell them to hurry. There's an attempted suicide up here.
Who is this?
Shut up and do as I tell you.
Now, just a minute.
It won't do you any good. It won't do you any good at all.
Wait a minute.
Police, you, who cares? I'm going to jump anyhow.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar. Location, Los Angeles, California. To the Eastern Trust Insurance Company Claims Division, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Broderick matter. An old man in Hartford died and left $1,500 insurance money to a little girl who had been nice to him one afternoon back in 1943. My job, get the money to her. Even if she might take it and jump off the 13th floor ledge of a building.
Don't come any closer. I'll jump.
Lorraine.
Don't come any closer.
It's cold out there. Don't you think you should come inside?
I'm going to jump. Stay away now. Don't try to grab me.
All right. All right, I'll do anything you say, Lorraine. Okay.
What are you doing?
Taking off my coat. Standing out there, it must be cold. Here. You take my coat.
Don't come close.
I'm not.
I don't want your coat.
All right, Lorraine.
I never saw you before in my life. How do you know my name?
I've seen you.
No, you haven't. I remember people. And watch out.
Just going to light a cigarette. I can light a cigarette, can I? Do you want one?
No.
Can I have one?
Suit yourself. Are you a policeman?
No.
Where did you see me?
In a picture. In your high school annual at St. Charles.
St. Charles? What do you know about St. Charles? What's your name?
Johnny Dollar?
Are you from Hartford?
Yes.
Let me see your face in the light. Over there. Don't come near this window. Don't come near. I'll jump right down there. That's right there. No, you aren't from Hartford. I never knew you. You're lying to me.
No, I'm not.
As room clerk of this hotel, I'm entitled to know. Oh.
Go away! Get out of here! Get out of here or I'll jump!
What?
Get out. Go on, get out.
Yes.
Did you call the police?
No, but I will.
I heard you tell him about the police. I don't care. They can't stop me. Nobody can stop me.
No, I suppose not, Lorraine. You can jump any time you want to. I can't stop you.
I wanted somebody to call the police. I want them all down there. When the crowd's big enough, I'll jump. And I'm not afraid to do it. I'm not afraid.
I know that. Lorraine, why don't you come away from the edge? I won't hurt you.
Everybody hurts me. You would, too.
Why do you want to jump, Lorraine?
I have my reasons. Look. There's a couple of people down there who see me. They're looking up here. They'd like to see me jump. Look, they're stopping other people. They'd all like to see me jump.
I don't think they'd like to see that at all, Lorraine.
Oh, yes, they would. Those people down there would love to see it happen. You'd like it, too.
No, I wouldn't. I want you to live, Lorraine.
You're afraid, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Why?
Dying is something all of us face. If you die here tonight, it makes me a little afraid of dying. I don't like to be afraid of anything.
Neither do I.
You must be afraid of something.
I'm not afraid of anything. I've never been afraid of anything. I'm going to jump down there, and that proves I'm not afraid.
I don't believe you, Lorraine. I think you were afraid to love Dr. Pollard in Hartford. I think you were afraid to marry William Dameron in New York City. I think you've been afraid of everything and everybody that was good for you for a long, long time.
Don't come closer.
Would you like to talk to a priest, Lorraine?
No.
Look, sometimes a priest can help you when you're all mixed.
so worried I'm going to jump off here any minute you'd say anything. Or try anything. I don't even know what you're doing here. Why you came here.
I told you, Lorraine, I've been looking for you.
Tell him to go back. Tell him to go back or I'll jump.
Go back. Go on back, you crazy fools. Get back. It's all right. They aren't coming.
I don't want anybody here. A lot more people down there in the street now. Oh, they're getting the big lights up here. Golly.
Lorraine, Look at me. Look toward me.
What?
I want to help you, Lorraine.
Nobody wants to help me. Nobody's ever wanted to help me.
You're wrong.
Then why did Mama and Daddy die? Why did they have to die? Why did Uncle Jim die? Why was I left alone? Why didn't I have anybody?
You did have somebody. You had Dr. Pollard if you wanted him. You had William Dameron.
Did you meet William?
Yes, sure, last week. He's still very much in love with you, Lorraine.
After I stole money from him and walked out on him?
Oh, the money meant nothing to him. He still loves you, Lorraine. He told me so.
I don't love him. I never loved him.
He thought so.
He was just nice.
Why did you leave him that way?
I'm no good. I never have been. You know. I've never been any good to anybody. You're lying to me about him.
Would you like to talk to Dameron? I can get him on the phone.
No, I don't want to talk to him or to anybody I know. But after I jump, you can tell him something for me.
Sure.
Tell him I meant to send the money back to him. I didn't. You can tell him I loved him. He'd feel good if you told him that, I think.
All right.
Go back! I don't care who you are! Go back or I'll jump right now! Wait! Close that hall door. If you want to see me jump, you'll have to watch from the street, down there with the others. Close it! Was he a policeman?
I suppose so. I don't know.
He looked foolish. Oh, Lord, he looked foolish.
Yeah, well, we all look foolish at one time or another. It passes.
Do I look foolish?
Yes. Yeah, you look foolish. You're not going through with this.
You know that for the first time in my life, I know exactly what I want to do, how I want to do it. I'm going to jump. Somebody's on the roof out here. They have a net. A big net.
From what I know about you, I thought you always knew pretty much what you wanted to do in life.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's very funny. I knew what I wanted in life. I never knew anything. And it's all botched up. Mama and Daddy died. I should have died, too. I should have been with Mama and Daddy when they were killed in the car. Well, it won't be long. I'll be with them. I won't be tired anymore pretty soon. Those men with a net up there.
Lorraine, wait.
Wait for what? You said you talked to people who've known me, who know what I was and what I am. Well, I didn't turn out the way they wanted me to, did I? I didn't even turn out the way I wanted to be. Look at me. Why should I wait?
One man had more faith in you than anybody else.
They're trying to lower that
He was an
net.
old man named John Smith. He sold papers back in Hartford. Old John Smith. Lorraine,
I think I'd better...
you met him one day when you were a little girl. You helped him sell his papers one afternoon. It meant a lot in his life, an awful lot. Do you remember him?
No.
You were 11 years old. You lived on Cushing Street.
Yes. I went downtown after school one day to look in the windows. I had a nickel and I bought a paper from that old man. He had tobacco juice on his lips. I talked to him. He told me all about selling papers. He said I was a very nice little girl. He asked me my name and where I lived. He talked about school and about growing up. He told me I'd grow up someday and be a lovely woman. He said, lovely woman. He was very nice. He was the nicest man I ever knew. And I only knew him that one afternoon. Where is he?
He's dead, Lorraine.
Dead?
He left you all his money, insurance money. It comes to $1,500.
You're lying.
No, Lorraine. He wanted you to have it. He worked very hard and sacrificed a great deal to make sure you'd have it.
You're making all this up. It's all a lie. Only that afternoon.
It was an important afternoon. Here, look.
What? Don't come closer.
These prove I'm from the insurance company. Here's the check.
Throw them over.
All right. Go ahead. Pick them up. I won't make a move. What do you think now?
That old man. That poor old man. Oh, that poor old man.
Easy. Easy. Expense account item 17, $5.50, martinis. I needed them. It was my first and I hope my last half hour with an intended suicide. Attached find insurance check payable to Lorraine Broderick for $1,500. The psychiatrist who examined her believed that she will make a complete recovery in time. Until such time, she's not classified as a responsible person. I notified 2 parties of the events at the Wentmore Hotel. 1, Mr. William Dameron in New York City, who arrived in Los Angeles yesterday morning. 2, Joseph Tappan, who has already secured legal counsel for Lorraine Broderick when she answers the bad check charges against her. As you know, in matters like this, restitution is usually preferred to prosecution. Expense account item 18, $185. Transportation back to Hartford. Total, $1,132.14. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Remember, please, there'll be another intriguing story for you beginning next Monday night.
Next week, the Cronin matter. A matter of keeping a sweet old lady from carefully and deliberately losing her life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Eleanor Audley, Barbara Eiler, Virginia Gregg, Carlton Young, Harry Bartell, Herbert Ellis, John Daner, Marvin Miller, Tony Barrett, Frank Gerstle, Chester Stratton, and Lawrence Dobkin. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
And now at 8:30, Radio 4 turns from music to drama and Saturday Night Theatre. The Money Doesn't Matter, an Irish comedy by Louis Dalton. Adapted to radio by Dennis Hawthorne.
There now. I think that's everything. God send them won't be late down or the breakfast will be spoiled on them.
Morning, Mrs. Tinsler.
It's a grand morning.
I know nothing about the morning, me Irons. I wasn't out in it.
And now, as I walked across the garden, I said to myself, that's a grand summer's morning.
It'd be queer if it wasn't in July.
The sun is splitting the trees. Aye, splitting them.
The boss isn't paying the sun for splitting the trees. It's you been paid to do that. Way back to your timber yard and see how many sacks of sawdust will you put up between this and the Angelus.
Now, aren't you a very crabbit old woman? Very crabbit indeed.
I'm not an old woman.
But sure, no, you're not a young one. Sure you're not.
I am, then. I'm young for me age, and I'm young in my ways.
Could be. The boss isn't around yet, I suppose. He hasn't come down yet.
He's neither up nor down. He's in bed.
Very well, so. Tell me this. Is that fire engine outside Mr. Harvey's?
What fire engine?
The big red racing car is standing out in the drive.
Oh, it's Mr. Harvey, sure enough. It was brought down from Dublin last night.
Boys, it's a murderous-looking yoke. Murderous. It must have cost a nice penny, so it must. A nice penny.
Every penny of £1,500.
Boys, that's great work. Oh, a venomous construction, so it is. Venomous. And at £1,500. Dear, he'll break his da, so he will.
Something will be broke, that's sure. He's off to the Limerick races tomorrow to break a record. There's not the mercy of God he'll break his neck.
It's a great uprise for Tom Mannion's son. A great uprise.
He'll be out of a job if the boss hears you calling him Tom Mannion.
'Tis little you know. Sure, I never call him anything else but Tom Mannion.
Is that so? Well, any time I've heard you addressing him, it was Mr. Mannion, and sir, you call him.
Why, yes. When people like yourself are around, I do have to keep up appearances. But Tom and me both came out of the two-room cottages of Tanyer Lane, remember? And mind you, I'm not saying that to make much of myself, or little of him. I am not, then. And don't you imagine it, me good woman.
I'm not your good woman.
No, indeed, thank God. But you're a good woman all the same.
Good morning, Ellen.
Good morning, Mr. Harvey.
Hello, Ken Irons. What are you doing here?
I was just passing Mr. Harvey. That's an invincible-looking car you bought. You should be able to raise a dust at Limerick tomorrow that won't die down in a 12-month.
Good morning, Harvey. Good morning, Ellen. I'm starving. I'd eat you, Ellen, if you hadn't got something good for me.
No need for that now. I've some lovely little troutines here for you. Pour yourself a cup of tea. I'll be preparing your father's.
Well, now, Ken Irons, what is it you want?
Well, it was to see the boss I came.
You're seeing him.
I wanted to see Mr. Mannion.
You're seeing Mr. Mannion. Well,
I mean to say your father, you see, sir.
Look, understand this. When my father isn't here, I'm the boss.
Yes, sir. But I'd like to wait and see your father if I could. It's a bit of personal business, and I'd like to...
Oh, come on, man, get out of here. And don't let me find you in this room at this hour of the morning again.
No, sir. Thank you, sir. Goodbye, Miss Nora.
Harvey, how can you be so brutal?
Oh, he's an arrogant old rogue, and he's impertinent.
I don't think he means to be. It's just he's been working so long for Father. Do you want some tea?
Yeah, please. Now, I tell you this. If he doesn't bend his ways, he won't be much longer working here.
Besides, he went to school with Father.
Well, he didn't go to school with me. Oh, thanks. Besides, employees expect to be sat on. An occasional kick in the pants ensures their veneration. Oh, and by the way, if the old fellow sees you going around in that dress, there'll be trouble.
What's wrong with the dress?
It's frowsy.
It isn't frowsy.
Well, it looks frowsy, and sure, that's the same thing. Why have you got to go around in sackcloth and ashes most of the time? My God, you're a queer young woman. And your hair's like nothing on earth.
I'm afraid it isn't very good hair.
Well, why don't you try to do something with it?
I've tried everything, and I've tried it every way, but it always looks the same. Oh, well,
I'm going to settle its hash very shortly. I'm going to have it shaved off.
That's a bit drastic. Is it a new fashion?
No, it's a very old fashion. I mean it, Harvey. I'm going to be a nun.
You're not joking, are you?
I wouldn't joke about a thing like that. I've been thinking about this for quite a while.
No one noticed anything.
Of course not. You can't notice people thinking. You and Father are always too busy in any case.
I mean, well, you've always been quite cheerful and normal. And
Why shouldn't I? I've got something to be cheerful about.
No. What I mean is that there was never anything of the holy lily about you.
I didn't say I was going to be a holy lily. I said I was going to be a nun.
But what about Michael Harney? Now, wasn't he by way of paying a lot of attention to you at one time?
Oh, Harvey, he does that to every girl that he happens to be near. I'm told he has a rag on every bush, and I don't like men like that.
Well, sure, there's other sorts of men.
Yes.
Nora, I hope this isn't going to cause a repetition of the awful business there was about Francis. The father made a big effort to stop Francis going into the church. He may be the same about you.
He won't. I'm quite different. But Francis, being the eldest, Father wanted him to be a successor in the business and to be the same as you are now.
I don't think you understand the old fella very well. You know, the family, this family, well, it's been a great disappointment to him.
Why should it have been? None of us did anything very terrible.
Maybe not. But then none of us have done anything very outstanding. You see, that's what Father expects. Francis goes off to the foreign mission and dies at the age of 25 in some tropical swamp looking after insanitary natives. Then there's Philip.
What about Philip?
Well, Philip wanted to be a composer. So Father spent a fortune sending him to Milan and all round the continent. But how does he end up? Drunk in the streets more often than not. And lastly, there's Veronica.
Now, she couldn't help being in love with Jack Hogan.
I shouldn't have thought it would be an impossible feat to avoid that.
I can't see that Jack Hogan was such a bad sort.
He might have been the best sort in the world. But as far as his family and father are concerned, he had one terrible disability. He came out of Creasy Street.
What of it? Father came out of Tanyard Lane.
We needn't keep reminding ourselves of that.
I think we ought to remind ourselves of it at stated intervals. It seems to me that Father ought to have approved of Jack Hogan.
Why?
He was doing what Father says we should all do, trying to rise in the world.
Well, the point is Jack hasn't risen in the world, and he won't with 5 children to support.
Harvey, perhaps I shouldn't say it, but isn't it just a little bit unreasonable for Father to expect us to become cardinals and composers and marry somebodies?
I said you didn't understand, Father. All he ever wanted of us was to outshine everybody else.
Good morning to you both.
Oh, good morning, Father.
Good morning, Father.
And a fine morning it is, too. Yeah, well.
You really shouldn't drink until you've had something to eat, Father.
Nonsense. I've been doing this all my life. Sure, I couldn't look at food until I've had a drink. But you wait and see the breakfast I'll eat afterwards.
Morning, Mr. Mannion. I hope you slept well.
I did not, Ellen. Damn the wink. Only lying awake in the dark, plotting villainy all night. Wouldn't you know that by the looks of me?
Joking, yeah, sir. You look fine and fresh and hale and hearty.
Dying on my feet, Ellen. Well, have you anything good to eat there?
Yes, sir. Some grand, fat little troutines were sailing the river at 5 o'clock this morning.
Good girl. I'll keep you another week and stamp your insurance card for you. What's that you're wrestling with, Nora?
Some of Ellen's troutines, but they have more than the usual number of bones. I'll take the bones out with your fingers, Miss Nora.
That's the very thing to do now. I was going to suggest that myself.
There's a very plebeian streak in this family somewhere.
I wonder where it comes from.
If you're not careful, I'll tell you.
You wouldn't dare.
I would. I'm a daredevil. I dare anything.
Well, go on, then. I defy you.
All right, then. You asked for it.
Go on.
It's Tanyard Lane.
I never heard a bad joke go so well.
Now, don't be so smug, Harvey.
Well, I don't see why Tanyard Lane should have a monopoly of the humour. How is it we can't get a laugh out of Knockderry House? I'm sorry if I said anything out of the way, Father.
That's all right, Harvey. But mind, you'd better bring the motoring trophy back from Limerick if you don't wield his own, won't we, Ellen?
I'd be as well satisfied if he'd bring himself back, sir.
Oh, he'll do that all right.
Oh, I dread that motor racing thing for weeks before it comes off at all.
I don't know why everyone should imagine it's so dangerous. So you're far more likely to kill yourself driving down the main street of the town.
Bet I'd be a great deal more easy in my mind if I knew you were driving down the main street of the town.
Ellen, if you get a telegram tomorrow, it will read, "You were right. Broke me neck at 4:30, signed Harvey Mannion."
God forbid. It's not right to be joking about such things.
Come on. Let's have another look at the car. I didn't get a proper chance last night. A breakfast can wait, Aaron. Come on, Nora. Far too good a day to be stuck indoors. Aye, she's a grand car. She's a beauty, all right. Do you think she's a winner?
Aye. Caroline said she looked invincible.
Well, she'd better be.
What good does all this motor racing do?
A lot of good. From Harvey's point of view, it's good socially. And from my point of view, it's great for business. People come from miles away to buy cars from us.
And my personal guarantee is worth 10% for the firm.
Mr. Mannion.
Yes?
Mr. Murphy's here to see you.
Martha, I wonder what he's after. All right, tell him to come out here.
What's this queer-looking thing just in front of the windscreen, Harvey?
That queer-looking thing is going to win me the trophy tomorrow. Come on, get in and I'll give you a spin and show you how the whole show works.
Go on, Nora. Do you good.
But I want to talk to you, Father. It's important.
Later, girl, later. Go on now. Get a bit of colour in your cheeks.
All right, but you promised now. We'll talk later.
Good morning, Tom.
Morning.
I say that's a powerful machine.
It is that. Well, now, Murta, what is it you want?
You say that as if you expected I'd come to borrow money.
Nothing would surprise me.
Maybe what I have to say will surprise you.
I doubt it. Now, come on over here into the shade.
Hey. What age are you now, Tom?
I'm a younger man than you by 15 years.
51, eh?
And you're 64. Take a seat.
You were always quick at the figures. Well, you've done well for yourself, Tom.
I'll do better yet.
I believe you will. You own half the town already. Against you get to my age, you should own the whole of it.
You couldn't tell. And don't forget, you had 20 years' start on it.
Oh, I'm far from denying that I'd carry advantage. A carefree youth, a good education, and I come in for the best business in the town.
Well, I had a poverty-stricken youth. And I had no education, and I had no business. I hadn't even a trade.
Oh, I'm making no comparisons at all.
No. Oh, you wouldn't compare yourself with someone from Tanyard Lane, would you?
Tom, no man has a greater respect for you than I have.
Well, I made people respect me. I made
them. That's the way it is with you, Tom. I made. Everything is I made. I made people respect me. I made a hatful of money. I made myself what I am. You won't rest until you get the bishop to rewrite the catechism and admit that Tom Mannion made the world.
Well, isn't it true for me that I made people respect me?
It is not, and well you know it. You couldn't make me respect you.
Well, I could manage without your respect.
That's just the point. You couldn't. What you worked for all these years is the respect and admiration of others. There's a terrible pride in you. And where you couldn't win respect, you wanted to extort it against the grave.
Now, listen. I made my own way. I asked nothing from anyone. I could buy the rotten snobs of this town 10 times over. A bankrupt crew living on the work their fathers did before them.
God knows why you want them to acknowledge you as an equal. You ought to think yourself above them.
So I do. And that's what angers me. To think that they can look down their noses at me because of Tanyard Lane. But I have the money, and I'll break them yet.
You have a great faith in money.
I have. Money can do anything. Because I had money, I was able to marry Andrew Harvey's daughter.
You thought when you did that they'd have to acknowledge you. But they didn't, you see.
No. It wasn't an uprise for Tom Mannion. It was a come-down in the world for Tom Mannion's wife. But if I came out of Tanyard Lane, my children came out of Knockderry House. They're as well educated as the best of them. And they have the handling of money the others can't hope to equal.
Oh, I dare say you could buy us all out. 1v1.
I'll buy anything that comes on the market.
I suppose, then, you wouldn't object to making a start with my place.
I'd ask nothing better.
Well, here's your chance to do it. I'm selling out.
Selling?
Everything. That's what's brought me here. There's 6 fine modern houses at the corner of the...
Yes, I know every stick that you own. But why aren't you putting them up for auction?
I am, this day month. But you could make a private deal with Haggerty the solicitor and take the lot.
Why did you come here to tell me this?
Knowing how mad you are for property, I thought that maybe I'd get a better price for the lot out of you than selling them piecemeal on the open market.
I'll go up to 2,000 above the reserve, whatever it is.
I'll tell Haggerty to sell at that.
So you're selling out?
I'm getting on. I've had 2 serious illnesses in the past 2 years. What use is there in carrying on a business that's a burden to me?
Aye, and you've neither chick nor child to leave it to.
No, you bit me there as well.
I just don't know how you can do it.
I never enjoyed being in business. It was made when I got it, and all I did was to keep it going.
But will you not feel a great wrench breaking with it?
Oh, I'll feel a great relief. I can't live more than 10 or 15 years. With complete freedom and every comfort, I might run it up to 20. At that, I'll still have money to leave. I'll be on my way now.
Well, I'll see you down the drive. I tell you this, I'll give you 6 months and then you'll be breaking your back to get into the business again.
Oh, you see everything through a web of gold, Tom. The more firmly you're imprisoned in the web, the better you like it.
Well, isn't that better than hating it, the way you say you've done all your life?
I never took much pleasure in the making of money.
God, man, making money is the only thing I know how to do. And I'll always want to go on making it.
Aye, that's what people don't understand about money makers. They do it because it's the only thing they know how to do.
There's satisfaction in doing what you know how to do for its own sake. I tell you what, Martin. For days after making a good deal, I have a feeling of happiness that I couldn't describe to you.
Good day to you both.
Oh, Father Mar, is that you? Good day to you.
2 pillars of commerce in the one net.
I'm just on my way, Father.
No, don't be running off just because I've arrived, Murta. But I didn't expect to see you twice in the one morning.
Oh, no, I'll be off. Mannion here will be delighted to talk to you. I suppose it's on the same business you come to see him.
Yeah, it is, but hold on yourself till I get another crack at you.
Oh, no, not a chance of it, Father. Twice in the same day would be too much of a good thing. Here's your next victim, and don't spare him, is my advice to you.
What's all this about?
Oh, you'll know soon enough. Good morning, Father. Good morning, Father. I'll tell Haggerty you'll be calling.
Come on up to the house with me, Father. I've had no breakfast yet, and I'm beginning to feel the stirrings of an appetite.
A healthy sign.
Is there something you want, Father?
There is so. A leaf out of your checkbook. I want a subscription from you, Mannion.
A subscription? A subscription for what?
For the new schools.
Why, what's wrong with the old schools?
They're a disgrace to the nation.
Well, I'll wager they're no worse than when I went to them. And they did me no harm.
They may not have done you much good either. The old schools are unhygienic and unsafe. They've been condemned.
Not by me.
You went to them. You should be among the first to condemn them. Would you like your children to go to them?
I took damn good care they didn't have to. And this is what you wanted to see me about, eh?
Yes, Father. I've been wanting to talk to you for some time.
Well, it's nonsense, girl. Nonsense. You can't be a nun.
I can try, Father, if they won't have me.
Of course they won't have you. I'll see to that. I can't have any nuns in my family. I haven't worked all my life to give you the benefit and then see you throw it away.
But the richest and greatest ladies become nuns.
I don't say they don't. And if I was thinking of letting you do it, I'd see you were put into one of the big orders, where you would be mixing with ladies and be looked up to. But I'm not. Now, what you're going to do, girl, is to make a good match and be somebody.
But I'd still be somebody if I was a nun.
You would not. You'd be one of a community and no more and no less than the one next to you. You'd wear the same clothes and look the same. You'd be under the one discipline and eat at the same table as everyone else. You'd rise at the same time as everyone else. You couldn't be your own master. You couldn't own as much as a pin. God, I'm not sure that it isn't a kind of Bolshevism. Anyway, I thought you and Michael Harney were going to make a match of it.
Michael Harney?
Aye, and what's wrong with Michael Harney? Weren't you by way of being very fond of him at one time? And he belongs to one of the best families in the town.
God help the town.
Well, if you don't like Michael Harney, you can marry anyone else you like, provided he comes from a decent background. Make up your mind who it is you want, and I'll see you provided for. But don't annoy me with all this talk about being a nun.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't...
Well, what do you want, Harvey?
Well, I thought you might like to come for a drive in the car.
I would not. I'm too busy to be bothered now. And you, Nora, I'm too busy to be bothered with your nonsense.
But, Father, we really haven't talked about it.
All right. We will have a long talk about it in a day or so. That's a promise.
Thanks, Father.
Has she been telling you she wants to be a nun?
Have you heard about it, too?
Nah, I had it for breakfast before you came down.
Do you think it's serious?
Well, from what she said, I believe she meant it.
Well, that's odd. I thought she seemed particularly happy this while back. Not moving around the place or that. I didn't see Michael Harney around here lately.
If you look out of the window, you'll see him now. He came over to have a look at the car.
Did he now? Well, I'd like to have a word with him. Yes, I'd like a word with him now. Send him in to me, will you?
All right, Father.
Your father's in now, I think, Mr. Harney.
No, he is, but he's busy.
Ah, yes, well, I just tried me luck. Mr. Mannion, sir, excuse me.
Well, what is it? What brings you over here? Is there something wrong with the yard?
Oh, no, sir, no. It's more of a personal matter.
Yes?
Well, sir, I was thinking that times, well, maybe that times, being what they are. That is, times being hard, sir.
Well, there's nothing wrong with the times. They were never better.
Oh, well, no, I'm glad. I'm very glad. The people do be complaining that the times do be hard. Aye, very hard.
And they like complaining. It's easier than exerting themselves.
Aye, that's right, sir.
Do you want a drink?
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Yeah, your health, sir. Oh.
Are you looking for an increase?
Well, sir...
You can't keep on getting increases. You got one last year.
I did not indeed, sir. Not just 3 years since I got one.
3 years?
Ah, yes, three, maybe 4.
Well, I could get a strong young workman for what I'm paying you.
Would you might, aye. You might.
Now, there's no might about it, I would.
Oh, yeah, you would. I suppose you would, all right. But the one thing is, you wouldn't get someone who'd be interested.
Interested in what? Looking for increases?
Good morning, Mr. Mannion. I hear that you're looking for me.
Yes, Michael. I was. All I'd concerns, that's all. I think about it.
Thank you, Mr. Mannion, sir. Good morning, Mr. Harney.
That's a fine bit of a car of Harvey's. But damn it, I was saying to him, you could buy a string of racehorses for the price of it nearly. He asked me to go for a spin, but he's not intending to wait for me, I think. There he's away now.
Sit down, Michael, sit down. Now, tell me this. Have you ever thought of getting married?
Huh? Oh, aye, yes. I'm time enough yet, though.
What are you waiting for?
Well, I don't know, really.
I suppose you know that daughter of mine is fond of you.
What, Nora, is it?
Oh, yes, she's fond of you.
Is that right? Sure, they're all fond of me, the girls are. Damn it, I do often be surprised.
Why not make up your mind to marry Nora?
Eh?
I said, why not marry Nora?
Aye, that's right. Only, well, I never thought about it.
Think about it now.
But that's what I'm doing. I don't know. Would she have me?
Oh, there's no one she likes better, I'd say. You're not engaged yourself, are you?
Well, no, I am not, then.
Well, what do you say, then?
Well, Tom, it's very sudden, kind of, do you know? I like Nora very well, but liking and marrying are two different things. Not that I wouldn't like her well enough to marry her, only I wasn't in a hurry, do you know?
The time to marry is when you have the opportunity to make a good match. This is your chance.
Damn it, isn't it queer the way you can get used to an idea so quick? I hadn't a notion of getting married and I coming into this room, and now, damn it, I'm strong for it. Strong. I was thinking 10 years up would be time enough, and now I'm near lepping to put the banns up.
She'll bring you £7,000. You can see your father if he's agreeable. I'll get my solicitor to fix it up.
7,000, you said?
Is that not enough?
Well, it's generous. Damn it, it's damn generous.
But you must see your father at once.
I will. Oh, he'd be agreeable to that, I'd say. That's a fair settlement.
Well, I'd like you to see Nora as soon as possible. I'd like this thing settled.
Is that so?
Oh, it may take you a bit of time to come round, Nora. She has notions of being a nun.
Oh, is that it?
That's it. You may have to do a share of cooks.
Oh, leave that to me. I'm well used to that end of the business. I dare say you could spring another 1,000 if I could get her consent right away.
Very well, if you can manage that 8,000.
You can tell your solicitor to draw up the settlement right away. I'll be back as soon as I've seen the old fella.
Ellen, come here, will you? I have a job for you.
What was it, sir?
Is Canards about, do you know?
Oh, dear, I'm sure he is, sir, around about the garden.
Well, tell him to take this note to Hegarty, the solicitor. He's to ask Mr. Hegarty to call here at once about the purchase of Myrtles and to draw up a marriage settlement.
A marriage settlement,
The very
sir?
thing, Ellen. There's a bit of news for you now. It'll give the people in this town something to talk about.
Who's getting married to who, sir?
That's a bit of news you'll have to wait
Yeah,
on.
sir.
Off with you now.
Mr. Mannion, sir.
Oh, there you are, Canards. The very man. I was just about to send for you.
Mr. Mannion, I must...
All right. You have it without the asking. I'll tell Hanlon to put another 10 bob in your packet.
Tom! It's not that. It's Mr. Harvey.
What?
Mr. Harvey. It's Joe Gargan's young one. Trying to avoid her, he was, and struck the corner of the bridge. Travelling very fast, he was.
Joe Gargan's young one. From the Tanyard.
From the Tanyard, sir. Mr. Harvey's dead. That's better. Oh, yes, indeed.
Oh, there you are, Nora. Miserable sort of day and that. Fearful business and that. Fearful. Terrible sort of hangover you get after a funeral.
Yes, I suppose so.
Yes. Oh, yes, terrible. You know, I always thought that Harvey would continue to be one of the pillars of society long after I'd drunk myself to death.
I'd be glad if you weren't flippant just now, Philip.
Oh, sorry, no intention of being flippant, I assure you. I liked old Harvey. Of course, he helped to get me kicked out, but I've forgiven him.
You were his brother.
I'm sure he'd forgive me that. Hard on us both, naturally. Of course, we can't choose our relatives. No, pity. Look here, if I take a drink, you won't tell Father, will you?
No, if you stop at that.
No, promise, thanks. Of course, I've given it up, you know. I'm only taking this because of the emotional circumstances and feeling a bit overwrought and that. Oh, yes, I haven't touched it for ages. A peculiar thing, the way one's emotions become governed by drink. You probably think I'm a bit callous about poor old Harvey. Nothing of the kind, though. It's just that at the present I'm in the parched and arid stage. No vivacity. A few more, though, and I should be quite merry.
I do hope you won't get drunk and fall down in public as you did the last time you were home.
Yes, well, that was the time. Look at the amount of practice I've had since then. Oh, I never fall down now. Oh, never drink, of course. I found that when you reach a certain stage of intoxication, you can begin studiously to drink yourself into a state of sobriety. It's all a matter of watching when you reach the stage
Philip,
of...
I'm not really interested in the technique of drunkenness.
No, I suppose not. Still, it's very interesting.
When do you expect to be going away again?
I have no intention of deserting the family in this emergency. I am here to help.
You seem to be here to drink.
Not primarily. After all, I can drink anywhere. But I must admit that this house provides good facilities. Much better than where I was last.
Where were you last?
My dear. You would be surprised. Indeed, I may say, horrified. Well, il desperandum. By the way, I didn't see Veronica today.
I don't think she's out of bed yet.
She'd better not wear out her welcome. Of course, I've no doubt that it was worn out before she arrived. But then I suppose I'm in the same boat as far as that's concerned. We shall just have to wait our expulsion with fortitude. Hail and farewell sort of thing. The old fellow looks badly shaken, doesn't he? However, that bit of an indoor batter that he went on the last few days won't do him any harm. Quite the contrary. But he was steady enough this morning. Of course, the great thing is to know when to stop.
Are you quite sure you've given up the drink, Philip?
Oh, quite. Had to, you know. No option. Every mouthful I took was killing me. Simply killing me by inches. Short ones, you know. Nips. In fact, I used to call them inches. Give me another couple of inches, I say. Used to make the bar fellows roar. No joke, really, of course. Actually, very serious. Callous sort of fellows, barmen.
Philip, that's the fourth you've had.
Never. Good God. Well, that's another thing about drink. It affects your memory. Oh, yes. 5 minutes after I've taken a drink, I couldn't remember it. And then I'd take another and forget that, and so on. Vicious circle the whole time. Health, memory, everything else. Frightful. Well, here's the last today.
I hope it is.
Oh, yes. Solemn promise.
One of the reasons I sent for you, Philip, is that I thought you might be able to help Father. You see, I shall be going away.
How do you mean, going away?
I'm going to be a nun.
Good God. Oh, you can't mean it.
Of course I mean it.
Good Lord. I shouldn't advise it. Actually, I shouldn't advise it. Now, my advice is not to allow yourself to rush into things, into anything. Think things over beforehand.
You seem surprised, Philip.
Mr. Heggardy's solicitor's on the phone and is wanting to speak to Mr. Mannion. Would you speak to him?
Certainly, Ellen.
Ellen, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
Do you know that you're looking much better than when I saw you last? Yes, much improved indeed.
Would you think that, sir?
Oh, yes, definitely, and definitely.
Lot says I'm failing, but you'd notice.
Oh, no, you're not failing. Oh, no, indeed. Definitely improving. Ellen, I want you to lend me 10 shillings for about 10 minutes.
Well, I don't know now that I should...
Just for 10 minutes, that's all. Oh, yes. Yes. I know that you have it. Oh, thanks. Thanks so much. I shall be no time gone. I'm just going for a nip down to the post office. Have to meet a chap there. Very important it is.
Miss Nora.
Yes, Ellen, what is it?
Mr. Michael Harney to see you, miss.
To see me?
Yes, miss. Important, he said it was.
All right, then. Show him in.
You have to go on in, Mr. Harney.
Good morning, Nora.
Hello, Michael. Come in.
I just thought I'd call in to tell you how sorry I was about Harvey. We were great friends, you know.
I didn't know that, Michael.
Oh, aye, we were that. Though it's a great pity he didn't go in for horses. Still, you could get a bad fall from a horse, too.
Yes, I suppose so.
Oh, aye. I put my shoulder out March 12th, and it's not right yet.
Isn't it?
No, and it's my belief it'll never be.
Oh.
The black suits you very well.
What's that?
The black. That's the dress you're wearing. You should always wear black.
Yes, I shall be doing so in the future.
Because of being in mourning?
No, not altogether.
Aye. Well, it suits you very well. You look topping in it. Better than I ever saw you look. Excepting you're looking a bit pale. Shocking bad weather, isn't it?
Yes, very bad.
Oh, damn it, you know, it's awful. The rain is that wet. I'm breaking in a young filly and I can get no further with it. It's like a bog the fields are. The weather, you know.
I know.
I like the way you have your hair done down the middle.
Down the middle?
Aye. Parted. Tell us, do you know that song? Parted.
No, I don't.
Oh, it's a grand thing. Dearest, our day is over. Ended the long, long day. Do you not know it? Dearest, our day is over. Ended the long, long day. Ah, sure, you must know it.
No, I don't.
Damn it, sure. I thought everyone knew that. Still, I shouldn't be singing in this house, should I?
No.
No. I was forgetting myself. It's a very nice song, but it's sad, you know. You see, there's these two, and they're parted. You must go back to your life, and I must go back to mine. Those are the words of the song. They're separated. It's very sad. Wouldn't you feel awful being separated from somebody? Somebody you're fond of, I mean. I'm terrible fond of you, Nora.
Of me?
Aye. You didn't know that? Well, that's a fact. Damn it, I'm wild about you. Aye, wild daft.
You're joking.
I'm in deadly earnest.
But you can't be. It's ridiculous. Whatever put this idea into your head?
Oh, I don't need anyone to put ideas into my head. I'm well able to do that for myself. Now, wouldn't we be a good match for one another?
I'm going to be a nun, Michael.
Aye, I know that, but...
How did you know?
Well, I heard it.
Where did you hear it?
Well, no, you know the way a thing goes round. And it was hearing that spurred me on, like. I didn't like the idea of you being a nun and wasting yourself, like.
But I wouldn't be wasting myself.
Well, I mean, in a way.
You better forget all about this, about being fond of me.
But I'm in dead earnest about this.
So am I, in dead earnest.
Not even with me asking you to marry me.
Not even then, Michael.
I can't imagine it. Damn it, I thought girls only went in for being nuns when they found there wasn't a husband to be got.
That seems to be a very widespread misapprehension.
I wouldn't go rushing in to be a nun if I was you. I'd give it a second thought. After all, you can be a nun any time. But it's not every day you have a chance of marrying.
There's a lot of comfort in that thought, Michael.
No, I think you'll change your mind.
No, I won't do that.
You won't?
No.
Damn it, this is a terrible setback to me, a terrible setback.
I'm very sorry, Michael.
And it's a big loss to me, too.
Oh, you only think that. It shan't be a loss to you.
Well, I don't know about that. The money will be a big loss to me.
What money?
Well, your father was being very generous about it. He was for making us a very good settlement.
I understand.
So you see, it's a very big loss to me.
It can't be helped, Michael.
Probably mean I'll have to cut down and sell the 3-year-old. And I was going to call her after you, too.
You can still do that. I won't mind.
And your father won't be a bit pleased either, I'd say. And my old fellow will go mad. He was very pleased over it. It's a big responsibility on you.
Responsibility?
Well, it's upsetting a lot of plans. After all, you have to consider more than yourself in this world. You can't be too selfish. I'm thinking of my old chap and your father and you as well. And you're only thinking of yourself. Now, that's very selfish. I don't think you were cut out to be a nun at all. Now, take care now. You're not making a great mistake in thinking of being a nun. My opinion is that you're far too selfish to be a nun.
You're wrong there, Michael. I'm far too selfish not to be a nun.
Look, I tell you what. I'd give you a couple of days to think it over. Now, there's no hurry. My opinion is that you'll change your mind.
No, Michael, I won't change my mind.
No, I won't give up. I won't take no for an answer. I'm determined. And you'll think it over, won't you?
I probably shall.
Nora, I do hope I'm not intruding. Oh, you're Michael Harney, aren't you?
This is my sister Veronica, Michael, Mrs. Hogan.
Sure, I remember you. Sure, don't I know you from the time you were no bigger than myself?
Yes, indeed. What a good memory you have.
Well, I'll be off with myself. Excuse me now.
I hope I didn't frighten him away. But he seems as stupid as ever.
He's quite a good sort, really.
Yes, I suppose so. Kind to animals and that sort of thing. Oh, it seems so strange to be back home again. I'm glad that you sent for me, Nora. Now that I'm back, I wonder I'd ever the heart to leave here. Not that I ever wanted to.
You don't regret having married Jack, do you?
Oh, no. But of course I do regret that dear Jack is so very unfortunate and being so often out of work. It's so awful having to scrape and manage all the time. Oh, I can scrape all right, but I never seem to be able to manage. It'd be so wonderful if only Father would give Jack a chance. And now that poor Harvey's gone...
Oh, hello. You're still here.
Why shouldn't I still be here?
I suppose you're all packed and ready to leave?
Are you packed?
Me? I've nothing to pack. Anyway, I'm not in a hurry, and you are.
You seen Father this morning, Nora?
And what do you want to see Father for? My advice to you is not to bother Father.
I shall please myself about that. How very pale you look, Nora. It's really dreadful the way a death can upset things. I really don't know what I'm doing here still, and yet I can't go away and leave everything so upset, and I really ought to.
Why don't you?
I got another telegram this morning from Jack. Oh, he's so helpless without me. But of course all men are like that, aren't they?
There's nothing to keep you now, and if Jack needs you
Oh,
so
no,
badly...
no, I can't go. It'd be cruel to go and leave you all here in this terrible state. So upset and everything.
And I'm not upset. Well, not too upset. I have a good deal of fortitude, I may say.
You were always able to endure other people's troubles with fortitude. It's Father I'm worried about. Of course, when you're gone...
When you're gone.
Well, you're going too.
Not if I can help it.
But Father probably won't need you.
He certainly won't need you.
Nor you. He has Nora.
Nora is leaving to become a nun.
Please don't say you think I'm insane.
Insane? Oh, I think you're splendid. I'm sure, only for dear Jack, that I'd have become a nun, too. Well, of course, I shall have to stay now.
And what about poor Jack is so helpless without you?
Poor Jack, yes. Well, I could wire him his fare to come over, couldn't I?
I suppose you couldn't lend me £1 for about 10 minutes, could you?
No, I haven't a penny.
Then how could you wire money to Jack?
Well, I thought perhaps Nora would lend it to me, would you, Nora?
I haven't any money, Veronica. I never have. I don't bother to ask Father for money. I get them to send him a bill for any little thing I buy.
Jack could be such a help to Father. He's so good at things. He could take the whole weight of business from Father.
He needn't bother. I shall be helping Father in the future.
You just want to stay here and loaf and get into Father's good graces. Perhaps you think you'll come in for all his money.
I happen to be the eldest, next of kin and so forth.
Please, you shouldn't go on like this. Aren't you ashamed, both of you?
Well, he's insulted me, belied me. I never think of myself, always of others. But you'll not get rid of me as easily as you think. I'll stay here.
Are you two still here? Why haven't you come back to London?
Father, dear, I won't leave you. My place is here with you.
Your place is in London. You'd better get the evening train.
Certainly so.
And you can take the same train.
I hadn't thought of leaving just yet, Father. As a matter of fact, I could be a very great help to you.
You could, if I intended to drink myself to death. Nora can do any looking after me that's needed.
She's leaving you, Father, deserting you heartlessly to be a nun.
You're not still at that nonsense, are you, Nora?
But I'll see to it that you're not left deserted. Father, I'll stay. I'll work my fingers to the bone.
Be quiet. Nora,
I'm sorry, Father, but I must go now.
Of course, if Nora's really determined, Father...
I don't need your advice. We'll talk about this later, Nora. And as for you, Veronica, you'll get your train in 2 hours, and so will you.
I'm not really in a hurry, Father.
No, but I am. I'm allowing you so much a week to keep out of this town. If you're not out of here this evening, you'll forfeit your allowance.
Oh, it's cruel, cruel. Dear Jack is patiently waiting for his chance. If you were a proper father...
I fathered enough fools without being saddled with another.
Oh, we're to blame, of course. You're not. You wanted to raise a family of snobs to spit in everybody's faces, and when it didn't work out that way, you were disappointed.
Veronica, don't.
It's no wonder that Mother hated you and that none of us would stay with you.
I'm ready to stay.
For all your money and your arrogance, you'll die without one of your own flesh and blood to give you a drink of water.
Veronica, please.
I don't care. It's true.
Now, that's enough now. That's enough. I won't have Father insulted. How dare you make a scene?
I'll never come back. Never.
That's enough, I said.
My God, what a pair. I thought you'd given up this idea, Nora.
I didn't say I had, Father.
No, but things have changed now.
I haven't changed, Father.
Then it's time for you to change. I need you.
God needs me.
I don't think I understand that kind of talk. It doesn't mean a thing. And how do you know God needs you? It's conceit that's wrong with you. To hear you talk, you think that God was a personal friend of yours.
I've always hoped he was. What difference can it make to you if I go?
You're not going, and that's the holy all of it. Nora, do you hear me now?
Ellen, I'm sorry to disturb you, but I wonder if... but no, of course, you couldn't, could you?
Your pardon, ma'am?
Well, I was going to ask if oh, really, this is most degrading, humiliating, positively. Only that, well, you are almost a member of the family.
Is it me, ma'am?
But even so, it's dreadful to have to ask you. I could, of course, wait until Father came back if it wasn't so urgent.
What is it, ma'am?
£3.10.
£3.10.
The moment that Father comes in, I shall return it to you. I must write to London immediately, to my husband. A bill I overlooked. I'm so stupid about bills and money. Can you let me have notes? It doesn't really matter. I'm dreadful with money. I always think of the old proverb, a fool and his money are... Oh, in the tea caddy, how quaint. Thank you, Ellen.
I hope now I'm doing the right thing. Your father warned me about lending money to Mr. Philip. But sure, he said nothing at all about lending it to you.
No, indeed. Of course, Philip is very unscrupulous. Now, Ellen, I want you to leave this into the post office at once.
Well, I don't know that I'd be able to, ma'am. I've the lunch to get ready. But sure, I could send someone else.
No, that won't do. You see, this money has to be telegraphed.
Well, sure, Canirons can do that, ma'am. He's just out the back there. It'll be quite safe, seeing he'll have to bring back a receipt.
Very well. But you mustn't tell him who sent it.
Sure, won't he be able to read it?
He'd never be so dishonest.
Well, no, ma'am, it'll have to be read at the post office. And there's nothing to choose between them and Canirons, because everyone will have it in the long run.
All right. Well, tell him to hand it in at the post office. There'll be a shilling change. He's to keep that.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I feel very upset, Helen. I think I'll go and lie down. If Father asks where I am, tell him that... Well, tell him you don't know. Tell him I've gone out.
Hey, you. Come over here. You're to take a message to the post office.
Is that right? And, who said I'm to do that?
I'm saying it.
Well, no, I don't know that I can. I'm ferocious busy. I'm afraid that I can't oblige you.
It's not me you're obliging at all.
Running messages is no part of my engagement. Is it for the boss? No, if it's for Tom Mannion, that's a different thing. And I'll oblige you.
Look, I'm not going on my knees to you, and you needn't think it. If you won't do it, that's all right.
Well, I didn't say I wouldn't. I didn't refuse you. If it's for yourself...
It's not for myself.
It's not for yourself. And it's not for Tom Mannion. It's for Mr. Philip, then. The choir fella. Mind you, I don't like the choir fella.
Will you take it or will you not?
Well, I will. I suppose I will.
Here.
Sure, I might as well. It'll be a stretch for me.
There's a shilling change which you're to hand back to me.
Is that right? I'm to hand it back to you. Did he say I was to do that?
Did who say?
The choir fella. Mr. Philip.
Here, give it back to me this instant.
All right, I'm going. Only I'd like to know what I'm about and what's expected of me. I don't like doing things in the dark.
You wouldn't know how, my yeah. I wouldn't like to trust you.
Well, you might then. You might. I'd oblige anyone sooner than the choir fella. But if it's a case of refusing, oh, well, now, that's another story altogether.
Well, now, Mannion, what do you want that you sent for me in such a hurry?
Well, I've a favour to ask you, Father.
Well, you're not so ready granting favours yourself betimes.
Maybe I took you a bit short over the subscription for the schools. Here. I think this will fix it.
This cheque is for a great deal of money.
Oh, if more is needed, you'll find I won't stint you.
But a hat of money like this?
It's only the money you needed for the new schools. £250.
You'd better have it back.
Try so. Isn't my money all right?
Well, I've nothing against it, but you're behind the times. The whole amount was subscribed the day after I saw you.
Well, there'll be subscriptions needed for other purposes.
What other purposes?
What does it matter, Father? Aren't there always subscriptions wanting?
I'm asking you, what purpose do you want this money put to?
Any purpose you wish.
Any charitable purpose?
Any purpose.
That means into my own pocket if I wish.
You'll find I won't ask for any account of what you've done with it.
This is meant to be a bribe of some kind.
Well, say that I'm feeling charitable.
I don't like this, Mannion. And I'll make no promise to grant your favor. What is it?
Well, my son Harvey's death was a great blow to me, Father.
Yes.
There's left to me now only one child that I care about.
Yes.
She has a notion to leave me to become a nun.
I see.
Well, it's not my wish for her. And I'll do all in my power to prevent it.
What is it you want me to do?
I want you to persuade her away from it. Tell her it's her right and duty to stay by me at a time like this.
Very well, I can do that. But first of all, I'm going to point out to you your right and duty in the matter. Are you quite sure that you'll be right in stopping her? That is, supposing that you can stop her.
She's the last of my children that I care about.
Could you not care enough about her to let her have her way?
Oh, it's her happiness as much as my own I'm thinking about.
Well, maybe she's the best judge of what's best for her own happiness. You persist in seeing things from your own point of view, Mannion. However, I'll speak to Nora and see what I can do. I can't go beyond my duty, and I make no promise that I'll succeed.
I'll be well satisfied to have you speak to her, Father. She's in the city.
All right. I know my way around this house. I'll find her.
You didn't call by accident, did you, Father Mark?
No. Your father gave me a ring. Said you have something on your mind that I'd be interested in talking over with you.
Yes. Well, you see, Father, I have a problem.
You wouldn't be human if you hadn't. And what's troubling you?
I want to be a nun, Father.
I see. Well, I suppose, then, that in 6 months or a year, I'll see you starting off in your novitiate.
I must go now, Father.
Well, now, weren't you in a great haste about it?
No, I'm a whole year thinking about it. But I made up my mind a week ago. I'm sure that I have a vocation.
You may not have chosen the best time to go about it, I'm afraid. I think I must advise you not to be in any great haste about this. You're young and your life is before you. You'll not miss a few months out of it. Your father's in need of you now. It's not the same as if your brother Harvey was still living. And to lose the two of you in such a short time will come very hard on him.
In 6 months' time, or even a year, it would be just as hard.
I don't think so. He'll have had time to adjust himself, and then, indeed, your own viewpoint might have changed.
That's what I'm afraid of.
Why should you be afraid of it?
Because I know now, at this moment, that it is the most important thing of all. I know it. And if I wait, I may not be so sure in another year. A doubt of myself that I haven't now. I'd be afraid of that, Father.
You're a foolish child. Do you think that God has such a short memory that he'd forget calling you in a year if he needed you?
I might not hear it so plainly as I do now, because of closing it out from me for so long. I might think of it the same as any other thing you'll grow used to.
There's no fear of that. He'd call you in such kind you could never mistake it.
He has done, Father Maher.
No, it's often very difficult.
He'd never call me so clearly again. He'd never call me so clearly now if it wasn't to be now.
Your father will take this very hard. You see, in some way, the great plans he had for you are part of his own content and happiness. Indeed, now that Harvey's gone, they're all of it.
But, Father, I don't think it's happiness that I'm interested in.
What are you interested in, then?
I think it's holiness, Father.
Well, you're a good child, I'll say that for you. But you must understand, we can't all be saints, even if we wanted to. At one end of the scales you have the saint, and at the other end the scoundrel. And in between you have the vast majority of people that make up the world and keep the scales from tipping, for they're in mortal dread of them both.
But they'd choose the saints for preference if they had to.
Maybe. But saints aren't easy people to live with. And half the time while they're in the world, they're mistaken for heretics. And your father's a good man, but for holiness he has no understanding at all.
Father, I'll obey you in whatever you'll tell me to do if you'll answer me one question.
Well, what is it?
Since you won't tell me I'd be right to do it, will you tell me that I'd be wrong to do it? Tell me that I'm wrong, Father, and I won't do it.
No, I can't do that either.
Then if I'm not wrong, I'll do it.
Knowing it'll hurt him.
Oh, Father, don't you see? It's only by leaving him that I can help him at all. It's only in my prayers that I can ever help him in any way.
Well, I suppose there's nothing more I can say or do.
I don't think so, Father. And thank you for your advice.
It's a case of thank you for nothing, I'm afraid. Now, what will I say to your father?
That you did your best and left nothing unsaid?
Well, that'll be true. Mind you, I think you'll find that he has by no means done his best to stop you yet. Let's talk a little longer before I go to see him.
Mr. Philip, sir. Mr. Philip.
Yes, Kinarans, what is it?
It's this telegram, sir.
What telegram?
The one you're sending.
Sending? I wasn't sending any telegram.
Sure, it must be your telegram, sir. Hasn't your name on it?
My name? Signed to it? Show me. Where did you get this money?
Sure, wasn't that to be sent with the telegram?
Give it to me. Now, where did you get this telegram?
That's how Ellen give it to me. You're to give it to the post office, she said. But sure, the post office wouldn't take it. There's a shilling change, you see. But faith, there's a shilling short instead of too much.
Well, you can leave it with me.
You don't want me to send it?
No, I've changed my mind about it. I won't send it at all now.
It's your name is signed to us anyway. It is indeed. I'm sorry about Mrs. Hogan, sir, and her being seriously ill.
Have you been reading this, War?
No, indeed, sir. The postmistress read it out to me. Come at once, Veronica seriously ill. Signed, Philip, and addressed to Mr. Hogan. And sure, you're Mr. Philip.
All right, you can go.
And sure, I was all the time demanding a shilling change, and I a shilling short the whole time. I intended bringing you the change, sir. That's how Ellen said she must have get it. But sure, why should she get it, I said to myself. It's not as if she was coursing down to the post office and back. No, then.
Oh, yes, of course. Here you are.
Oh, thank you, sir. But I hope now that you don't think I was putting in for it. It was only that Ellen, you know.
She should ask about this telegram. You may refer her to me.
I will, sir. I will indeed. Oh, she'll be making tender inquiries about the bob change, you may be sure of that. But thank you, sir. Thank you indeed.
I did everything that I could, ma'am. But I must tell you that her mind is made up. She's determined and won't be shaken.
Well, I'm just as determined, and I won't be shaken.
Would you not be better to let her have her way in this? Are you not a little selfish?
Selfish? Is she not the one that's selfish? Why else does she want to leave me at a time like this?
Well, the way it is with her, Mannion, she feels that God has called her, and it's not easy pretending that she doesn't hear.
Well, maybe God that has 1,000 million souls is more selfish than me that has but the one. If I have to fight to keep her, I'll do it.
I'll tell you this, then. You won't fight God and win.
Now, you know me for a man that never neglected his duties as if I'm not a pious man itself. I'd sooner leave God out of this, Father.
It's never safe to leave God out of your reckoning, Mannion, and that's true in this matter more than another. You have the pride of 10 men, but what use would it be to you if you had the pride of Lucifer himself? Do you not realize that this is a case in which you can do nothing?
No, I can't realize that, and I won't admit it. It would be the failure of my whole life.
Fail you will, then, for this is something you have no power against.
I have then. And if I'm put to it, I'll use it.
I've gone far to help you in this matter, Mannion. But you'll do something that's wrong if you go any further in your efforts to stop her.
I'll go to the farthest limits.
Then I must tell you this. If I thought it my duty to help you this far, I might think it my duty to help her in the future, and bear that in mind now. I'll manage to have my own way in the latter end.
I'll see you as far as the door, Father Mar.
What a really dreadful day this has turned into. Do you know, Nora, I wouldn't be surprised if I hadn't caught a slight chill. I think I'd better have a nip, just in case. Was that Father Maher I saw leaving?
Yes, he came to see me.
Oh?
Father sent for him. I think he hoped he could talk me out of it.
And did he?
No. He did his best, but I'm beyond it, I'm afraid.
Well, you know, it probably would be better if you made up your mind to stay, Nora. You'll probably have to, you know, the difficulties and that.
I haven't underrated the difficulties, Philip.
Yes, but you haven't any money.
Money?
Yes. Well, it's always a consideration, you know. You can't get very far without it. You do realize that you will need money to become a nun, don't you?
I hadn't thought.
After all, they'll have to look after you and feed you and that for the rest of your life. And with a quiet life and that, you'll probably live forever.
I hadn't thought about money. That must sound rather silly.
No, quite understandable. A sign you've never been subjected to economic pressure, like Marie Antoinette. Somebody said, the people have no money, and she said, why don't they get credit? French Revolution.
But surely there must be some order that would take me without money. Some very poor missionary order. I wouldn't mind how hard it was. I'd like it all the more for that.
Yes, it all sounds very alluring and that, but...
It seems so strange to think that want of money would prevent me from becoming a nun.
Well, that's life, of course. It's always an anticlimax and so on. I shouldn't worry, though. There are worse things in life than not being able to become a nun.
Not for me.
You probably only think that, you know. I've been remarkably ascetic in my time. And believe me, there's nothing to it. Not enough to eat or drink, and so on. Even the bare boards with very little covering seem good after you've slept in the open for a week. You don't mind if I have another?
No.
Now, you may not realize it, but this whole business has shaken me, emotionally speaking. I need something to pull me together.
But money?
Yes. Oh, I know just how you feel. The first time I found myself in London, I was 19. I remember it quite well, that it was the first time also I found myself without money. I was standing outside Euston Station and wanted a packet of fags. I put my hand in my pocket and found it was empty. I couldn't believe it. It was like a blow. I just couldn't believe it, couldn't grasp it. Oh, I've met people who'll tell you they don't attach any importance to money, but I never met anyone who really believed it.
Ellen? Ellen? God bless us, ma'am. What are you doing out of your bed? You're not half dressed. You'll catch your death.
Oh, never mind, Ellen. My father's not about, is he?
He's gone out for the last 2 hours, and he was in very poor fettle. So you'd be as well to keep out of his way if you weren't to get the rough edge of his tongue.
Nora hasn't come back, has she?
She has not, ma'am.
It's Dublin she's gone to.
Well, she wasn't for giving away very much. All I could get out of her was that she was going as far as Dublin. She'd never run off permanent, would she, ma'am?
I've no idea.
I hope she hasn't anywhere. I'll be in for a nice time with the boss. He left me without salt for not telling him she was going. But, sure, what could I do when she warned me not to?
He didn't inquire as to where she was, I suppose.
He did not, ma'am. He seemed to be greatly took up with some business or other. But he asked me where you were, all right.
What did you say?
Well, I told him as how you'd got held up on account of Mr. Philip, and you'd missed the evening train, and...
What did he say?
He said that you were to get your heels out of this as fast as you could. Oh, very bad humour he was in, ma'am. You look very well this morning, ma'am.
Well, I'm dying.
You're never serious, ma'am. Hey, you look all right, mind you.
What have looks got to do with it? I feel terrible, terrible. I'm going to be ill, very ill.
Maybe you shouldn't be out of bed at all, ma'am.
No, I shouldn't. But I had to come down. That telegram I sent yesterday, I haven't received any reply to it. Are you sure Cairn sent it?
Well, I gave it to him, ma'am, and he went off with it. But I never seen him for the rest of the day after that.
Very strange. Surely he'd never have forgotten to send it.
I wouldn't imagine it, ma'am. He's a terrible old idiot, but he's no fool at the same time. I'll find out for certain, ma'am.
Do, Ellen, do. It's most important, most important. Well, I'm going back to bed now. If anyone should ask, say that I'm ill, dangerously ill.
Will I send for the doctor, ma'am?
Oh, yes, do. And bring me up some breakfast before he comes. I feel terribly feverish.
Well, if it's feverish you are, ma'am, you won't want to eat. Feed a cold and starve a fever is the rule.
Well, a cold is what I have, of course. A feverish cold or a coldish fever, I'm not sure which.
I send for Dr. McGrath.
No, not him. The other man would be best. Dr. Gordon.
Oh, sure, he's hopeless, ma'am. He wouldn't know the difference between tuberculosis and ingrown toenails. Sure, no one ever sends for him.
Nevertheless, I would prefer him. Now I'm going back to bed. Don't tell anyone I've been down. And send me up a good breakfast, won't you?
Yes, ma'am. And the doctor after it. There you are. Listen here to me. Did you leave that message to the post office yesterday?
Message?
Aye, message. Don't be letting on to be thick. It doesn't suit you.
Well, no, I do have a lot of things on my mind from time to time. I can't be remembering penny messages.
Shilling messages, if you don't mind.
Eh? Oh, yes, I remember the one you mean.
Where did you send it?
No, then I didn't. I give it back to the sender. Aye, the sender.
To Mrs. Hogan?
No, to Mr. Philip.
To Mr... Oh, my God!
A very decent man, let me tell you. Oh, very decent. I hear he was crooked drunk last night.
And why wouldn't he be crooked drunk and he after drinking the proceeds of my month's money that he stole from Mrs. Hogan?
How could he steal your wages from Mrs. Hogan? That's a very idiotic statement. Very idiotic.
You old fool, you and your idiotics. Why did you give it to him?
Why wouldn't you give it to him and his name signed to it?
I'll never see a penny piece of it back. Why didn't I go to the post office with it myself? Why did I lend it at all? Oh, wait till she hears this. That's not one doctor she'll want, but two of them.
Oh, there's twisting going on somewhere. Aha, twisting. Sure isn't the world full of twisters. Aye, full up with them.
Ah, there you are, Father. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
You are.
It's just that I wanted to say how very much I regret Veronica's disgraceful outburst yesterday. Very much. However, if you leave the matter in my hands, I promise you that she will leave on the evening train.
Do. And make sure you're on it yourself.
Father, I appeal to you as man to man and that to absolutely turn me adrift, as it were, and to cast me out would be a grave error, a very grave mistake.
To allow you to stay here would be an even greater mistake.
No, believe me, it would not. My wholehearted services from this time forward shall be devoted to, and in fact, absolutely devoted.
Now, I warned you to be out of here by this evening, that's all.
Very well. My last appeal has been summarily and even summarily dismissed. I have done my best, and I leave without malice, and even without malice.
So long as you leave, I don't mind which way you do it.
It's unfair, I may say. I must protest, really, that it is unfair, bitterly unfair. But, of course, I must bow and that. The fare to London will be £3, 4 and 9pence, first class.
So you travel first class, do you?
Oh, yes, invariably. My own fare and Veronica's would amount to £3, 4 and 9pence, 6, 9, 6, 7, 10, and let us say for expenses, £10 will cover the lot, roughly speaking.
Very roughly speaking. But speaking a little more gently and a little more accurately, it will cost £6, 9 and 6pence, first class.
Oh, yes, £6, 9 and 6pence. Very good. Well, we must hurry to catch the train. Obey your wishes. If you let me have the £6, 9 and 6pence notes, if possible, I can be getting along.
Do you think I'm a fool?
No, indeed, but...
Now, what did you do the last time I gave you money to go to London?
Well, I suppose I went to London.
You suppose wrong. You went as far as the corner house and got drunk. You were sleeping it off for 2 days after.
Oh, well, regrettable, most regrettable, discreditable, really. Yes, I admit it. But, of course, I have reformed.
You'll give this note to the booking clerk at the station, and he'll supply you with 2 tickets. You can draw your allowance in London tomorrow.
Oh, really, this is humiliating, Father. Definitely humiliating. The booking clerk, Nolan, he'll think that... I mean, it really looks as if you didn't trust me, doesn't it?
It does.
Oh, well, sorry to go this way and to... Well, I hope to be of service in the altered conditions. Your decision, of course, not mine. No, indeed. I regret deeply and deeply regret. Well, goodbye, Father. Oh, well, goodbye.
Ellen, have you seen Miss Nora this morning? What are you doing with that tray?
I'm taking it up to Mrs. Hogan, so it is her breakfast.
Breakfast? Now, what time of day is it for breakfast? From the look of that face, she's having everything but supper.
She's not feeling well, sir.
Well, what's the matter with her?
I don't rightly know, sir.
Does she look ill?
Well, she had a class of a wild look in her eye, and she was talking very queer. And she said if she wasn't actually ill at the moment, she had a feeling on her that she was going to be ill in a minute.
After she's eaten that breakfast, I suppose. Well, if she wants something to eat, let her come down for it.
Now, how'd you manage that, sir? Sure, she's not fit to come down if she's ill.
She won't be fit to eat that breakfast if she's ill. Tell her she may stay in bed until the hunger drives her out of it. And do as I say now. By the way, what's that case of liquor doing here?
You ordered it this morning, sir.
Oh, God, I should have had more sense. Send word over to the shop that liquor is only to be supplied to the house on my personal order.
I will, sir.
Ellen, have you... Oh, there you are, sir. I was on my way to find you. The postmistress is after giving me this telegram, and I...
Here, give it here to me. Hey, this isn't for me, it's for my daughter.
Oh, sir, she was...
Yes. Now, what do you know about this?
I think, sir, she was waiting on an answer to her telegram.
What telegram?
She gave me a telegram yesterday to send, and I gave it to this fella here. It was addressed to her husband in London with £3 of my money along with it.
But how could it be an answer to that? Sure, didn't I give it back to Mr. Philip?
What was in it?
It was asking her husband to come over here, sir. But sure, I smelled a rat on the minute. Give that telegram back to me, I said, when the postmistress had read it out. How do I know, I said, does my boss want this sent at all? What would he want bringing that blind beggar Hogan over from Christie Street?
That's enough. That's enough, do you hear? Why didn't you bring it straight to me?
Sure, isn't that the very thing I was doing, sir? Only for having the misfortune to meet Mr. Philip.
Go upstairs and tell my daughter there's a telegram for her. That'll bring her down all right.
Would I not bring it up to her, sir?
Do as I tell you.
Yes, sir.
I'll be in the sitting room.
This is cruel, Father. You drag me from my bed with no more compunction than if I were a sick dog.
Here's your telegram.
Oh, you'll be sorry for this. You'll deeply regret it.
I don't think so.
But this is not from my Jack. It's from Nora.
Who?
It's from Dublin.
Nora isn't in Dublin.
She is.
When did she go?
Yesterday.
Well, why wasn't I told? Nobody told me.
Now, that's it. You had to be told. You never have noticed. You never have missed us. You never wanted us. All you wanted was to be rid of us. It's cruel.
Don't make a fool of yourself. What did she say in that wire?
Tell Father I'll be back today.
I see. Well, that's all right then. And as for yourself, I have given Philip a note to the station clerk, and he will issue you tickets to London.
Oh.
It's now 2:00, which gives you 20 minutes to go to the station. I'll have your luggage sent after you.
You'll turn me out like a beggar.
No. There'll be a cheque for £20 sent to your address in London. But out of here, you're going now.
Sir, Miss Nora has just come back, and Father Maher along
My
with her.
pride would not allow me to stay here a moment longer. I leave this house for the last time. I warn you, Father, I shall never return. Never.
I'm very glad to hear it.
Good day, Mrs. Hogan.
Good day, Father. I don't think that...
My daughter Nora, is she with you, Father?
Yes, Mannion. I'd like to have a word with you before you see her.
She'd no right going off and causing me a lot of anxiety.
She seemed to think that you wouldn't notice her absence.
It wasn't until 10 minutes ago that I heard that she'd gone.
Well, in that case, she didn't suffer any very protracted anxiety. Now, this check you gave me. I want your permission to use it for a certain purpose. Will you let me give it to Nora as a dowry? As coming from yourself?
No. I'll be damned if I will.
Maybe. You remember the money's mine to do as I liked with?
Not to do this with. Oh, no. Do you think I'm a fool to provide a rope for my own hanging?
Ask yourself that question.
Well, it was for the contrary purpose I gave it.
Now we have it. It was intended as a bribe, as I thought. Now, won't it be the price of you, Mannion, if you have provided the rope for your own hanging? Won't it be good enough for you if I turn your bribe into your daughter's dowry?
You wouldn't do it.
What's to stop me from doing it?
The fact that I'm her father, and I won't give my consent.
The hand of God is on your child, Mannion. And you'll not try to put it aside without doing spiritual violence to her, and to yourself as well. Here's the check you gave me. Pass it on to her with your blessing.
By God, I won't.
There it is for you, then. And much good may it do you. You gave it to me for a bad purpose, and I was willing to put it to a good one. But since you're not willing to have it that way, I'll not dirty my hands with it. You reneged your gift, Mannion.
No.
Yes, You're free to put it to any use you like, was what you said to me. Am I free to do that? Will you tell me?
I can't prevent you.
You can, and well you know it. I tell you to your face, Mannion, you've no word.
I'll take that from you, Father Marv, but I wouldn't take it from another.
I'm asking no favour of you. And I repeat what I've said. You've no word.
You're the first that ever said it.
Then you went too late in the day without hearing the truth. I'm sorry, Mannion, but you did me an injustice. Offering me money knowing at the same time what was in your mind.
If I did, it's my turn to ask your pardon.
Would you never do as I'm asking you? You can write another check.
I'm content to have things as they are.
You're a hard man. You've beaten her, and she won't be able to leave you. That's what you think, isn't it?
She'll not go far without money.
She will, then. She'll go the length of Africa. It's not half an hour since she came to me to tell me that one of the African missionary orders have accepted her as a probationer.
My God. My God. Is there no way I can stop her?
Isn't it a strange thing that you don't know the answer to that question even yet?
I do. I suppose that I may only give my consent. What sort of a family was it that I reared at all? Well, no matter. Whatever is needed, I'll pay it. Only let her go into one of the big orders and...
She's waiting outside. I'll call her. Nora, child, come here. I've been talking to your father here, and I'm glad to tell you he's come round to your way of thinking.
No, I've done nothing of the kind.
All right, so. You've agreed to recognize that everyone can't think alike, and that's just as good. Nora, he's willing to withdraw his opposition and give you his blessing to your venture.
I'll give no blessing. I'll give what money is needed.
Well, coming from you, that's as good as a blessing. You do the paying, and I'll do the blessing. Every man to his trade.
Oh, Father, I'm so glad.
Well, now, let's see. We have to decide what order you're to go in for. Now, if you ask me...
But I've already decided that, Father. I told you that I'd been accepted for the African mission.
But there isn't any need for you to do that now.
Your father's willing to give you a dowry that will enable you to enter the most exclusive order, Nora.
Will you give me a dowry for the most exclusive order, Father?
Yes.
That would be splendid. The African missions need money very badly.
Oh, my God.
What's wrong, Father?
Will you tell her what's wrong, Father Mar?
Nora, why do you suppose that your father gave his consent? It was so that you wouldn't have to take up a life of extreme hardship, for which perhaps you're not suited. The contemplative orders...
But I'm more energetic than contemplative, Father. I never wished to escape out of the world into comfortable serenity. If I'd wanted comfort, I could have had that here.
But because you've always had it, you despise it.
Yes, Father, I suppose that's true. All my life I've listened to talk of money. Money, 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 till I hate the sound of the word. What I want most of all is to go somewhere that I never hear the sound of the word again.
Mr. Mannion, Mr. Hegarty's on the phone. Tell him it's about Mercury, he said, and it's urgent.
What? Oh, yes. Right, I'll come at once. You'll excuse me.
Does he realize at all that you're leaving here today? At once?
At the present time, Father, he doesn't realize anything in the world exists except the importance of buying out some new property. I'm glad in a way. I hate farewells.
I don't know what to say. You're the most extraordinary family that ever lived. Well, I can do no more for you now, Nora.
You did a great deal for me, Father. And thank you for your advice.
Nothing at all. I've a feeling that you'll do great things. That I'll be boasting to people that I knew you. Well, goodbye, Nora. And good luck.
I'll come to the door with you, Father.
Just one single judge. Yeah, that's right. Oh, that's all right now. Now, come on. You'll be all right now.
Well, of course I'm all right. Who says I'm not all right? Who says so?
Oh, no one's saying a word to you. Not a word. You're grand. You're grand.
All I want is a chance. Never had a chance. Give me a chance. I protest. I appeal to our democratic institution. The right of man and that... Every man has a sacred and infeasible and an inalienable a right. Every man must live. I appeal. Philip Harvey Mannion appeals for a solitary chance. Who'll give Philip Harvey Mannion a chance?
Sure, isn't that what we're all looking for, a chance? Sure, the half of us never gets a dog's chance. Not a dog's chance. And if we did itself, We wouldn't know what to do with it.
You're drunk. You don't know what you're talking about. You're drunk.
For the want of it. Oh, opportunity's a fine thing.
That's it. Opportunity. What we need is opportunity, and opportunity.
What the hell is this?
Oh, it's all right. Oh, quite all right, Father. I can explain everything. I had to assist a very old friend. An obligation, I may say. Excuse me.
How did this happen? How did he come to miss the train?
Oh, he was in time for the train, all right, sir. And he collected his tickets at the office, oh. He collected the tickets, all right.
Well?
And Mrs. Hogan got on the train.
The most unfortunate occurrence will leave tomorrow without fail.
There was about 10 minutes to wait before the train going out. Mr. Philip was on the platform and he got into chat with a labouring boy that was crossing to London. And when the train was due for leaving, I was expecting Mr. Philip to board it. But he didn't. It went without him.
But how did he get into this state? I give him no money.
Well, that's what I was wanting to tell you. From what I can make out, the labouring boy got us 2 first-class tickets for 30 bob. Himself and his buddy has gone sailing off to London in the best of style and comfort.
I must protest. Unfortunate youth with no resources whatsoever. Very old friend. Had to give him his chance. Every man needs his chance. One single solitary chance. It's not much.
Oh, the trouble with my children is that they're either too good or no good.
Children? The curse of this country. Sure, I'm the very same myself. Agitating them up to be useless. Aye, useless. Well, what'll I do with them, sir?
Do with them? What could anyone do with them? Look at him.
I assure you most solemnly, I very much regret it. All I ask is a chance, a solitary chance. My best service shall be devoted, and absolute devoted.
Do you know what's puzzling me, sir? There's Mrs. Hogan gone sailing off to London, and her with no ticket. You never know but you'd get arrested by the railway company for offences against the bylaws.
Father!
Good God.
But what could I do, Father? I'd no ticket and they wouldn't allow me to travel. I was ordered to leave the train. It was all terribly humiliating. I didn't want to come back, but...
All right. You're back now, and I suppose you might as well stay back.
Father!
Oh, I give up. Send for your husband, and he can have a job in the garage, and there's a house I can let you have. But by God, he'll work, I'm telling you.
He will, Father, he will.
There's only one thing more I'll ask you to do for me. Get rid of that thing, your brother. Get rid of him out of my house.
One single chance.
Yes, Father. I think I can do that. Can I have a bottle of whiskey?
What the devil for?
For Philip.
Oh, he's had too much already.
Oh, no, but he's going to have. I'm going to send him to Dublin by the car, and by the time he wakes up, he'll be on his way to Holyhead. He'll have no money in his pocket, and he won't be able to pay his fare back. He'll have to go to London, whether he likes it or not.
Oh, no. I think maybe you're the one I need here, after all.
Oh, yes, Father. Come on, I'll come with you, and you can get me the whiskey.
Well, a day. Oh, queer goings on. Aye, indeed. I wonder now... why not?
What was that? Oh, yes, a drink. Good. Yes, I'll join you. I'll join you. Can... What's this your name, is it?
Mick, sir.
Oh, yes, of course it is, Mick. Well, Mick, give me a couple of inches.
Right, sir. Hold out your hand. Watch out, sir. You're spilling it.
Let it spill. Libation to the inexorable gods. Harvey's dead. Nora's gone to the foreign missions. No one left to hold the fort except me. A prisoner in the hands of the Philistines. What are you laughing at?
Nothing, sir. Oh, nothing at all. Oh, no, I was just thinking. You don't have to be Tom Mannion to be born on Tanyer Lane and end up drinking whiskey in Knockderry House. Your very good health, Mr. Philip.
That was The Money Doesn't Matter, written by Louis Dalton and adapted to radio by Dennis Hawthorne. The part of the father, Tom Mannion, was played by Harold Goldblatt, his daughter, Veronica, by Margaret Darcy, his son, Philip, by Louis Ralston, his other son, Harvey, by John Keenan, his daughter, Nora, by Denise McKenna. Mrs. Kinsella was played by Elizabeth Begley, John Murter by John McBride, Father Marr by J.J. Murphy, Michael Harney by Nigel Anthony, and Mick Kennards by J.G. Devlin. The play was produced in Belfast by...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The poets claim it's love that makes the world go round. That's a beautiful conceit, and we should let them enjoy it. However, practical people know better. Sensible people know what really makes the world go round, and that's money. Yes, money. With money, you not only make the world go round, but you can make it go fast or slow, or even bring it to a full, complete, and shuddering stop.
Oliver, darling.
Good morning, Miss Wilson.
Miss Wilson? Is something wrong, Colonel Colfax? You have a certain look on your face.
Have I? What kind of look?
The look of a man who's about to announce he wants to break his engagement. Is that why you're here?
No, that is not why. I have come to...
Yes?
I have come to place you under arrest.
Arrest?
Miss Maria Wilson, you are charged with spying against the government of the Confederate States of America. And it is my duty to conduct you to a place of court-martial.
Our mystery drama, Solid Gold Soldiers, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Michael Wager and E.V. Juster. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. No war in our history has the power to fire the imagination as does the Civil War, or, if you will, the war between the states. Obviously, that's because it was our very own war. It belonged to us and to nobody else. Professional and amateur historians keep fighting and refighting it constantly. If Grant had done this, or if Lee had done that, or if Longstreet or Jackson or Hood had only done something else. We're obsessed with the battles, the great bloody battles, Donelson, Vicksburg, Gettysburg, the Wilderness. But there were greater, more important, more decisive battles than these. Battles in which not one drop of blood was shed. Battles which did not occur on the open field. We're in Charleston, South Carolina. It is the beginning of the year 1863.
Ah, Mr. Burton, please, be seated.
Oh, thank you. Devilish weather out there, Colonel Colfax. In here, too.
I admit, sir, it is a bit warm.
Warm, you say? I have no fear of the fires of Hades after sampling the heat of your fair city, sir.
It does take getting used to. Sir, have you examined the list?
Yes, indeed. Each and every item.
You must admit it would be quite a windfall for the merchants and manufacturers you represent in Great Britain.
Windfall? Bless my soul, sir. How can you call it a windfall?
Look at the prices we offer you for the necessities of life and the sinews of war.
Which brings us to the matter of payment.
I thought we had agreed. We are pledging our cotton.
Cotton, yes, a most precious and valuable commodity. Several million bales of cotton would be a godsend to the mills of England. There is, however, one small difficulty.
Difficulty?
Oh, come, Colonel Colfax. You know as well as I do the nature of the difficulty. You also pledged us last year's cotton.
And it's yours. It belongs to you.
Not while it sits and rots on the docks of Charleston.
We are planning a fleet of blockade destroyers.
The truth is that the Federals control the seas. Now, I have been instructed by my principals to insist on direct payment.
Very well. We shall pay you in cash.
But I hope you understand, Colonel, by cash we do not mean paper.
Sir, you impugn the honor of the Confederate States of America.
Well, I'm only saying, Colonel, with no offense, that anyone can set up a press and print money.
I consider that an insult.
Spare me your melodrama. We cannot accept your paper money.
Which is another way of saying you have no faith in our government.
Faith is too fragile to stand alone. It usually requires a pedestal. And one made of gold is always best.
But we are winning. We won the battles at Bull Run, Chancellorsville, Fredericksburg.
Unfortunately, you have not won any lately.
Well, it's no secret that Lee is planning an offensive into the north, into Pennsylvania.
We do not consider that a wise maneuver.
It is not for foreigners to determine the tactics and strategy of our war.
Ah, but you see, Colonel, it is our war also. We already are heavily invested, and you are asking us to support you further.
We are willing to pay for all materials.
And we must insist on payment in gold.
Gold?
As a down payment, as a token of good faith, $1 million in gold.
But
those, sir, are our terms.
I am not empowered to approve of payment in gold.
I understand.
I will have to take up the matter with the President himself.
Oh, naturally. I have at my disposal a steam-powered blockade runner, easily the fastest ship afloat. We can load her with the gold at night, steal out of the harbor, and be in London 12 days from now. Your merchandise can be delivered here some 20 days later. In 1 month, sir, you will have arms, ammunition, equipment, and supplies for an entire army corps.
I see. Very well, Mr. Burton. I shall convey these rather harsh conditions to the President.
Harsh conditions? Well, son, business is business.
Not among gentlemen.
Colonel, war just is not a gentleman's business.
Those are the terms, Mr. President.
In return for the gold, we are to receive all the items on the list.
Yes, sir.
We give Mr. Burton the money. He delivers it to England on his blockade runner. And then he has other blockade runners to bring us the equipment.
Yes, sir. That's how we've been dealing with the British since the war began.
The risks, Colonel?
A ship carrying the gold can be intercepted or sunk by a federal man of war.
Yes.
And even if the gold is delivered to England, the ships carrying the cargo to us may be unable to run the blockade.
In other words, the ordinary risks, Colonel.
Yes, Mr. President.
And what is your feeling in this matter?
If we have the gold, I say let's do it.
Why?
Do we have a choice? The Federals have 10 factories to our 1. Sooner or later, we must be overwhelmed by their superior equipment. We must win the war now or lose it forever.
But we are winning, aren't we, Colonel?
No, sir. We mauled the Federals here in the east, but they have already driven us from the west.
Is that how you see it?
Our only hope is General Lee's planned invasion of Pennsylvania. As it stands now, it will fail.
Why, Colonel?
He hasn't enough men.
But they're picked troops, the best soldiers in the world, experienced veterans. Their morale is splendid.
Yes, they're straining at the leash and they'll make short work of the Yankees. I've heard all that kind of talk, sir. But Lee will have to suffer terrible casualties. We need another 20,000 men.
Yes, you're right. Of course you're right, Colonel.
At the crucial point, success will depend on a fresh, well-equipped reserve. Without it, Lee is lost. $1 million in gold can buy us that reserve army corps. And they will turn the tide of the war. But do we have $1 million in gold?
We'll raise it. We'll raise it somehow. Tell Mr. Burton we agree to his terms.
To die for one's country is to live forever. To fall in the fight is to stand with the brave. Bold sons of the South, we'll forget you never. How holy the earth that will serve as your grave.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, your attention, please. Your attention, please. Thank you. Thank you. Miss Maria Wilson, surely the foremost actress on the stage today. Thank you for your inspired recitation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the Ghoul Ball this evening. These gala celebrations are being held all over the South to raise gold to buy the necessary supplies for our brave boys in the field. So give generously of your gold coins, your gold rings. In short, if it is gold, give it. Thank you. Why, thank you, Miss Wilson. Thank you so much for being with us this evening.
Oh, my pleasure, Colonel.
I've always gone to the theater to watch you, ma'am. I think you are a great artiste.
Thank you, Colonel.
I understand you're a strong partisan of the Confederate cause.
As an actress, I am partial to romance. And there simply is no romance in the North. It's so cold and so businesslike. Is it true, what everyone says, that General Lee is actually going to invade the North? I shouldn't have asked that. I'm sure it's a military secret.
Well, it's hardly a secret, Miss Wilson.
Well, good evening, Colonel.
Mr. Burton.
A most successful affair, sir.
Miss Wilson, may I present Mr. Alexander Burton?
Your servant, ma'am.
How do you do?
I have heard so much about you, Miss Wilson.
In a very real sense, it might be said that this gala is being held for Mr. Burton.
Indeed.
Yes, Mr. Burton is the agent for the English Combined that will furnish us with the necessary supplies and equipment.
Oh, well, then he deserves some very special treatment.
It can be said that with Mr. Burton rests the fate of our country.
Oh, now, sir, really. You mustn't make me all that important.
Mr. Burton shall conduct the gold to England.
May the heavens protect you and us, Mr. Burton.
Thank you, ma'am.
What a wonderful night this is. I have a feeling that victory's in the air. Victory and peace.
Now, I would like to drink to that.
And I would like to dance to that. May I have the pleasure, Miss Wilson?
Who's there? Well, I say, who's there? Well, if you're a bandit or a burglar, I warn you, I'm armed. Very well, let us find out.
Good evening.
Why, bless my soul,
It's Maria Wilson. May I come in?
Oh, yeah, to what do I owe this honor?
May I ask you to put down the revolver? Firearms have always made me nervous.
Yes, I confess they make me somewhat nervous as well. But once again, to what do I owe this honor?
I came here because I am curious.
Curious?
Yes. I should like to know your name.
Oh, but you know my name. Or perhaps you've forgotten. I'm Alexander Burton.
No, sir. That's the discrepancy. You are not Alexander Burton, agent for the Great Britain Commercial and Manufacturing Group.
Now, my dear young lady, how can you possibly say that?
Well, I have two reasons. First, you're not an Englishman. Oh, your accent sounds authentic, but it's a stage accent and not the genuine article. Second, I know Alexander Burton. I met him when I played in London some years ago.
Well.
Yes, Mr. Burton.
And, what else do you have to say to me, Miss Wilson?
I don't know what your endeavor is exactly, but I am announcing to you the fact that you now have a partner.
A partner?
Yes, a partner. A silent partner.
A silent partner. And also a dead partner. You're a very rash young woman, Miss Wilson. And I'm afraid it must cost you your life.
Well, who is Mr. Burton? Evidently, he is not as advertised. We know Maria Wilson is a famous actress of the day, But obviously she's also a little more than that. Right now, she's looking into the muzzle of this gentleman's revolver. He may shoot her. He may not. Just what he does decide will be revealed in a few moments when I return with Act 2. In time of war, all other things being equal, a rich army will usually beat a poor army. An army travels on its stomach, which means it needs food. And it also travels on its feet, which means it needs shoes. And it needs a great many other things, too. And these are things only money can buy. The Confederate States is raising what was, for those days, a huge sum of gold. But where is it going?
Now, Mr. Burton. You see, I still call you Mr. Burton. You know you can't kill me.
Why not?
Before I came here, I made my plans known to a friend. And if anything should occur, that friend will notify the proper authorities.
You're bluffing.
Call it. Pull the trigger. Well?
Well, bless us all, you are a spunky young woman.
And now, Mr. Burton, how did you achieve your present position?
Oh, that, well, it was a succession of events. I happened to be in Liverpool on business.
What sort of business?
Oh, whatever sort of business might come up.
I see.
And, well, it was late at night, and I was returning to my lodgings when I saw a well-dressed man walking up the street. Suddenly, two mean-looking fellows jumped on him and started to beat him. They were thieves, of course, who were after his money. Well, each to his own trade, I always say. I had no mind to interfere. But they happened to see me and became frightened, and they just ran away.
Oh.
Steady, sir. Now, just lie easy. Steady. I'll call for help. And I'll get you...
Oh, my head.
They did strike you a nasty blow or two.
I must get back to the ship.
No. Don't try to get up, sir. Worst thing for a blow on the old noggin. Just rest.
My name is Burton. Alexander Burton.
Oh, yes, sir. I've heard of you. You're sailing for America. Read all about you in the newspaper.
Everything is spinning about. I'm dying.
Now, sir, I live just a few doors up the street. You can lie down, and I can go for a doctor.
No, get me to the ship. It sails. Get me to...
Well, he was in no condition to go anywhere. So I got him into my room somehow and stretched him out on the couch. I thought there'd be a gift in it for me, you know. But he wouldn't let me leave him. He clutched my hand and refused to let go. He just kept talking to me. He was delirious.
I'm going there, representing my clients. I'll drive the biggest bargain in history. I'll make them pay in gold. None of their worthless paper. Gold. $1 million in gold. Gold. Now, take me to the ship. The ship is waiting to sail. The ship is waiting for me. For me. Take me to the ship.
And suddenly, he was dead. So, since he wouldn't need it any longer, I searched his pockets for money. And I looked at the sheaf of documents in his coat.
And you decided to become Mr. Alexander Burton.
Who is empowered to collect $1 million in gold from the Confederate government.
What did you do with Mr. Burton's body?
For a few shillings, you can always find some obliging gentleman.
And the gold?
I've discussed the matter with some of the crew who appeared sympathetic. The others will be convinced to join us, one way or another.
And so the ship will take on the gold, but it will not sail to England.
No, I'm afraid not.
Well, now that I am your partner...
Ah, yes, my new partner.
My share should be 10%.
That's quite a bit of money.
Well, I could have asked for more, but I'm not greedy.
And, just how do you expect to be paid?
I expect you to deliver the money before the ship sails. Is it a bargain, partner?
Yes, it's a bargain, partner.
Miss Wilson, I haven't really had a chance to thank you for your efforts last night.
Come now, Colonel. I did very little.
That's not true. Your very presence cast a golden glow over the evening.
Why, Colonel, how poetic. Do you actually write poetry?
I believe every man speaks poetry when he's properly inspired, and I have found my inspiration.
Really?
Miss Wilson, may I call you Mariah?
Please.
Mariah, I have never been very good with words.
I think you're doing very well.
Thank you, ma'am, but action is more my style, and well, Miss Wilson, Mariah, there is something I must tell you. For the first time in my life, I have met a woman to whom I would offer my heart and my hand.
Colonel.
You can't call a man Colonel after he says something like that.
I don't even know your first name.
It's Oliver.
Oliver.
Yes, I could give you my heart and my life. But here now, they are not mine to offer. They belong to my country.
I understand, Oliver.
But may I dare to hope that one day when this terrible war will be over.
Yes, Colonel. Oliver, when this terrible war will finally be over.
Well, Mr. Stryker, what news do you have for me?
Well, all in all, the news is pretty good.
What is it?
Well, as you yourself should remember, you says to me, Stryker, I want you to watch that Miss Wilson woman night and day. Keep an eye on the house and follow wherever she goes. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Well, just this morning, she walks out of the house, strolls down the street. I follows her, very cautious, and she turns down a deserted lane. And making sure she ain't observed, she quickly places her letter inside the trunk of an old oak tree. Hello, what's this, I ask myself. And after she leaves, I just sticks me hand in, and here it is.
I thank you, Mr. Stryker.
What's it say?
You mean you weren't curious enough to read it?
I'd need more than curiosity. I'd need to know how to read.
Beautiful handwriting this lady has. Alert, blockading squadron, runner preparing to sail soon with gold shipment. Well. So think of what we have just learned about the fair Miss Mariah Wilson.
Should we, get rid of Miss Wilson? I could do it with no trouble at all.
No, Stryker. There's always the correct way to do these things.
Mr. Burton, I must apologize for one of our sudden southern storms.
Terrible weather, isn't it?
But I am happy to report everything seems to be going smoothly. We should have all the gold, and you can be ready to sail within a week.
Oh, well, that is splendid. Colonel.
Yes, sir?
I'm not sure I know how to say this, but that was a splendid gala you held the other evening.
It was reputed to be the best in the whole South. Of course, we were graced by the presence of Miss Mariah Wilson.
Yes, Miss Wilson. I'm afraid I should talk to you about Miss Wilson.
What is there to say about Miss Wilson?
Well, I'm not sure. Perhaps I'm imagining things, but let me tell you at any rate. I had met Miss Wilson before we were introduced at the ball the other evening.
Oh, Miss Wilson didn't seem to recall that.
Met is perhaps not quite the right word. Miss Wilson played the season of 1860 in London. As a matter of fact, I attended her last performance. I was very much impressed by the speech she made after the curtain fell. She said that she was returning home because war was certain, and she wanted to help her country.
Oh, and she has. She most certainly has helped.
But her country is the North.
Oh, Mr. Burton, I'm positive you're in error.
If only I were. No. She had everyone in tears. She hailed Abraham Lincoln as the savior of the United States. She said the South had been seized by the powers of darkness.
Mr. Burton, what you are telling me is absolutely incredible.
So what motive would I have for lying, for slandering the lady?
I find what you are saying impossible to believe.
Yes, I know, sir. That's because you were in love with the lady.
Sir.
If you were not in love with the lady, would it be possible?
Well, I feel that I know, Miss Wilson, that she cannot be what you say she is.
Colonel, I know your feelings, but would you trust the fate of your country on them?
Sir,
Colonel, certain things are difficult to... well, I felt it my duty to present you with a piece of information.
The fact that she may have made such a speech on the eve of the war, that does not mean it expressed her true feelings.
Oh, the speech sounded quite true to me.
Those feelings may have changed when she came home and became convinced of the justice of the Southern cause.
Would your feelings toward your country ever change, Colonel?
Well, there's one way to find out. We will search her house.
Just a moment. Oliver, what a wonderful surprise. Come in. I was hoping you'd come calling on me.
Were you, Miss Wilson?
Miss Wilson. Was something wrong, Colonel?
Maria, confess.
To what?
Confess you're a Union spy.
Who accuses me?
Does it matter?
I have a right to know. Let me face my accuser.
Maria, if we love each other, there can be no falsehoods between us. Are you a spy?
Who accuses me?
I have received a report of a speech you made after your final performance in London in 1860.
I wasn't in London in 1860.
Unfortunately, Mr. Burton happened to see you express your Union sentiments quite strongly.
I played the season of 1860 in Boston. Why, if you read the Boston newspapers, well, get old copies of the paper.
Mr. Burton saw you and heard you.
Mr. Burton. How do you know Mr. Burton is all that he claims to be?
Miss Wilson, this is unworthy of you. Mr. Burton is an English gentleman.
How do you know?
Mr. Burton carries all the proper documents.
Can anyone here identify Mr. Burton? Well, can they? Do you intend to give a man whom nobody knows $1 million in gold and let him sail away with it? Do you?
Confess, Maria, please. And I shall find a way to spare your life. If I can, Please, Maria, do not make it more difficult for me.
Why do you insist I am a spy?
This letter. It's in your handwritten script.
Where did you find that?
We searched your house.
Oh.
Alert blockading squadron. Runner prepared to sail soon with gold shipment.
I see.
And you are a spy.
It was the best way I could serve my country.
I understand.
Now?
Now I am forced to place you under arrest.
Well, may I ask a favor, Colonel?
Of course.
May I be permitted to change my costume for the occasion? I should wear black.
Oh, very well, Miss Wilson.
Thank you. I shall not keep you waiting.
Miss Wilson! Miss Wilson! Miss Wilson! Miss Wilson! Gone. How could you let her get away, Lieutenant?
But she didn't get away, Colonel.
She is gone.
Well, my man had all four sides of the house surrounded. All the windows were under observation, and the back door, she didn't come out of the house.
You mean no one came out of that house?
Well, that's right, sir. No one.
No one at all?
Well, no one except...
Yes, who?
An old slave woman.
No one except an old slave woman. Where did she go?
Where did she go? Yes,
where did she go? Quickly, where did she go?
I didn't notice, Colonel.
Think!
Well, I'll try, but who notices an old slave woman?
Of course, you and I know very well that the old slave lady is none other than Maria Wilson. Well, she is now deep in the heart of the enemy country, and surely a hue and cry will be raised against her. However, she does have one thing in her favor. She's an actress. She can assume various roles. She has other parts to play when I return shortly with Act 3.
This is the...
In 1863, the American Civil War is reaching toward its crisis. The decisive battle will be fought at Gettysburg. As one famous Confederate general put it, battles are won by those who get thar fustest with the mostest. What the South must do is get the necessary tools of war from abroad. And this costs money. And money is scarce and precious. And this is what our story has been all about. Money. Which is what most stories are really all about. No? An old slave woman trudges wearily along a dusty country road in South Carolina. She stops near an old farmhouse. The farmer is in the front yard, about to saddle his horse.
Master.
What is it, Grandma? You hungry?
Yes, sir. Powerful hungry.
You ain't from around here. Don't tell me you running away at your age. Who you belong to?
I can't remember, sir.
Well, go around the back to the kitchen. Tell him I says to give you something to eat.
I'd be powerful obliged to you, John Stevens.
Good Lord. Come into the house, quickly. We shall have to get rid of this Burton fellow.
Why, John? Let him take the gold. We can have the blockade squadron capture him at sea.
Look, he'll be flying a British flag, which means we can only board him inside the territorial limits. Suppose by some lucky chance he sneaks past the blockade. What if we're forced to capture him on the high seas? We have no right to board a British ship in international waters.
Then we must force the rebels to use one of their own blockade runners.
The problem remains how to get rid of this Burton or whatever his name is.
I can do that.
How?
Just leave the details to me. I'm an actress. Oh, but that's only half the job. When they get rid of him and decide to use their own vessel, we need someone on board that ship.
That will be truly impossible, Mariah. Every member of that crew will be a picked man.
I could get on board that ship.
You could... Oh, well, how could you possibly hope
I know Colonel Oliver Colfax. I know how he feels, how he thinks. I know a way to get on board.
How?
They can always use a cabin boy. I'd need a little luck.
But could you actually disguise yourself?
I could try. They'll choose a dark night. They'll have a fast ship. They might be able to steal past the squadron, but if I can get on board with one of those new pistols that fire a bright light into the sky...
Yes, a flare.
A flare. Yes. It would be like a flash of daylight. The blockade squadron would see the ship immediately. They could blow it right out of the water.
But, Mariah, you'll be on that ship.
But, John, somebody has to make sure the Navy catches sight of that blockade runner. Somebody has to make noise or fire a flare or do something. And if that somebody has to be me, well, I can only tell you the gold must never get to England.
Well, Colonel, tonight is the great event, eh?
Yes, and it looks like favorable time, too. There'll probably be a heavy mist, judging from the weather now.
Oh, yes, sir, I'm sure of the success of our enterprise.
Shall you be my guest for luncheon, sir? I know of a splendid place to dine just down the street.
My pleasure, Colonel.
Shall we?
You know, I'm quite impressed with your country, Colonel.
We shall be a great nation one day. We may be poor in material things, but we are rich in spirit.
Which is what really matters.
Henry, it's you! Henry Atkins!
I beg your pardon.
They said you're going to America, and I'll come looking for you.
Mom, I'm afraid you're quite mistaken.
Mistaken? Wouldn't I know my own husband? Would I forget a dog like you?
Oh, no.
Would I forget how you left me, the baby?
Oh, Colonel, this is most awkward.
I said I'd travel the old wide world to track you down and demand justice for what you've done to me and my child.
Your child, this is a mad woman, Colonel.
It is to call me mad. Listen, everybody listen. This beast here, he leaves a woman and an infant child in London, England, to starve to death.
Now, calm yourself, madam. I'm Colonel Colfax. I promise you justice to you will be done. You say your name is Elizabeth Atkins, and you met Mr. Burton.
He ain't Mr. Burton. He's Mr. Atkins. Henry Atkins.
You're sure?
I know me own husband, don't I?
You have proof?
What proof would I have? Except me own word. He met me and married me in the spring of 57. A year later he says to me, "Hey, the pickings must be good in America." And they're giving me life savings and off he goes, promising to send for me.
How did you get here?
Well, after I seen that I'd been had, I left the baby with me mother and come here searching for him.
How did you know to come to Charleston?
Well, sir, I know the sort of gentleman he'd associate with. Someone said they heard he was onto a good thing down here.
I see.
Sir, I didn't mean to cause nobody no trouble. It's just that I need money for the baby. Want him to grow up with an education like I never had.
Well, Mrs. Atkins, we shall look into this further, and thank you very much. I was just barely able to rescue him from the mob, Mr. President.
And the woman?
Well, I questioned her, and she was quite distressed.
Do you believe her story?
I don't know what to believe.
Well, where is Mr. Burton now?
Under guard.
It's an awkward situation, Colonel, but it can't be helped.
May I suggest, sir, that someone who knows Burton, someone who has dealt with him before, should come to Charleston and settle the matter?
Well, then you do suspect him, Colonel.
Sir, I know this. The last preserves, the last resources of our country are being entrusted to a gentleman who may or may not be who he says he is.
Well, his documents, his instructions, all seem to be in perfect order.
His documents may have been stolen from the real Mr. Burton. If so, the real Mr. Burton is probably dead.
Ah, Breckenridge. Breckenridge has dealt with the real Mr. Burton in London.
Oh, but, sir, Mr. Breckenridge is in Richmond.
Well, I know. And we stand to lose valuable time. We must have the equipment within the month if it's to do General Lee any good.
Mr. President, may I suggest that we ship the gold to England in one of our own vessels?
We run the risk it could be captured on the high seas.
We also take the risk that a British blockade runner could be boarded before it leaves the territorial waters.
Yes. But once in international waters, the British flag protects her. However, the crew of most of these vessels are basically privateers, which is a polite name for pirates. Well, they'll know they have gold aboard. It could be too tempting.
Then why entrust this valuable cargo to strangers in any event? We must use one of our own craft. Yes, come in. Well, my lad, what can I do for you?
Sir? Sir?
Speak up, son. Speak up and step inside. Well?
Sir, I wish to sign on the Dixie as cabin boy.
Cabin boy? Why, you're too young to...
I'm almost 13.
What do you know about the Dixie?
Well, everybody knows she's going to run the blockade tonight.
What do you mean, everybody? Well, I suppose everybody does.
I want to sign aboard.
Oh, I'm sorry, son. You're too young.
You gotta take me with you. Please. I gotta fight for my country. I got nowhere to go.
Well, we'll find a place for you with some kind-hearted people here in the city.
My place is fighting for my country. My place is on the Dixie.
But the Dixie's a ship of war.
I'm good at fetching, at carrying. I do as I'm told. Please. I'll be a good sailor. Move aboard quickly and quietly, men. We just have time to make the tide.
This fog is a blessing, Colonel.
Yes, Lieutenant. And now I feel certain we shall succeed.
Colonel, I brought you a cup of coffee.
Thank you, son. Better get on board quickly.
Yes, sir.
They won't expect us to put out to sea in this mist. Or if they do, it won't matter. Once we're underway, I don't think they have anything that can catch us.
Last man's reported aboard, Colonel. We're ready to make way.
Very good, Lieutenant. Gather the crew up forward. I needn't tell you, men, this is the single most important mission of the war. This cargo must get to England so we can return with the equipment we need to win. The Federals are out to get us. They'll try their damnedest. We shall move out under sail. No one is to speak above a whisper. No one is to smoke or show any light whatsoever. Cook, the fire must be out in the galley. No smoking. Sailor master, take over the ship.
The fog is lifting, sir.
That's all right. There's no moon.
Well, I'll feel better out on the open sea where there's more room to maneuver.
Tell the sailing master to change over to steam power as soon as he thinks it's safe. We need the speed.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, Colonel.
Wilson, what are you doing up here?
Cook sent me upstairs to find out what you want for your dinner.
My compliments to the cook.
Word from the lookout up forward, sir. He thinks he sees a ship off in the distance. It could be a Union steam frigate.
They could throw us out of the water. Pass the word. All about the ship. Quiet. Absolute quiet. No one is to move. No one is to breathe.
Yes, sir.
Quiet, man. You see that ship, son?
The ship?
The Union battleship.
No. No, sir.
There in the darkness. Dead ahead.
I don't see.
That big black shape, that's the Union ship.
Well, she's moving away.
Yeah, that's right.
She don't see us.
What luck. What enchanted luck. She just happens not to see us. She's moving off. And in a minute, we'll be lost to sight.
How can she not see us?
Mad at sea, it's hard. Just one more minute. Give us one more minute, and we'll be lost in the darkness. One more minute.
Oh, she's starting to disappear.
Just a half a minute more.
No!
What are you doing?
The rebel boat is here!
After that boy, after him! Don't let him fire that pistol! Don't! Where's that boy?
Why, he jumped overboard, sir. The Yankee ship has seen us. He's mine.
Let's make a run for it! Yeah. Let me give your hand, sailor.
Thank you, kind sir.
It's you.
Yes, me. Do you still want me to share your wrath, Colonel?
I ought to.
Yes?
Oh, come on before you drown. Well, the ship is gone under. With the gold.
I'm sorry for you. But for me, I'm glad.
You were the old slave lady?
Yes.
And Mrs. Atkins?
Yes.
And the cabin boy?
Yes.
What am I going to do with you?
Well, depends on who picks us up. One of my boats, and you're my prisoner. One of your boats, and I'm your prisoner.
Miss Wilson? Mariah, I am afraid that whichever boat picks us, I am your prisoner anyway.
Colonel, I only want to say that I am your prisoner, too.
They were picked up by a French merchant ship en route to India via the Cape. The captain was happy to marry them. And by the time they could return to America, the war was over. Would that the rest of the country could have learned from them and become reconciled as quickly. All you need do is reconcile yourself to a short wait, and then I shall return. It needs all kinds of soldiers to make an army. Infantry, artillery, armor, and air. But the soldiers who are needed to support them all are the soldiers who neither fight nor die. The soldiers who never grow old or tired, weary or hungry. And these are the soldiers of solid gold, who will serve any master or any cause. And in the end, these are the soldiers who win. Our cast included Michael Wager, E.V. Juster, Ian Martin, Court Benson, and William Redfield. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I brought my weapon to bear. I was about to shoot. And then I seen his face. What I mean is, he had no face. No head.
No head.
No, General. He was dressed in the uniform of a Hessian mercenary soldier. And it was all complete, save he didn't have his hand.
Since he had disobeyed your order to halt, why didn't you fire?
Sir, if any other officer asked me that, I'd answer my flint was wet, or the primer flashed in the pan, or that I shot and missed. But you know what my answer is to you, General?
You were scared out of your wits.
Yes, sir.
And I would have been scared, too. All right, Sergeant, that's all.
General Orson did. I did see him. The 4 men with me, they seen him, too. He was a headless Hessian.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Oh, Gee, Oh, Joy. Last week on this program, I mentioned something that caused a good deal of comment. I said, a waxed house is a clean house, and a clean house is a sanitary, healthful one. Do you remember? Well, it seems that quite a few people had not fully realized that when they wax their floors, furniture, and woodwork regularly with genuine Johnson's wax, they are actually doing a good deal more than protecting and beautifying those surfaces. Yes, they're making their homes healthier as well as pleasanter places to live in. You see, the wax seals a surface against dirt and moisture. Dust and dirt do not adhere easily to a wax-polished area. So regular waxing removes many of the sources of germs. And besides, it's so much easier to clean waxed floors, baseboards, and furniture. Especially in these times, let Johnson's paste, liquid, or cream wax help keep your home sanitary and beautiful. Well, about this time of the, quote, happy, unquote, Yuletide season, every husband begins to get that cornered rat look about his eyes. But the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista looks even more desperate than that. Something is definitely perturbing our hero. For further details, we join Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
And furthermore, I'm the dumbest, short-sightedest, dim-wittedest, stumble-bummetest, empty-headedest, feather-brainedest droop that ever didn't know enough to come in out of a tornado.
Well, just as you say.
If my head was small enough to fit my brains, I'd be getting telegrams from Ripley.
Well, I wouldn't be a bit surprised.
They say Washington's home at Mount Vernon has got a beautiful big stoop, but you got a bigger and a beautifuler stoop, and I don't mean anybody but me.
You just say that.
I got the IQ of a microbe. I think when I die, I'll leave my skull to the Smithsonian for a doorknob.
How charming.
As dumb as I am, it's a wonder to me I ever got out of the 3rd grade.
It's a wonder to me you ever got in.
You ain't whistling Dixie there either, sister. I think I'll give myself back to the Indians. I'm the biggest numbskull that ever...
All right, McGee. I'll admit you're a fascinating subject, but what's this all about?
It's about me. That's what it's all about. I'm the stupidest...
All right, all right. For the sake of argument, let's say you're completely brainless.
Oh, I don't know about that. I'll find it sooner or later.
Find what?
That $15. I was saving it for your Christmas present. I hid it last summer so I wouldn't be tempted to spend it, and now I can't find it. If that don't make me the weak-minded scum...
Now, stop pacing up and down. Ours is a beautiful union, and it doesn't need any pickets.
Pickets are still laying there. And I'm getting desperate. Only 8 more shopping days before Christmas, and I've looked every place.
Calm yourself. What man can hide, man can find.
Yeah.
Where do you usually hide your extra money?
I don't usually have any extra money. But when I did, I used to put it in the sugar bowl.
Did you look there?
Yes, but I'm using it now to keep stuff more valuable than money.
What?
Sugar.
Did you go through all your old clothes?
Yeah, it wouldn't be there. I distinctly remember tucking it away in some safe place. Ah, let me see. Where could... Hey, hand me that blue vase on the mantel.
Oh, this one here?
Yeah. Oh, no, it ain't here. This is where I've been keeping my cellophane collection. Sure got a mess of it, haven't I?
What are you saving cellophane for?
I don't know. I guess I just got tired of collecting cigar bands. String. Seemed to be more future in cellophane. Doggone it, this makes me sore.
Was it in $5 bills, dearie?
It was a 10 and a 5 in a white envelope. And I wrote on the outside of it, do not touch until 10 days before Christmas, and this means me.
Well, I'm a pretty good housekeeper, if I do say so myself, and I haven't seen anything of it.
Well, if the worst comes to worst, I'll get an internal revenue collector in here. Them guys could find money in a caraway seed. Now, let me think a minute. If I could just remember...
Come in. Abigail Uppington. Hello, darling.
Oh, how do you do, my dear? And Mr. McGee.
Hi, Uppy. Where's your Santa Claus costume? Or aren't you christening the Kringle today?
I don't go on duty till 4 o'clock, Mr. McGee. But what, may I ask, is the matter with you?
What do you mean, Abigail?
Well, look at him, my dear. He looks positively haggard. I only hope the government doesn't catch him with those Chevrolet tires under his eyes.
I ain't been sleeping good, Uppy. I got pernicious insomnia. I'm worried.
Yes, he hid $15 for Christmas shopping, Abigail, and now he can't find it. For 3 days now, he's been prowling around the house like a mouse after a cat.
You mean a cat after a mouse?
In this house, anything can happen.
I had a case like that once.
Uppy, you sound Ozzier than Nelson. What happened with you?
Oh, I was simply frantic because I thought I'd mislaid a ruby and emerald bracelet. But the solution was so simple, it was ridiculous.
Well, what was the solution? Maybe it'll give McGee an idea.
I suddenly realized I had never had a ruby and emerald bracelet. Oh, wasn't that silly?
And I thought I was dumb. Uppy, you're as giddy as a steeplejack full of applejack.
I'm afraid I was at that time, Mr. McGee. You see, I was just a girl out of finishing school and madly in love with a handsome young lieutenant.
Oh, sure.
Well, there was something awfully romantic about those Civil War uniforms, Abigail.
Yes, indeed, they certainly were. I beg your pardon, Mr. McGee.
Don't mention it, Abigail. But what girls' school did you go to?
Oh, Ward Belmont, my dear, in Nashville, Tennessee. Oh, I can close my eyes now and smell the magnolias on the campus.
That's my hair, Uppy. I just come from the barber shop.
And it is Magnolia. It's Jockey Club.
Well, do remind me, my dear, sometime to show you the pictures of my class. I was captain of the croquet team, you know.
No. Mm-hmm. Well, call me Virginia and watch me reel. So you all were the captain of the croquet team, was you, honey child?
Now, please, Mr. McGee, I have only the most charming memories of the South, and I found Southern men were always most gentlemanly.
Well, I guess that'll dim your northern lights, McGee.
That must account for my good manners, Uppy. My grandfather wore the Southern uniform, you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Sure, he was a conductor on the Chattanooga Choo-Choo Avenue. What was it you wanted to see me about?
Oh, I just wanted to tell you about the most marvelous fortune teller.
Fortune teller? Blah. Those bargain basement gypsies couldn't foretell the future of a blue-eyed blonde with the fleet in.
Oh. But they're fun, dearie. They're fun.
Ah, fun my clavicle. Dark man going across your path, going to take a long journey, going to get a letter. You'll find your diamond ring under the... Hey, maybe she can tell me where my $15 is. Come on. What are we waiting for? Get your hat, Molly. Where is this fortune teller,
Well,
Uppy?
it's upstairs.
Never mind, I'll find it. Come on, Molly. We'll see you later, Uppy. Why didn't I think of this before? Oh, boy, that $15 is as good as found. Right now. Why, those people are wonderful. I know of a case where a guy lost a bass drum once and those... Get a load of this reception room, Molly. Boy, what a dump.
Well, this was your idea, not mine.
Why do fortune tellers always live in joints like this? If they can see into the future, why don't they make a killing at the races and live in a classy apartment?
Well, maybe they can't get a crystal ball big enough to see a horse in.
Well, this one sure ought to know her onions. She's cooked enough of them around here.
Don't be so critical. You know, Madam X ought to be calling us in any time now. You know, we've been waiting here 25 minutes.
Madam X. Probably an old gypsy named McGillicuddy. Not that I care what her name is if she can slap herself into a trance and find my $15.
You know, we'd have saved time if we just consulted Uncle Dennis.
Ah, what does he know about fortune telling?
Well, I don't know, but he certainly lives in an atmosphere of departed spirits. You know, last night I came into the hall and I found him balancing himself on the banister.
Yeah? What'd he say?
He said, "Niece, your escalator has run down."
At it again, huh? I gave him a lecture about that just the other day.
What'd he do?
He just sat tight.
Mr. McGee, I will see you now, please.
Oh, thank you, madam. Come on, dearie. We'll see what fate has in store for you. If fate still has a store, which I doubt with things being so hard to get.
Well, I'm ready, sis. Hop onto your broomstick.
This way, please.
Ooh, incense.
I think I preferred the onions. Hey, can't we have a little light in here, sis?
No. The darkness, she is desirable for proper contact with the forces of the unknown.
Oh.
Sit down, please.
Oh, thank you. You see, the reason we came, Madam X, is because...
Do not tell me. I will tell you. Your husband is in trouble, no?
My husband is in trouble, yes.
Hey, how'd you know, sis? Can you read my mind?
Yes. It is very simple.
Huh?
You know, that's what he's been telling himself all day, madam.
How do we go about this now, sis? Do you read the stars, feel the bumps on my head, look at my palm, or do we just sit around and strain our eyes at each other?
No. For $5, I will answer 3 questions.
$5? Isn't that a little expensive?
Yes. Now you have 2 more questions.
We better not waste any time, Molly. Here's the question, sis. Where's the $15 I was saving for my wife's Christmas present?
It is right where you are putting it. Now, you have 1 more question.
Heavenly days. We're not making much progress, are we?
No. Now, for another $5, I will answer 3 more questions.
Oh, no, you don't, sis. Come on, Molly. I ain't going to pay her $10 to find 15. Here, sis, here's your $5.
Thank you. You must come again and see Madame X when you are troubled with business, law, or marriage.
Who, us? Do we look that silly? Do you think we like to be gypped?
That is 3 more questions. I will answer the first one by saying...
Come on, Molly, come on, quick.
Well, my goodness, McGee. We didn't get much satisfaction in there, did we?
Well, yes. She at least says that dough is still where I put it. That's some comfort. Well, come on, let's go home and see...
Well, hello there, folks. Say, have you been consulting Madam X?
Yes, if you call it that, Mr. Wilcox.
The way that dame clips you, she ought to be a barber in a boot camp. You going to consult her, Junior?
Sure. I was in here last week for advice.
About what?
Oh, business. I asked her how the future of Johnson's Wax stacked up. She said it had a very bright and sparkling future.
Oh.
She said that in times like these, when conservation was so important, more housewives than ever would preserve and protect their floors with Johnson's Wax.
And what was the second question, my fellow chump?
Well, then I asked her which of the Johnson Wax features I should emphasize, and she said health. Because Johnson's Wax seals the surface against dust and dirt and dampness and gives the housewife so much extra rest and leisure.
Oh, and the third question?
That's where I made my mistake. I asked her if my pipe bothered her.
And she said yes and soaked you another fin. Boy, what a racket.
Say, why on earth are you coming back, Mr. Wilcox, if you knew you'd been cheated?
I want to ask her if she took my watch.
Mr. Wilcox, I will see you now.
I'll say you will, baby. So long, folks.
What?
Well, let's get on home, McGee. We'll turn the house inside out when we find that $15.
And believe me, the next time I hide something, I'm going to hide it in plain sight. This'll teach me a lesson. If I wasn't such a sap-headed, beetle-brained, lop-eared, low-browed, withering It's tricks I ever heard of anybody.
Well, now that we're home, where'd we better start, McGee?
Oh, I don't know. I remember putting it in a place where I could lay hands on it at a minute's notice.
You say the $15 was in a white envelope?
Yes.
Well, that shouldn't be so hard to find. Would you put it behind one of the pictures?
No, I looked behind all the pictures this morning. I turned Whistler's mother around so many times she almost fell out of her chair.
Say, maybe you put it under a rug. No, I've had them up too many times. I'd have seen it.
Oh, why can't I remember? I must have a skull full of rice pudding. I'm the biggest drip this side of Niagara Falls. The only thing that keeps my ears apart is my big fat mouth.
Oh. No, McGee. Anybody can forget things.
Nobody can forget them as easy as me. It's exasperating. I'm getting so I'm afraid to shake hands for fear I'll walk off without my arm. Here, I thought I was a pretty bright guy, and I couldn't pass the intelligence test of a Mongolian basket weaver. Why of all
now,
the
for goodness sakes, if you'd stop scolding yourself for a few minutes, maybe we could get something done.
Well, my gosh, well...
Now, listen, here's what we better do. I'll start with the upstairs and go through every room, and you look around down here, and between us, we ought to cover every inch of this house.
Okay, but I...
Now, stop your arguing. Anyway, you're not as dumb as you claim. You're really pretty smart.
I am?
Yes. Oh. Or you wouldn't have hidden that $15 from yourself. Why, when it comes to money, and I hope we do...
Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hello, daughter. Hello, Johnny. I just stopped in to say goodbye. Goodbye. Hey, Oldtimer, come back here. What's the matter, kid?
You can't yell goodbye at us and then rush away like that. Where are you going and for how long?
Yeah, and when will you be back and for how long?
Going to Chicago, kids. Gonna be gone for an indefinite period.
Oh, what do you mean indefinite period?
I mean I won't be back till the afternoon of January 5th, but whether 3 o'clock or 3:15 is indefinite.
Fly?
Hey!
Fly!
Oh, well, I'll hold still and you swat him, Johnny.
No, my husband means are you going to fly to Chicago or take the train?
Ain't decided, daughter. Thought maybe I'd get up early in the morning, throw the saddle on old Betsy, leap on her back and ride her all the way to Chi.
Well, that's a long trip for a horse.
Who's a horse?
Why, isn't Betsy?
No, Betsy's my bicycle. On the other hand, kids, I likely take the steam cars. I love trains. Used to be a railroad man in my younger days.
What'd you do on the railroad?
What do you mean, what did I do, Johnny? I had my own.
You mean you owned a railroad?
Sure did, daughter. 18 cars, 2 engines, and 72 foot of track. Run from the dining room through the front hall, back to the kitchen and round into the dining room again. Stopped at the umbrella stand, the piano stool, the refrigerator, and the cook, exception Mondays, which was the cook's day off, and at the piano stool on signal only. But I had a bad wreck in 1889 when Papa come home late one night, tripped over the coal car.
Oh, tough luck.
Yes. Now I never see an engine with a tender behind without thinking of what Papa did to me that night. Well, so long, kids. Merry Christmas.
The King's Men sing I'm Dreaming of a White Christmas.
Children singing silent night, holy night, while the bells are ringing, while the children sing, and all year through, may every wish you make for Christmas
McGee, I'll have to confess, I'm about ready to give up. You certainly hit that $15 well.
Yes, and I could kick myself around the block for it, too. If I'm not the silliest
Yes, we've been all over that. Are you sure you had $15 in the first place?
Sure, I'm sure. A 10 and a 5. And they were earmarked for your Christmas present, too.
They were what?
Earmarked. That's what the government does with money, so that's what I do.
How?
Well, I put ink all over my ears and pressed both bills against them. I think the theory is that no two people have ears alike. You know, like fingerprints, only easier to see.
Well, that must keep Mr. Morgenthau pretty busy.
Yeah, I guess it does.
Now, listen, let's just sit down here and reconstruct what you did when you hid the money. What did you do first?
Well, first I got me an envelope.
Come in.
Whose car is that out in front?
The black one? Well, that's a kind of a combination ownership, Bud. Me and the finance company.
I see you have an ace sticker on the windshield. Do you do any pleasure driving?
Take him for a ride around the block, McGee. That'll answer that question. In that car, sir, you get more pleasure walking.
And I don't quite understand
Let me see your draft registration card, please.
Okay, here you are, Bud. I'm not only a little overage, but I got a lot of collateral dependents. I got collateral at the First National, the Morse plan, the building in
Caroline, how much coffee have you got?
Oh, well, about a half a pound.
Sugar?
No, thanks, just cream.
Now, look here, Bud. I don't mind answering questions.
McGee, this is war.
Yeah. Sure, we read about it in the papers, but why?
I only have a few more questions, then I'm through. Have you been buying war bonds?
Bud, we've been buying war bonds till we're red, white, and blue in the face. And I've licked the back of so many war-saving stamps, everything I eat tastes like glue. Now, if you don't mind...
I hope you're not complaining.
Certainly we complain. Everybody complains, and it doesn't mean a thing. And now, if you'll please explain
McGee,
why...
I see you have cuffs on those trousers. Did you buy that suit after restrictions were put on clothing?
No, I didn't. While I don't like to be personal, Bud, there are still a few people who need a cuff on the pants. So will you please tell us just who you...
Just one more thing. The government doesn't want you to buy anything you don't need. They're trying to keep prices at a reasonable level, encourage buying bonds and paying off debts. We want this country to be on a sound financial footing after this war is over. Now remember that.
Just what is your connection with the government?
Oh, my goodness, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Mr. Tolliver. I just moved into the brick house down the street.
Oh, I'm glad to know you, Tolliver. This is my wife, Mom.
How do you do, I'm sure. Just what department of the government are you in, Mr. Tolliver?
Oh, I'm not in the government, Mrs. McGee. I run the hamburger wagon down there at 14th and Oak. And I must say we serve the finest...
Well, dad, but what right do you got come busting in here and asking all them silly questions?
Well, I think when a man moves into a new neighborhood, he naturally wants to know all about his neighbors. Certainly is nice to have met you folks. Good night.
Well, of all the brassy, nervy people I ever
tells
met...
me I'm going to have trouble with that mug. He's going to get in my hair, and there ain't enough room in it for anybody but me. A self-appointed copper.
Oh, never mind, McGee. Let's concentrate on finding your $15. Now, what did you do after you got the envelope?
Well, now, let me think. I put the money in the envelope and sealed it.
Yes.
Then I started looking for a hiding place.
Yes.
First, I thought I'd hide it in the hall closet. And then I says to myself, no, I says. I'm going to clean out that closet one of these days. So I takes the envelope.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mr. McGee.
Oh, Mr. Wimp.
Hi, Wimp, old man. Why the suitcase? You running away from home again?
Oh, no, Miss McGee. I'm going to Chicago on a business trip for about 3 weeks.
Oh? Is your wife going with you, Mr. Wimple?
No, she isn't, Mrs. McGee. I'm going to be terribly lonesome without her, too. Ouch.
What's the matter?
I was crossing my fingers so hard I almost broke them.
Well, what kind of a business trip is this, Mr. Wimple?
I'm going to see my publishers, Mrs. McGee. The ones who publish all my poetry.
Oh.
They sent me a telegram saying they wanted to see me.
Gee, they must think a lot of you, Wimp.
Yes. They wanted to publish my picture. And I sent them some, and they wired right back. We don't believe it. Come in person. Wasn't that nice?
So you won't be here for Christmas, Mr. Wimple?
No, but Sweetie Face gave me my Christmas present before I left. Look, a check for $25.
Say, that's great, Wimp.
Isn't it, though? She says if I'm a good boy all year, that next Christmas she'll sign it.
She might even throw in the blotter.
Why, that old saber-tooth. I thought of a swell gift I'd like to send her, Wimp, but I hate to ask anybody to deliver it.
Oh, I'd be very happy to take it over, Mr. McGee.
Oh, no, you wouldn't. It might explode before you got there.
Not if you timed it right to the second.
What did you give your wife for Christmas, Mr. Wimple?
A great big bottle of cologne, Mrs. McGee, to be opened on Christmas morning.
Cologne, eh? What kind, Wimp?
I mixed it up myself, Miss McGee. Mostly carbolic acid.
Oh, why, Mr. Wimple, that's liable to take the skin right off her face.
Yeah. Yes.
3 weeks away from that gunner's mate of his, and Wimp will be a new man.
Poor little fella.
I'll be a poor little fella myself if I don't find that $15. If I wasn't such a numbskull, such a hopeless dope in a blue ribbon group,
Stop it now. Huh? Let's take up where we left off. Okay. After you decided against hiding it in the closet, what'd you do?
Doggone it, that's what I can't remember. All I know is I put it someplace where I'd remember it just before Christmas.
Well, I'm sorry, McGee. I can't imagine where in the dickens you...
Dickens! That's it. Now I remember. Here it is, right here in this book.
What book?
Dickens' Christmas Carol.
Whatever made you hide your money in that?
Safest place in the world. Nobody ever opens that book till Christmas time.
Winter weather is hard on our floors. We might as well admit it. When snow and slush and wet get tracked in, the floor surfaces need the protection of a tough coat of Johnson's wax. If you examined a waxed floor under a magnifying glass, you'd see that it's the wax that gets all the wear. The surface underneath is safe. And don't forget that with genuine Johnson's wax, you can touch up heavy traffic spots whenever necessary without having to re-wax the entire floor. Don't forget either that there are 100 extra labor-saving uses for wax around your home. Windowsills, Venetian blinds, luggage, shoes and boots, furniture and woodwork. In these times when we have to take better care of the things we have, wax is a helpful ally.
Molly, that was a kind of a clever son at that, hiding this $15 in Dickens' Christmas Carol. Maybe I ain't such a fool after all.
No, you really have some bright moments, McGee.
Yeah, I guess I do at that. Well, all's well that ends well. Here, you keep the $15 for me. I gotta throw this envelope in the wastebasket.
Well, this isn't $15. This is the envelope.
Huh? Oh, my gosh. I tore up the money.
What?
Oh, if I ain't the worst muddle-headed. More than ever should have had $15 in the first place. I'm the dumbest, dim-wittedest dumb... Ah, good night.
Good night, all.
characters of the old-timer and Wallace Wimple heard on our program were played by Bill Thompson. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnston Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you all to join us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody.
It is later than you think.
Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. Some call it the root of all evil, and some call it the flower of all good. Ordinary people call it money. That's what our story is about tonight. Money. $3,000 worth. But first, Frank Martin.
Confidentially, folks, how do you feel these wartime evenings? Too jittery, run down, and tired for any fun? Then quite possibly you simply need more vitamin B and iron than you're getting from your food. If so, try ironized yeast tablets. They're the famous two-way tonic that gives you both vitamin B and iron. Thus, when you need them, ironized yeast helps two ways to step up your pep and strength and ambition. Helps you two ways to really enjoy living. And the cost? Just a few pennies a day. Friends, remember that name. It's ironized yeast tablets. And now,
Lights Out. Everybody.
Money, I tell you, Tony, that's what's wrong with the world today. Money.
What are you talking about?
Hey, look, Tony. Ain't that the pretty boat?
Oh, the devil with the boat. What do you say about money?
Why, you said that money, what was wrong with the world? The people get little money, and then they want more of it. And then they get that, and then they want more. And pretty soon, that's all they think about is money, money, money.
Yeah? What do you think about?
Money?
So what are you talking about?
Oh, you don't understand, Tony.
You don't understand yourself. All the time you talk, go away, let me alone.
No, Tony, don't get so. I was only talking.
What you talk don't make no sense. Money is what's wrong with the world. You fool, you're crazy in the head.
No, I ain't crazy. All the time on the boat coming here to Frisco from New York, I'm thinking to myself, Axel, for 13 years you're a sailor, working all the time. And what you got? Nothing. So I say to myself, Axel, why can't it be that when a man works hard, he can have what he wants, no matter if he ain't got money enough?
No, you crazy fool. What do you talk about? It's a dough what gets a guy what he wants.
Sure. That's the way things are now. But I tell you, it ain't right. A man who works hard with his hands can't have what he wants to have.
Yeah? What do you want to have, eh?
A farm, Tony. A little farm.
What do you say?
Yeah, a little stock farm someplace. Some nice place like Wisconsin or maybe Minnesota. I say something funny, maybe.
Farm. By golly, that's funny.
No, it's not funny. For 13 years I work on the ship. I save my money for farm. I don't like the money. I just want a farm for my wife and my kids. And then...
Yeah, I know. Then in the 31, that bank she's a go bust and you back away your stock there.
And I tell you, Tony, it ain't right. I work so hard.
No, I tell you, you dumb squarehead. All this talk about kick money out and give a man what he worked for. I tell you, that's a bunk.
Yeah, but Tony...
Money, that's what a man needs. All the money he can get is a mitts on. And then he's got the world right by the neck.
But I work so hard.
So what? It ain't work what make a man rich. It's a break. Yeah, a break. Me, I'm best deep water diver in the whole Pacific. So what? I never get a break, so I'm still eating slop and walking the ducks.
Yeah, Tony, that's what I say.
All right, let's move on. No bumming around the docks.
Oh, yeah, officer. We go.
What's that? What's that you said?
No, officer. He don't say nothing. This is Mr. Tony, officer. He's the best deep water diver in the whole Pacific.
Yeah? Well, if he said what I think he did, he's going to do all of his diving in the can for about 30 days. Now get out of town or I'll run you in.
I cut his heart out.
Oh, no, Tony, please, sir. Come this way. Come on, Tony, in here. We'll get the cup of coffee.
That cop was shoving me around.
Come on in. I pay. Nice and warm.
The dump.
What do you have, boy?
2 cups of coffee.
Maybe you like soups. I got nice hot soup.
No, we just want coffee, please.
Yeah, and get a letter.
Okay. 2 coffees come out.
So, what do you want dough for us to get a farm, eh, Swenson?
Yeah, my wife, she...
Who cares about your wife? Farm.
For 13 years I've worked...
Okay, here you are, boys. Nice coffee. Here. 10 cents, please.
Yeah.
Coffee, she's good when you're cold, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was winning. He don't drink coffee tonight, I bet you.
What a guy.
The guy was winning the sweeping stakes. The sailor sweeping stakes. You know, hear it?
Swenson, what is this guy blowing about?
I'm telling you, the sailor sweeping stakes. Everybody's buying a ticket. $3,000 first prize, you betcha. It's in the papers he's winning. Oh, lucky guy.
So, who cares? Give me some more coffee.
Okay.
No. Wait a minute, mister.
Yeah?
This fellow what won. You say his name is in the paper?
Yeah, sure. Here. I got it here.
Get my coffee, you...
No. Wait, Tony. I want to hear. Read it, mister.
Okay. It's a winner. First prize is somebody who gave name of a farmer.
Farmer?
What's the matter, you Swenson?
Tony, quick.
He's sick. Hey, that's my paper.
Tony, come on. Quick, come on.
Hey, you crazy squarehead, wait for me. Wait, you crazy fool, you. What's the matter? Where you go, huh?
Tony, listen. It's me.
Me what? What do you say?
Farmer. That's the name I give the man when I buy the ticket.
Huh?
I'm rich, Tony. I can get the farm.
You? You mean you? What he said in there? You?
Yeah. Me, Tony. Me. I buy sweepstake tickets long time ago. I win. I win.
You crazy in the head.
No. I tell you, I win. Look.
Huh?
Farmer. That's me, Tony. Oh, my wife and my kids, they be so happy.
No, wait. It ain't right. I mean, look, give it the number here. Ticket number 6933. You got that number?
I got it here. I got it, Tony.
Here, let me see, huh?
No, please. 13 years.
What's the matter? You ain't going to hurry. I just want to see.
Look.
Huh?
6, 9, 3. Just like it's in the paper.
You did win.
Yeah, Tony, I win. Me, oh, my Anna, $3,000. Oh, we wait so long.
$3,000.
I quit the sea. I buy a farm. Oh, Tony, my Helga, my kids and me, the happiest people in the whole world.
$3,000.
I buy the best farm in all Minnesota. Come on, Tony. I go get my money.
No, wait.
Huh?
Don't go now. It's a pretty late.
Oh, but my money...
Oh, but they're going to be closed, yeah. Now, you come on. We'll go down on the dock and see what is the first boat.
Oh?
Sure. So right away tomorrow, quick, when you get to the door for that ticket, you catch a boat home to the wife and the kids, eh? That'd be good, eh?
Yeah, Tony, yeah. That policeman. I wish you meet him now, eh, Tony?
Huh? What's the matter? Why you want cop, huh?
Oh, I show him we ain't no bums anymore.
Oh.
$3,000 this ticket is what. By Jiminy, a man is no bum.
No, you're right there. No, you bet your life you ain't.
The water, she looked pretty.
Yeah. She's a deep right here.
Me, I don't care how deep the water is, so long as 13 years a sailor and I can't swim. Yeah, the water, she's so dark and pretty.
Swenson.
Yeah?
Let me look at the ticket.
Ticket?
Sweepstakes.
By Jiminy, you think maybe she ain't good, Tony?
Yeah.
I know she's good. Right away I hear that fella say the farmer win. I know that's me. Here, Tony, here it is. See, it says farmer on it. That's me, see?
Well, lean over just a little. I cannot quite see.
Yeah, sure. You see numbers. It says 6, 9... Tony, you...
Tony, you what? My knife will shut you up good, eh, Swenson? So you can't swim, eh, squarehead? Well, Tony's going to give you a first lesson. There. Oh, Swenson, wait. You forgot the sweepstakes ticket. Okay, I collect for you, farmer. $3,000. Yeah. At last, Tony, she's get a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're all interested in this story of money, but at the same time, I'm sure we're also interested in calming down long enough to make sure that the murder took place quite a distance away from us. And while we're making sure of that, supposing we take this time out to consider something very real.
Help me? Oh, there just isn't any help for the way I feel. I'm so thin and tired and jittery, I'm disgusted with life. And nothing I've tried has helped me.
But, miss, have you tried ironized yeast? You see, you may simply need more vitamin B and iron. And they're just what ironized yeast gives you.
Well, of course, I've heard about vitamin B and iron, but could they make all that difference?
You bet they could, if you need them. Why, when you don't get enough vitamin B from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need. Or you may not get all of the good out of what you do eat. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale. You may feel only half alive.
And you say ironized yeast supplies vitamin B and iron both?
Yes, ma'am. What's more, it's ironized yeast, and it's two-way help that's been of such amazing benefit to thousands who only needed more of these substances. Quickly help them gain glorious new pep and strength and pounds they needed. So, if you need more vitamin B and iron, get ironized yeast tablets right away. Start taking them tonight. And now back to our lights-out story of money, money, money.
Sure, you're right, boys. I'm a great guy. Got plenty of dough and I know how to spend it, eh, boys? Don't you worry about the bride. Tony, he's all right, eh? Sure. Now listen, you go home and let me go upstairs, eh? And maybe tomorrow night we'll go have some more fun, huh? Yeah. Tony's a great guy now, eh? Sure, I'm a great guy. Everybody knows Tony's a great guy. Stairs.
Tony, is that you?
What's the matter? You waiting for somebody else?
Oh, Tony, I've been waiting for you. Let me help you.
Now, go away. I don't need no help, not me.
Tony, night after night.
Go away. Take your hand off of me. Great guy, that's me.
Spending all your money on 3 drunken fools.
Shut up, you mouth.
Oh, careful.
You. Yeah. I told you I don't need no help from nobody. Don't need to take what he wants. Shut the door.
Yes.
Now, come here and give a great guy a kiss.
No.
Come here, you.
No, wait. Tony, listen.
Don't want to listen to nothing.
But, Tony, the man...
Man? What man?
The man that was here. He's been here 12 times since midnight looking for you.
Midnight? Who was he? What do you want?
Well, he acted so funny.
What do you mean, funny?
He spoke so funny, as if...
As if what?
As if his mouth was full of water.
You try to make a joke of Tony, eh?
No, I'm not fooling. Really, I'm not. He said...
He say something?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. He said, tell him...
Well, what? What did he say, eh?
Well, I could hardly understand him. He talks so funny, but I think he said, tell him I was here, and then I think he said the farmer.
No. The farmer?
Yes, that was he. Oh, Tony, what's the matter?
What did he look like?
What's the matter, Tony?
What he looked like?
Well, he was tall, and he looked like a sailor, and I think his clothes were wet. Well, Tony, that's him again. That's the way he knocked before.
No.
Oh, Tony, don't stand there staring at the door like that. You're scaring me. Don't do it.
You out there, go away. You dead.
What?
Dead. You hear me? Dead. I killed you 6 months ago today.
Tony.
I throw you in the water 1,000 miles from here. You dead.
Tony,
Dead.
no.
You scare my wife, but you don't scare me, you farmer. You, I kill you again.
No, don't you scare me.
Swenson, you go away from that door right through. Connie, I don't want to shoot you. I want to shoot him through the door. Connie, get up. Connie. Over there in there, over there. Connie, I know what to kill you. It was him, Connie, him.
Over there, police officer. Over in there.
You, Swenson, you think you got me, eh? You think you got me in the hot seat, eh? No, that's me, Swenson. You squarehead, you forget the fire escape. Listen to me, Cap. You've got to help me. You've got to.
Now, take it easy, Tony. Take it easy.
You will get me out, eh?
So far out, there ain't a copper in the world can get you. Listen, at midnight tonight, my ship is pulling out to go down through the canal and over the coast of Ireland to go hunting for gold.
Gold? You crazy.
Watch your tongue. I said gold, and gold it is. Only we're going under the sea for it.
What?
You heard me. Under the sea. $1 million in gold in the hold of the Tanya, sunk by a sub. The boys are going down there to dive for it.
Dive?
Yeah. And if you decorate the mahogany in front of me with every cent you got in your pocket, you'll be on board my ship.
Ah. You hear that, Swenson? You diving for gold. $1 million. And me, I'm going to be on board.
Shut that door, you fool.
You want to talk to me, Cap?
Yeah, Tony, sit down.
She's getting pretty rough, eh, Cap?
Yeah, and that's what I want to talk to you about.
Well, I'm listening.
While you was sleeping before, the rest of the divers had a meeting.
Yeah?
Yeah. They looked over the weather reports, and they decided they ain't going to do no more diving. Out white-bellied.
Wait a minute, Cap. You mean we're going to turn back?
What else can I do? 3 months out here in the open sea, and when we finally do locate the wreck, every mother's son of them turns chicken on me.
So what's the matter? You want to talk to me?
Because even if you are a no-good rat, you're the best diver of the lot.
All right, keep talking.
Tony, listen. Under that buoy off the starboard is the Tanya, with $1 million in gold bullion in it.
So?
Go down and get your hooks in it, and whatever you get, half of it's yours.
What? You mean a half?
Sure, you get half, and I'll split the other half of the crew.
$1 million?
Yeah, $1 million. And you'll have half of it. You can do it, Tony. You know you can.
Yeah, but the sea, she's getting rougher.
Ah, Tony, you've gone down in rougher water.
Yeah, but that water, she's a cold half an hour and I'm finished. Hey, at the room with the gold. Who knows where she is?
Tony, listen. I know just where that gold is stored.
You're not trying to fool me, eh?
As God is my judge, I'm telling you the truth. Jake located the room on his last dive yesterday. He told only me about it.
So?
Don't you see, Tony? Chance of a lifetime. I got enough coal for one more day out here. If we turn back, we'll never locate that wreck again with the sea running as she is. $500,000 in gold for you, Tony, right under your feet. Don't be a fool, man. Take a chance to go down and try to get it. Well, will you do it?
Get away from him.
Him? Who are you talking about?
Who's talking to you? Well, what are you sitting there for? Get me a rig, get the pumps going.
Ready, Tony?
Yeah, give me the headset.
Yeah.
Well, what are you standing there for? The helmet? Give me the helmet.
Okay.
Cap?
Yeah?
What's the matter, you? Told you to keep the deck clear. Only the men I want. The rest get below or I don't die.
Right, Tony. You men get below. Every white-bellied one of you. Come on.
All right. Hold up the helmet, fella. I want to try out the phone. Hello? Well, answer me.
Okay, Tony, I hear you, okay.
All right. The valve. Okay, I'm ready. Put the helmet on me.
Okay.
Well, hurry up, you mugs. Get them bolts tight. You think I got all day?
What's that, Tony?
Okay. Put me over the side and watch that pump or I come up and cut your heart out. $500,000. Me, water, coal, down. $500,000.
All right, Tony?
Sure, I'm all right. Let me alone.
Okay.
Down, water hard.
You came to me, Tony, best diver, 50-50, $500,000, $500,000. Listen up there. I'm on the bottom, you hear me?
Tony, listen. Captain says hurry up. Squall coming up.
Tell the captain if he's taking me up before I give signal, I'll cut his heart out.
But, Tony...
Shut up and let me alone. Me, Tony, $500,000. The captain says Ghoul was inside door A deck. $500,000. Oh, the door, the captain said. Me and the cap, 50-50.
What does he say, Art?
He says to leave him alone. He don't want to talk to nobody.
That's no good, rat. I was a fool sending him down.
He's in the bottom, all right.
But what's he doing? Has he found the gold? Has he found the strong room? How long is he going to stay down? Talk to him, Art. Tell him he's got the answer.
Captain said it'll be right over. Santa Lucia, the gold. Roma full of gold. I'm rich. All the money in the world. Me, Tony, rich, rich.
Yeah, all the money you want, eh, Tony?
Huh? Oh, who's it talking? Answer me, who's it talking?
What's wrong, Tony? Anything wrong?
You up there, I told you I don't want to talk. What's the matter? You don't listen to me. What do you mean all the money I want? What do you say that for, huh?
I didn't say that, Tony. I've been standing by.
Standing by. Oh, wait till I get up there. I show you standing by. Wait till I get the headset connection with my teeth. I'll fix it so you don't bother me no more.
No, wait, Tony. The captain says that...
So, now, talk a little while, you sour-face me. I won't hear you. Me, I'll be alone with my gold.
No, Tony. Not alone.
You up there, stop talking to me. Stop, you hear? Stop.
I am down here, Tony, with you.
Huh? Who said that? I broke the connection. Nobody can talk to me. Nobody, you hear? Nobody can talk to me.
I will talk to you, Tony. So much to talk to you.
Oh, it's in my head. That's what it is, in my head. Yeah.
Not in your head. Look straight ahead.
What are you talking? Swenson.
You know me, Tony. And me in the water almost a year.
Oh, no.
Close to the window, in your helmet.
Oh.
You don't like what you see, eh, Tony? My wife, my children, they wouldn't like it either. Would they?
Oh, no.
Oh, don't be in a hurry, Tony. We got plenty time.
No.
Plenty. I worked for 13 years.
Go ahead.
You remember, Tony? 13 years for farm. Now I don't work no more.
Go ahead.
I just wait for you. You.
Oh, my hair.
You take away my wife, my kids, my life. Now I take a little air. Eh, Tony? Just a little air. Now I take off your helmet and come in with you, Tony.
No.
My friend, I come in.
No.
Go away, Swenson. Go away. No, don't come in. Don't come in, Swenson. Go away.
You there? Is he getting there?
Yeah, sure, plenty. Everything's okay.
Talk to him.
He don't answer, just yelling.
Signal on the lifeline.
He's signaling us, Captain. Says everything's okay. Wants to be taken up.
He's yelling. He's still yelling. Call him in, quick.
How about decompression?
No. He's going to fight with that. We'll put him in the tank when we get him up here. Something must be wrong. Yelling bloody murder through the phone and signaling okay on the lifeline. Hurry up, you men. Get him up. Quick. Call him in.
Here he comes. Oh, he's not there. It's not him. It's something else on his line. Captain, look. His airline. It's been chewed through by teeth. But what is it? What's tied to the lifeline where he was?
It's Mother in Heaven. It's a bar of gold.
Mr. Oboler, all I can say is... Oh.
I suppose it's quite fitting to gulp after a story about the sea, Frank. But before you start asking me if the story's a true one, I'd like to tell you with some excitement about next week's play because it's really a most exciting story. But first, you have your say, Frank Martin.
Let me remind you, friends, if you're unattractively thin and jittery, tired and run down, unable to eat and sleep as you should, and if it's only because you're short on vitamin B and iron, then try ironized yeast tablets. They've helped thousands with these deficiencies. They cost but a few pennies a day, and what's more, you don't risk even those few pennies, for ironized yeast is sold on this money-back basis. If you don't quickly begin to eat and sleep better, to gain new pounds, to feel much stronger and peppier, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, what about all the excitement next week, Mr. Oboler?
Well, before that excitement, Frank, we've got news for our friends about the red, white, and blue. I don't mean Old Glory. I'm talking about those all-important red, white, and blue ration stamps.
Well, I'm sure all the folks are well acquainted with the white and blue stamps by now, Mr. Oboler, so let's concentrate on the red stamps that went into action yesterday. These are the stamps you use when you buy any of the newly rationed foods: meat, cheese, butter, oils, and shortening. And here's how your red stamps work. Yesterday, March 29th, the red A stamps became valid, a total of 16 points per person for this week.
Yes, but this is very important, Frank, to all of us who like to eat regularly. You don't have to use all of those stamps this week. Your red A stamps are good right well up to the end of April.
Yes, and that holds true for the B stamps that become valid next Monday, April 5th. Also the C stamps that you can start using Monday, April 12th, and the red D stamps effective April 19th. But at the end of April, all the red A, B, C, and D stamps expire, and only the red E stamps will be good.
And remember, you can use these points any way you like. You can spend them all on meat, or you can concentrate on meat and butter. In the American way, it's up to you.
But don't forget, all forms of meat are now rationed. So is canned fish and fish products. But fresh or frozen or smoked fish and fish not in sealed containers are not rationed. Neither is poultry and game. And in the cheese line, cottage cheese, cream cheese, camembert, Liederkranz, and several other varieties are not rationed. And whereas all kinds of fats and oils, butter, margarine, lard, shortening, and cooking and salad oils are rationed, salad dressing, mayonnaise, and pure olive oil are not rationed. And now that we've covered the salient points about the new red ration stamps, what about next week's story, Mr. Oboler?
Well, have you ever thought what would happen if motion pictures could come to life? That is to say, supposing you were watching Hedy Lamarr or Bob Taylor, as the case may be, and suddenly they came to life right in your own living room. You want to know how to do that? Well, listen in next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, Super Feature. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try Ironized Yeast, the one and only Ironized Yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Good evening. This is Orson Welles, your producer of a special series of broadcasts presented by the makers of Pabst Blue Ribbon, the Mercury Summer Theater of the Air.
Tonight and every Friday night, Pabst Blue Ribbon presents you with a front row seat in America's favorite summer theater. So, while America's famous producer, writer, director, Orson Welles entertains you, pour yourself a tall, frosted glass of Pabst Blue Ribbon and enjoy at the same time great entertainment and this truly great beer.
When we bring you tonight, ladies and gentlemen, two love stories. The first, a family portrait. And if you've ever watched the kind of old couple that holds hands during a band concert, if you've ever listened to the affectionate arguments held on the wide verandas of a certain sort of resort hotel where the old folks squeak in their rocking chairs and watch the sun go down over the world, you'll recognize, I think, and welcome this hero and this heroine. The author had the sharpest pair of ears in his century, which is ours. His name is Ring Lardner. And his loving record of a holiday in Florida, part one of our broadcast. It's called Golden Honeymoon. Mother says that when I start talking, I never know when to stop, but I tell her, what did God give us tongues for if he didn't want us, we should use them?
He didn't give them to us to say the same things over and over.
Well, Mother, when people is like you and I, and been married 50 years, you expect everything I say will be something you ain't heard me say before? Well, it may be new to others, as there ain't nobody else lived with me as long as you have.
You can bet they ain't, as there couldn't nobody else stand you that long.
Well, you look pretty healthy.
Maybe I do. I looked even healthier before I married you.
You can't get ahead of Mother. Yes, sir. We was married 50 years ago last January. Come mighty near getting a divorce in February. My daughter and son-in-law was over from Trenton to help celebrate the golden wedding, and Edie, that's my daughter, says she didn't know why we stayed up here in the cold. Why didn't go to Florida for the winter? Well, make a long story short, we decided to do it. We left on the 12th of January at 3:23 p.m. Mother sat facing the front of the train as it makes her giddy to ride backwards. I sat facing her, which does not affect me. We reached Philadelphia at 4:03 p.m., Baltimore at 6:30, and Washington, D.C. at 7:25. We laid over there a couple hours. I went for a stroll, come back, found Mother scared stiff. She thought I'd got left behind. Well, I said, I would have followed you on the next train.
Yes, you would. With me having all the money?
Well, we're in Washington, and I could have borrowed from the U.S. Treasury. After another day and night, we got into St. Petersburg, Florida at 8:20 a.m. You'd think there was a riot.
Taxi, bus right to the best hotel.
Step right in, every room with the bath.
None better than the Front City Hotel. None better. There you are. Give like a key. Room with a view.
Step right in, none better.
Well, it's a good thing we've got a place picked out to go to.
Why?
Well, it'll be hard to choose amongst them if every one of them is the best.
Bus right to the best hotel. None better than the Front City Hotel.
We went to the address that my son-in-law gave us and introduced ourselves to the lady that owned the house. She was a young widow of about 48 years of age.
This would be your room.
It's nice and airy.
And you have your own washstand.
How much is the bad news?
$12 a week.
I guess I will survive the shock.
Don't pay no attention to Pa. He's always getting spry around a pretty woman. Makes him feel like a young man of 60 again.
You can't get ahead of Mother. Well, $12 a week ain't much, and we was only 3 blocks away from Williams Park. That's some place, that park. There's a big bandstand and chairs for folks to sit and listen to the concerts, and all around there's places for games, chess, checkers, badminton, horseshoes, whole shebang. Mother and me bought a membership in the club. Cost $1 for the season. Mother listens to the band, as she is a sucker for music. And, me, I played checkers. About eating. We found a nice cafeteria and ate most of our meals there. Averaged about $2 a day for the two of us, but the food was good and everything was nice and clean. A man don't mind paying the price if things is clean and well cooked. On the 3rd of February, we spread ourselves and eat supper at the Poinsettia Hotel. It was Mother's birthday. We had sirloin steak.
It don't look very...
For 5 cents.
It looks hardly big enough for one.
Well, I guess a good thing every day ain't your birthday, or we'd be in the poorhouse.
Oh, because if every day was my birthday, I don't know enough to buy this.
You can't get ahead of my mother there. And things went along quiet like this till one day at the park, I was playing checkers and Mother was listening to the band concert. And the woman next to her opened up a conversation.
Nice music, isn't it?
Yes, I enjoy it.
Where are you from?
Jersey City. And you?
I'm Mrs. Frank M. Hudson of Hillsdale, Michigan. Of course, I'm originally from Alabama.
Well, you could have knocked Mother over with a pigeon feather. Frank M. Hartzell was the man who was engaged to Mother till I stepped in and cut him out 52 years ago. Well, 4 of us had dinner, and then we went up to our house, sat in the parlor. Mother was very apologetic.
Miss Hartzell, I'm scared you find it tiresome listening to we three talking over old times.
Oh, no, not at all. I've heard Frank talk quite a bit about his old friends, and so it seems as though I know most of them, although not quite so well as I know my own friends, of course.
Well, as it turned out, Mother didn't have no need to apologize. I have heard a lot of women that could go it, but Hartzell's wife takes the cake of all the women I have ever seen. She told us the family history of everybody in the state of Alabama and Michigan, and she would have been going yet if the clock hadn't broke.
The clock sounds like it's busted.
Either that or it's horrible late.
Well, we'll run along.
Well, we'll see you again, won't we?
How about some cards tomorrow night? You play whist?
Oh, yes. Come to our place.
That's what we did. We played cards with him with Mother and Hartzell partners against his wife and I. Me and my partner certainly got the worst of it. All in all, we played about 10 times. There was only one night when Mrs. Hartzell and me come out ahead. That night wasn't no fault of hers. Hartzell got feeling pretty good about himself. But I took it out of him one morning in the park. He foolishly offered to play me checkers. Didn't have a chance. A crowd of folks who usually watched me play began to pass off remarks.
Whoever told you he was a checker player? You might maybe be good for tiddlywinks, but not checkers.
I almost felt like letting him beat me a couple of games. But the crowd would have noted it was a put-up job. Of course, the women folks joined us after the massacre, and I wasn't going to mention it, but...
Well, Charlie and I had a little game of checkers, but I'm no match for him. Not me.
Well, checkers ain't much of a game anyway. It's more of a children's game, ain't it?
Yes, ma'am. It's a children's game the way your husband plays it.
Maybe there's other games where Frank can beat you.
Yes, I bet he could beat you pitching horseshoes.
Well, I'd give him a chance to. I ain't pitched a shoe in over 16 years.
Well, I ain't played checkers in 20 years.
You ain't never played it.
Now, Pa, just for that, you pitch horseshoes with Frank.
And you know, Hartzell was the luckiest pitcher I ever seen. He had some pitches where the shoe lit 5 and 6 feet short, and then schoonered up and was a ringer. There were some hard points in my horseshoes. Just when I was getting my distance, my thumb got to bleeding, so I had to quit. Hartzell said the score was 19-6, but I don't know what it was. They wanted us to play cards again that night, but I was sick and tired of them, and I tried to get out of it.
What's the matter, Charlie? Afraid you'll get beat again?
I ought to tell him why we got beat.
I couldn't never lose a game of cards if I always had Lucy for a partner.
Well, you had a chance 50 years ago to always have her for a partner, and you wasn't man enough to keep her.
Well, you must have had something stronger than tea to make you talk that silly.
She was just trying to smooth things over. I was sorry the minute I said it. Hartzell, he didn't know what to say. And for once, his wife couldn't say nothing. We didn't see him again. As soon as we got to our room, Mother began to scold me.
You'd ought to be ashamed of yourself, talking that way to Frank.
I guess he's such a wonderful pitcher and card player that you wish you'd married him.
Well, at least he ain't a baby to give up pitching because his thumb has a few scratches.
Well, if he's so great, why didn't you marry him?
I almost wish I had.
I wish so, too.
I'll remember that.
That's the last word she said to me. For 2 days. Then we was in the park sitting on a bench. We made up while the band started up a nice walk.
Listen, Charlie. This is our golden honeymoon. We don't want the whole thing spoiled with a silly old quarrel.
Well, do you mean that about wishing you'd married Hartzell?
Of course not. That is, if you didn't mean that you wished I had, too.
Well, I was just tired and wrought up. I thank God you chose me instead of him, as there's no other woman in the world who I could have lived with all these years.
Yes, you have needed a woman with a great deal of intelligence and understanding and patience.
Like I said, he can't get ahead of Mother. That was Golden Honeymoon, a love story by Ring Lardner, part the first of the Mercury Summer Theater's offering for this Friday. Part two is another love story. And Mercedes McCambridge is the heroine of both. But just for a minute now, here's Jim Amici advancing front and center to say a few brief words on the subject of tempers and temperatures.
Frankly, friends, it's mighty hard to keep in good temper these days of high temperatures, especially when your dealer can't come through with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. But please, we beg you, be kind to that kindly man behind the counter. He's doing his best, and so are we, in spite of the shortage, to get you your share of this truly great thirst quencher. And we can assure you that every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will be, as always, the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every drop will have that perfect Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling. So please keep asking your dealer for it. It's worthwhile asking for. Blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon. And now, Mr. Wells.
Well, if there's such a thing as a happy ending to a love story, Golden Honeymoon was it. We can't promise you as much for part two of this broadcast. Boy gets girl in every melodrama, and in the melodramas, boy and girl live happily ever after. But when love itself is the central theme, happy endings are rare indeed. And of all love stories, the most famous makes no break with this tradition. We bring you now with all possible pathos a few of its final and best regarded scenes. We pick up this pair of star-crossed lovers. At the last moment, they are destined to enjoy together. He's been ordered into exile for the killing of a kinsman in a street brawl. And for a parting moment before banishment, he is stolen by night into a bedchamber. But now it is already dawn.
Wilt thou be gone? It is not yet near day. It was the nightingale, and not the lark, that pierced the fearful hollow of thine ear. Believe me, love, it was the nightingale.
It was the lark, the herald of the morn, no nightingale. Look, love, what envious streaks do lace the severing clouds in yonder east. Night's candles are burnt out, and jocund day stands tiptoe on the misty mountain tops. I must be gone and live, or stay and die.
Oh, God, I have an ill-divining soul. Methinks I see thee as one dead, in the bottom of a tomb. Either my eyesight fails, or thou look'st pale.
And trust me, love, in my eye, so do you. Dry sorrow drinks our blood. Adieu. Adieu.
You have recognized the words, but to ensure your memory of the plot, the lover now goes off to exile, and his lady, forced by her family into marriage with the young Count Paris, drinks a sleeping potion, that she may be taken for dead and laid away in a burial vault, where her true love may come and rescue her. He comes, as she had planned, but never learns that she is only sleeping. Having purchased poison, he takes it and breathes his last by her tomb. For never was a story of more woe than this of Juliet and her Romeo.
trust the flattering truth of sleep. My dreams presage some joyful news at hand. My bosom's Lord sits lightly in his throne, and all this day an unaccustomed spirit lifts me above the ground with cheerful thoughts. I dreamt my lady came and found me dead. Strange dream that gives a dead man leave to think, and breathed such life with kisses in my lips that I revived and was an emperor. Oh me, how sweet is love itself possessed, when but love's shadows are so rich in joy. News from Verona. How now, Balthazar? How doth my lady? Is my father well? How fares my Juliet? That I ask again, for nothing can be ill if she be well.
Then she is well, and nothing can be ill. Her body sleeps in Capel's monument.
Is it e'en so? Then I defy you, stars. Thou knowest my lodging. Get me ink and paper, and hire post horses. I will hence tonight. Get thee gone, and hire those horses. I'll be with thee straight. Well, Juliet, I will lie with thee tonight. Let's see for means. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts it dwells. Meager were his looks. Sharp misery had worn him to the bones. Noting his penury to myself, I said, and if a man did need a poison now, here lives a caitiff wretch would sell it him, as I remember this should be the house. What ho! Apothecary! Who calls? Come hither, man. I see that thou art poor. Hold. There is 40 ducats. Let me have a dram of poison.
Put this in any liquid thing you will and drink it off. And if you had the strength of 20 men, it would dispatch you straight.
Come cordial, and not poison. Go with me to Juliet's tomb, for there must I use thee. Count Paris, who was to have married Juliet, comes by night into the churchyard, bearing flowers for Juliet, but hearing the approach of Romeo and his servant. He hides himself to watch.
What cursed foot wanders this way tonight to cross my obsequies in my true love's right? What with a torch? Muffle me night a while.
Give me that mattock and the wrenching iron.
Yes, sir.
Whatever thou hearest or seest, stand all aloof, and do not interrupt me in my course. But if thou jealous dost return to pry on what I farther shall intend to do, by heaven I will tear thee joint by joint, and strew this hungry churchyard with thy limbs.
I will be gone, sir, and not stopping.
Thou detestable maw, thou womb of death, gorged with the dearest morsel of the earth. Thus I enforce thy rotten jaws to open, and in despite I'll cram thee with more food.
Stop thy unhallowed toil, vile Montague. Obey and go with me, for thou must die.
I must indeed, and therefore came I hither. Good gentle youth, tempt not a desperate man. Put not another sin upon my head by urging me to fury. Oh, begone! By heaven, I love thee better than myself, for I came hither armed against myself. Stay not, begone! Live and hereafter say a madman's mercy bid thee run away.
I do defy thy conjurations and apprehend thee for a felon here.
If thou provoke me, then have at thee, boy.
Sir! Oh, I am slain. If thou be merciful, open the tomb. Lay me with Juliet.
In faith I will. Let me peruse this face. Mercutio's kinsman, noble County Paris. What said my man when my betrothed soul did not attend him as we rode? I think he told me Paris should have married Juliet. Said he not so? Or did I dream it so? Or am I mad? Hearing him talk of Juliet, to think it was so. Oh, give me thy hand. One writ with me in sour misfortune's book. I'll bury thee in a triumphant grave. A grave? Oh, no. A lantern-slaughtered youth. For here lies Juliet, and her beauty makes this vault a feasting presence full of light. Death, lie thou there, by a dead man interred. Oh, my love. My wife. Death, that hath sucked the honey of thy breath, hath had no power yet upon thy beauty. Thou art not conquered. Beauty's ensign yet is crimson in thy lips and in thy cheeks, and death's pale flag is not advanced there. Oh, dear Juliet, why art thou yet so fair? Shall I believe that unsubstantial death is amorous, and that the lean, abhorred monster keeps thee here in dark to be his paramour? For fear of that, I still will stay with thee, and never from this palace of dim night depart again. Here will I remain, with worms that are thy chambermaids. Oh, here will I set up my everlasting rest, and shake the yoke of inauspicious stars from this world-weary flesh. Eyes, look your last. Arms, take your last embrace. And lips, oh, you the doors of breath, seal with a righteous kiss a dateless bargain to engrossing death. Come, fitter conduct. Come, unsavory guide. Thou desperate pilot, now at once, run on the dashing rocks thy seasick, weary bark. Here's to my love. O true apothecary, thy drugs. Ah, quick. With a kiss, I die.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've just performed for you 3 scenes from William Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. I'd like to tell you about next Friday's broadcast. But first, a word from Jim Amici.
First, let me again remind you to be patient with your dealer when, occasionally these days, he's unable to supply you with all the Pabst Blue Ribbon you'd like. He's doing his best, you can be sure of that. Yes, and here's something else you can be sure of. every single bottle of Pabst Blue Ribbon you do get will, as always, be the happy blending of never less than 33 fine brews. Yes, every foaming, frosty glass you enjoy will, as always, have that famous Pabst Blue Ribbon flavor. Not too heavy, not too light, but fresh, clean, sparkling, with the real beer taste coming through the way you like it. So keep asking for blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
We'd like you to join us next week, ladies and gentlemen. There's several more of these broadcasts on this special series. We hope you enjoy them. If you are enjoying them, we'd appreciate it much if you'd write us about it and tell us what kind of story you'd like us to do for you. We have enough time left to represent most of your choices, at least for the sort of thing you like to hear us do. So please just write us a postcard or something. You don't have to suggest a title, just a tone. Thanks again for listening. Please join us next week. Until then, I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This program came to you through the courtesy of the Pabst Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, makers of blended, splendid Pabst Blue Ribbon.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time and the little gray cells. They will always catch the criminal.
Agatha Christie's Poirot. From the thrill-packed pages of Agatha Christie's unforgettable stories of corpses, clues, and crime, complete with bowler hat and magnificent mustache, your favorite detective, Hercule Poirot, in Death in the Golden Gate.
Tonight's story of detective fiction finds Hercule Poirot in San Francisco at the time of the United Nations Conference.
Really, Mr. Poirot, you don't have to take me to dinner. All I asked for was an interview.
No, but I insist. I owe you one dinner, Miss Blaine, for the great compliment you have paid me. With San Francisco so full of international personalities, I did not think anyone would even notice the presence of an unimportant Belgian detective.
Unimportant? Oh, come now, Mr. Poirot, you're too modest.
No, but of course, modesty is one of the many qualities for which I am justly famous. Voici. Here is the very excellent little restaurant which I've discovered. Oh, one moment. We better let these three gentlemen out. They present an impassable barrier.
That's the idea, pal. Impassable barrier. Three Musketeers.
Thanks for holding the door open, lady. I'll do the same for you sometime.
Well, kind of early in the day for drinking.
If they are intoxicated, mademoiselle, it is from your San Francisco air. They have not been drinking. Of that I'm quite certain. The characteristic aroma is absent.
Maybe, but they've got the characteristic staggers. Think I'll make that car all right?
Yes, I think so.
Shall we go in?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, here's a table right by the window.
Ah, you see? They're having trouble starting the car.
But why does the driver keep stamping on the brake instead of the starter?
How do you know he's... Oh, I see the stoplight in the rear. Flashing on... Ah, success. They're off.
Yes.
Now we can devote our entire attention to dinner. I'm as hungry as... What is it, Mr. Poirot?
Oh, that gentleman at the corner table.
The corner table? Oh, that foreign-looking chap with a peculiar expression on his face?
Wait, that is the one.
Rather distinguished looking. What about him?
It is strange. The shape of the head, the hair, the general figure of the man is so familiar. And yet the face is that of a stranger.
He's getting up now. He's getting ready to leave.
Oh, sacre bleu, that is most disturbing. You know, I will not be able to rest until I have identified him. There's only one thing I do know. Seeing him has given me a very unpleasant feeling. Our past association was decidedly not friendly.
He's probably a famous jewel thief. He looks it.
He's passing this way. Bonjour, monsieur.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, monsieur, have I changed then so much you do not recognize me? My name is Poirot. Hercule Poirot.
I'm afraid there's a mistake.
Oh, no, my friend. Where was it we met now? In Amsterdam, n'est-ce pas?
I have never been in Amsterdam. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir. Goodbye.
Bonjour, monsieur. Mm-hmm. That voice I have heard before.
He certainly gave you the cold shoulder.
It is obvious he does not relish my attention. I wonder... Ma foi!
What is it?
Why did I not realize it before? Mademoiselle, those men who just left the restaurant, I think they are connected with this gentleman.
The three drunkards who got into the car?
No, mademoiselle, they were not drunk. The two wished to appear drunk. They were holding the third and abducting him.
Abducting him?
Oui, mademoiselle. Now I understand why he kept applying the brake so the red light would flash.
Why?
Because he was in trouble. He was seeking help, as one might flash an SOS.
An SOS? Well, that sounds as though there might be a story here.
Oui, mademoiselle. And perhaps an unpleasant one.
But what can we do? They're gone now, all of them, including your mysterious friend.
Yes, but fortunately this flashing light business made me suspicious, so I wrote down the license number. Come, mademoiselle. We will find out who owns the car and pay him a little visit.
Inside, mister.
You fellas are making a big mistake. You got the wrong guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm just a newspaper photographer. I make $40 a week, and I'm in hock now for my next 2 weeks' salary. You can't get any dough out of me.
Watch him, Kurt. Don't worry, Frank. I've got him covered. Now, sit down.
All right, come on, let's have it. What do you want?
Nothing. We just like your company.
Well, I don't like yours. How long do you think I'm going to stay here?
Long enough.
Says you. I got an important assignment at 9.
We're not interested in your career. Now, sit still.
Take it easy, will you, pal? You want that thing to go off? Guy can tie his shoelaces, can't he?
All right, but don't...
Look out,
Kurt, he's diving for your leg.
No, you don't. You stay down.
Frank, the gun. He's reaching for it. Okay, Kurt, get up. He'll keep for a while.
Yeah, I see.
No, I just knocked him out. You come to in a little while. You all right?
Yeah, I'm okay.
All right, come on. Help me get him on the couch.
Right.
He'll pay for this just as soon as...
That must be Kramer.
I'll let him in. You keep an eye on this one. Who is it?
It is Von Kramer. Open up.
We expected you sooner, Baron.
This is Simon Upkirk, the young man. You have him here?
He's in the next room. Baron, there's something I must tell you.
And his camera. You brought that along, too?
Yes.
Good. For a moment when I saw that little Belgian in the restaurant, I was afraid.
What Belgian?
Never mind. Tonight at 9 o'clock, the delegates will gather in a room at the Hotel Embassy. They will pose for pictures. They will smile self-consciously. And then suddenly, poof. Now I will have a talk with this photographer. And while I talk to him, attend to the camera.
Yeah, I know what to do.
Be careful, Kurt. It is a very small device, but it is very effective. One click of the shutter, the bomb will explode.
Baron, there's one thing I must tell you.
Yes?
There's been a slight difficulty.
Difficulty?
Yes, it was an accident.
What happened? Quickly.
Well, he attempted to escape. The gun went off.
You stupid swine. Come. I told you to treat him well.
Well, he'll be coming to in a minute.
Are you sure this is the man we want?
Yeah, he's Larry Doyle, all right. But there's
He has a very stupid face. Typically American. Kurt, cold water, towels.
Yes, Baron, right away. Baron, huh? I thought your name was Kramer.
I thought this was a simple snatch so you could get the guy's press card. I don't want any part of this bomb business. I just heard you talking about the Kurt.
And now that you know, what do you suggest?
I think you ought to call the whole thing off. If you were in your right mind, you'd never even dream of pulling anything like it.
Proceed.
That's all. I think you're off balance, Baron. You're going berserk because Germany's just lost the war and you want revenge.
Just lost the war. Don't be a fool, Frank. We lost the war 2 years ago. It is not this war we've been thinking about. It is the next one.
The next? Baron, don't you know what's happening? Your leaders are dead. Germany's ruined.
No, Frank. Germany is not ruined. It's only the factories, and they can be rebuilt. But the people, the German people, are not ruined as the others. They are well-fed, well-dressed. Germany will yet rule the world. We have only to divide our enemies. We have only to prevent the unity they hope to build here in San Francisco.
But knocking off a couple of delegates won't help. They'll dig up others.
Yes, but it will give us time. Time for propaganda. Time to spread distrust.
Look, you crackpot, you can't get away with anything like that. They'll catch you and me, too. If I stick with you, I'm pulling out.
That is impossible. You already know too much.
What do you mean?
I mean, you stupid American swine, that you will not be permitted to warn the authorities.
Oh, I
can see it in your eyes. You will become a hero. You will save the country.
I won't save the
You won't even save yourself.
What happened?
Our friend here wanted to resign from our little mission. Of course, I could permit that.
But why did you...
Stop wasting time. Give me that towel and water. Get him into the back room. This other one's beginning to stir already.
Yes,
And remember, follow the instructions. When you've finished with the camera, leave it on the table in the hall. Then disappear.
I will, Baron.
Yeah. Oh. Here, young man, drink this. Oh. Can you hear me? You're all right.
Oh, my head.
Nothing. You were stunned. You're all right now.
Ooh, everything's wobbly. Take that thing away.
It's only a towel. What is your name, young man?
Let me go.
Yes, sit up. So, you're better? Yes?
Who are you? What do you want?
Only to extend my apologies. My friends have been guilty of a great mistake. For days now, I've been followed by a suspicious-looking man. They mistook you for him.
Oh, they did. Well, I had to tell that to the police. There's a law against kidnapping.
Kidnapping? No, my friend. I'm well known to the police. I'm under their protection. And now you had better go.
Why are you so anxious to get rid of me all of a sudden?
Well, my friend, as you came out of your unconsciousness, you kept muttering, I've got to get there at 9 o'clock. I would not want you to miss an important engagement.
Oh, yeah. Thanks. Hello.
Mr. Doyle.
Yeah?
Do not forget your camera.
Well, there's nobody home. You sure this is the right place?
Oh, there is the name over the bell, Lawrence Doyle. This is the address the police gave to me. Perhaps the door is...
Hey there, just a minute. Where do you think you're going?
Oh, monsieur, are you Lawrence Doyle?
Well, what if I am?
Monsieur Doyle, is it not true you were abducted in your automobile earlier today by 2 other gentlemen?
You seem to know a lot about my affairs. How come you're so nosy?
It is my business to be nosy, monsieur. Sometimes a stitch in time saves the whole garment, n'est-ce pas? Permit me to present myself. I am Hercule Poirot, and this is Miss Blaine of the Time Star.
Oh, how are you, Blaine? I'm there. Hey, are you that famous detective?
Well, I am a detective, monsieur, and I am not entirely unknown.
I was supposed to take pictures of you tomorrow. Come on in a minute, will you? I think you're just the guy I'm looking for. And that's the whole story, Mr. Poirot. What do you make of it?
Well, this is very strange, Monsieur Doyle. Very strange. You are positive they took nothing from you? No money, no papers?
No, I'm positive. Not a thing. And another thing. I didn't mention it to that last guy, but there was a blood stain on the carpet that wasn't there before I was knocked out. I thought I heard a shot just before I really became conscious.
I do not understand this, monsieur. As soon as they released you, why did you not inform the police?
I'll tell you why, because I didn't want to get tied up with identifications and making complaints and whatnot. 9 o'clock tonight, I got to be at the Hotel Embassy to take a picture. The heads of the delegations getting together.
I see. Tell me, monsieur, this third gentleman, the foreign-looking one who was so kind to you, do you know his name?
No, I don't think it was mentioned.
From your description, I think he's the one we saw in the restaurant. If I could only see him again and perhaps identify him.
Well, I'll take you there.
Oh, but your assignment to take the picture.
Oh, I can make that. It's only 7:30 now.
Bon, let us march. Miss Blaine, you will forgive me for rushing up this way, but this may be dangerous.
Oh, sure. After all, if I went along, I might get a hot story. Hey, Doyle.
What?
You forgot your camera. What do you want to do, lose your job?
You are sure this is the street, monsieur?
This is it, all right. Let me see. It was the third house in the corner.
Third house? Oh, that would be the house in front of which that truck is standing.
Yeah. Hey, look, they're carrying a crate out of the house.
Wait. I would like very much to inspect that crate. Perhaps if I... No, I've already loaded it onto the truck. Nah, that is a pity.
Hey, Poirot, that fellow who just jumped in, I think I recognize him.
What?
Hey, wait a minute, hold on. Could have sworn he was one of the guys who slugged me.
Eh bien, perhaps we will meet him again sometime. This is the house, n'est-ce pas?
Yeah.
Good. We will just step in and see what we can discover for ourselves.
Suppose, they find us.
Oh, you need not be afraid, monsieur. I suspect the birds have already flown the coops.
Oh, yeah. Here's the room they took me into.
Good. You see? They are gone. There are the signs of a rather hasty departure.
Oh, there's the broken window I told you about.
Well, and here is a loud blood stain on the carpet. Your account of what happened here is no doubt accurate.
Yeah, a lot of good that does us. They haven't left a single trace.
I would not say that, monsieur. They have left at least one vital piece of information.
What's that?
I can now give you the name of the third man, the one who revived you with the towels.
Yeah?
His name is Baron von Kramer.
Von Kramer? I never heard of him. Should I have?
This von Kramer was a German saboteur in Belgium in 1914. A cruel, ruthless man. I had the misfortune to meet him several times.
I don't get it, Poirot. How do you know he's the man?
Well, this Baron has one careless habit. Whenever he sits at a table with a pencil in his hand, he scribbles furiously.
Oh, lots of people do that. We call it doodling.
Wait. But this Baron von Kramer, he is an egotist. He doodles for himself decorations of honor. I have observed him doing it many times. On tablecloths, on menus. Always he draws for himself the Iron Cross. Iron crosses such as you see here on this crumpled piece of paper.
Well, how is it you didn't recognize him in the restaurant?
Well, the Baron has disguised himself very effectively. Plastic surgery. You know, the Germans are so clever at such things. Unfortunately for him, he has Hercule Poirot to deal with. Therefore, monsieur, you will accompany me to my hotel where you can make yourself presentable for your important assignment.
And you?
And I? I, too, have an important assignment.
Yes?
Hello, Baron. This is Kurt.
Did everything go well?
I'm not sure. Just as we were leaving in the truck, that reporter came back with another man. A little guy with a derby and a big mustache.
Poirot.
Who?
The detective I told you about before.
Oh, how did he get mixed up in this?
I don't know, but we must act quickly. He's a sly one, that Belgian, I know.
What do we do?
We must separate them. Every minute they are together, there is danger. Danger that Poirot will discover what we have done. We must lay a trap for him, but it must be subtle. Yes, very subtle.
Well, Mr. Poirot, thanks for your hospitality. I used up all your towels, but I feel a lot cleaner. Hope you weren't bored.
No, Body too. I occupied myself with a few little tasks. Hello. Now that you are once again presentable, you can proceed to take your pictures.
What about those guys?
Oh, do not derange yourself, monsieur. I will pursue this... Entrez.
Mr. Poirot?
Oui?
My name is Smith.
Oh, come in, Monsieur Smith. Yes?
I'd like to discuss something with you. something confidential.
You may speak freely, monsieur. This young man, he is most discreet.
Good. Mr. Poirot, I represent certain people. They feel you've worked very hard all your life and that the time has come for you to retire.
Oh, no, that is very considerate, monsieur, but you know, in order to retire, one must have funds.
What would you say to $10,000?
Monsieur, I find you most amusing.
The $10,000 are in cash in this wallet, Mr. Poirot. Here, take a look.
Merci, monsieur. The money appears to be genuine. Tell me, monsieur, what are the terms of this generous offer?
Very simple, Mr. Poirot. You are to pack your bags immediately and return at once by plane to New York. I myself will escort you and provide you with a ticket.
Monsieur Smith, your proposition does not interest me. That is all, monsieur. You will please go.
All right. But I have to warn you. My people don't take no for an answer. You're inviting trouble.
Oh, tough, huh? I've had about enough of you and your outfit. Poirot, do you mind if I take this guy apart?
I wouldn't try anything if I were you. I'm leaving. Goodbye.
No, you don't.
Good day.
Eh bien, Monsieur Doyle, this is not one of your lucky days.
What happened?
Well, a little Japanese trick, I fancy. He was... Ma foi!
What is it, Poirot?
Well, this is a stroke of fortune. The wallet, Mr. Doyle. He dropped the wallet in a short scuffle with you.
The wallet and the money?
Yes, it is here, all of it. But I'm not interested in that. I'm looking for other things. Papers, perhaps, some identification.
Any luck?
No. Oh, nothing but this little slip of white paper. You make anything of it?
Well, it's blank on both sides.
Yes, it is blank, but perhaps... Bien, it is worth a time.
What on earth are you doing with that electric iron, Poirot?
Oh, Monsieur Doyle, I am by nature a very tidy man. Entrez. Well, Mademoiselle Blank.
Well, for heaven's sake, Mr. Poirot, you're ironing. Well, that's no job for a great detective. Here, let me at it.
Oh, no, mademoiselle. I am most proficient at this domestic work.
But you're pressing a blank sheet of paper. Mr. Poirot, look. There's writing coming up.
Exactly. You see, Monsieur Doyle? The paper is no longer blank. The heat of the iron has brought out a message.
The modern printing press. 8:30 tonight. Heavens, invisible ink.
Modern printing press. Aha. Now it all becomes clear. Monsieur Doyle, that truck in the front of the house, you recall? There was on it the same name. There was a murder committed there, and that crate we saw contained the body.
Well, Mr. Poirot, what now? It's almost 8:30.
No, Monsieur Doyle, you go to the Embassy Hotel to take your pictures. And I go to the secret rendezvous at this modern printing press.
I'm going with you, Mr. Poirot, please.
Oh, there may be danger, mademoiselle.
True, but there may also be a story.
Eh bien, as you wish. If you will ring for the elevator, I will join you in 3 waves of a lamp's tail. Mademoiselle, I do not like this. I do not like this at all. You should not have come with me.
I know, Mr. Poirot. I'm so impetuous.
Well, that is a very dangerous quality, mademoiselle, for one so charming.
Why, Mr. Poirot, you'll turn my pretty head.
Well, this is the place, modern printing press.
Doesn't look to me as if there's any secret meeting going on in here.
Mademoiselle, that is the purpose of secret meetings, you know? Quiet, please, now. Open. Come in, mademoiselle.
I'm right with you. Can't see a thing.
There is a little light coming in from the lamp in the street. Your eyes are not accustomed to the dark.
I think we can remedy that.
Wait, it's the man in the restaurant.
Oui, otherwise known, mademoiselle, as Baron von Kremer.
So, Poirot, you did see through my disguise. I was afraid you might. That is why I made such elaborate preparations to receive you. Sit down.
Merci, Monsieur le Baron. Well. I did not expect to find such sumptuous quarters back here. The printing shop does
The printing shop, that too is a cover.
I see. Oh, pardon, I've not presented my companion. This is Mademoiselle Blaine, a reporter.
I'm so sorry, Miss Blaine, that you have stumbled into this situation. It is most unfortunate.
You see, Mademoiselle Blaine, the Baron, like all of his people, is exceedingly chivalrous. I remember how remorseful he was on one occasion when he had to let his lady accomplice die so he could escape.
You are clever, Poirot, but not quite clever enough. You fell into my trap.
Trap?
You do not even yet realize what has happened. The piece of paper, Poirot, which Mr. Smith accidentally dropped in your room.
Oh, very clever, Baron.
Ah, well, I know you, Poirot. The trap. To trap anyone else, the writing would have to be so plain, so explicit. But for Poirot, only invisible ink will do.
You knew I would discover it, eh? Très bien. I must compliment you, monsieur. You are still resourceful.
I've had to be, to put you at my mercy. So this is the end, Poirot. The end of our long association. Only one of us will leave here alive. Excuse me. Do not move, either of you. I will not hesitate to shoot. Yes?
Mr. Poirot, isn't there anything we can do?
Yes.
Must we stay here?
It does not look good for us, mademoiselle.
Well, I won't stay here.
No, Miss Blaine, do not move. But I am not quite as stupid as he believes. I did not fall into his trap. I have only pretended to.
You mean?
I know Monsieur Smith was not sent in a serious hope of bribing me. Von Kramer knows me too well for that. Then why was he sent? Obviously, to lure me into a trap.
Then why did you come down here?
Have no fear, mademoiselle. I called the police from my hotel room. They will be here presently. Quiet.
Very interesting. Good work, Otto. But I owe you an apology. Again, I have underestimated you.
Indeed?
You knew it was a trap all the time.
Yes, Baron. You see, I did not underestimate you. I knew you would not try to bribe me.
Very good.
But tell me, how did you discover that I had not fallen into your trap?
Oh, yes, I forgot to mention it. I have just heard from a friend of mine. By a strange coincidence, he operates the switchboard at your hotel.
Good Lord.
When you called from your hotel room and asked to be connected with the police, he connected you instead with another room in the hotel. You spoke to my men.
Then the police...
will not be here, mademoiselle. C'est ça. I'm afraid we have reached the end of the play.
Yes, Poirot. It is all over. That is to say, it will be all over in exactly 3 minutes.
3 minutes?
In 3 minutes, Poirot, at precisely 9 o'clock. Young Mr. Doyle will walk into a room at the hotel embassy to take a picture. When he clicks the shutter, he will set off a powerful charge, a bomb that will wreck the building.
A bomb?
Oh, a masterpiece of sabotage, Baron. You have gone far since the old days.
Yes, and I will go further. In a week or two, I will join my superiors in South America. And as for you, perhaps you have some last requests.
Monsieur le Baron, I have lived according to certain rules and ideals, you know. I should very much like to, perhaps, drink a toast to those ideals.
That is good. And I will drink to mine. A glass for each of us. And for the lady.
Nothing.
A fine bottle of Napoleon. So, one moment. I will just turn on this radio. I am expecting a news flash shortly.
You know, I am most curious to hear your toast, Baron. It would seem to be...
I am disappointed in you.
Eh?
As I turned on the radio, I watched you in the mirror. It seemed to me you passed your hand over my glass.
You think I put something in it? Oh, Monsieur le Baron, that is fantastic. It sounds like a mystery novel.
In that case, Poirot, I am sure you will not object to our changing glasses.
Oh, but you...
So, I have yours, and you have mine. Are you ready?
Yes. Yes, I'm ready. I drink to the destruction of tyranny, now and forever.
Excellent, Oboler.
It is now 9 o'clock Pacific War Time.
Listen, Poirot.
We have just received the following bulletin. At the United Nations Security Conference, the heads of the delegations have just posed for photographs and have now closed the doors on what is expected to be the most fruitful session of...
But it is impossible.
What is it, Monsieur le Baron? You look faint.
Mr. Poirot. He's dead.
No, Miss Blaine. Not dead. Only unconscious. You see, I knew he would be suspicious of me, so I put something in my glass before I pretended to put something in his.
What did you put in?
Some of these. I always carry them with me. They are knockabout drops. Very interesting. What you call in America the Michael Finn. Now, if you will take his gun, I will use the telephone.
The camera, why didn't it explode at the hotel?
Oh, very simple, mademoiselle. I removed the bomb while Monsieur Doyle was washing up at my hotel. He never knew about it.
Well, I don't see how you knew about it.
Well, I just employed the little gray cells, mademoiselle. And they told me that these people kidnapped a photographer and then let him go. Well, obviously they did not want him. They took nothing from him. Then what did they want? It could be only one thing.
The camera.
Precisely. Then when I finally recognized this von Kramer, an expert saboteur, and learned that Monsieur Doyle was going to the conference, it all became very clear. So I deftly removed the bomb. Hello? Police headquarters? This is Hercule Poirot. Wait. If you will come to the modern printing press, I will deliver into your hands one Baron von Kramer. And also, I think you will find a body. Of course, a dead one. Wait. I will wait, merci. And now, Miss Plain, let us continue with our interview, eh? After all, I would not want to send you away without a story.
You have heard Death in the Golden Gate, a fiction adventure of Agatha Christie's great detective, Hercule Poirot. This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The year 1976 is not only our bicentennial year, it also brings us something extra to celebrate. It's leap year, and all of us get a present of an extra day. What to do with it? It should be something very special and exciting, a new experience. Or maybe it's better to treat it just like any other day. You wouldn't, in your right mind, want to do what John McCaffrey did with it, unless you enjoy having the very blood curdle in your veins. Our mystery drama, The Other Side of the Coin, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ralph Bell.
It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and all state insurance companies. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Amnesia, that favorite device for authors, is a symptom. There are many forms. The most familiar to all of us, one of two, anterograde or lacunar. The first of these means simply the loss of memory of past experiences. The second means loss of memory for isolated events, a gap in memory, patchy recollection with sudden blanks. It's a common result of having a little too much to drink. And then, like John McCaffrey, you wake up one morning with that terrible knowledge that somewhere the night before, you can't remember what happened at all.
Why do I always have to turn off the alarm? Gino. I don't know why, but last night you were flipping your lid unless you got up this early.
What? What time is it?
8 o'clock a.m., like you ordered. Who gets up in the middle of the night anymore?
8 a.m. That's morning.
Oh, it's your problem, not mine. Leave me alone. I want to go back to sleep now.
It wasn't that I had a hangover. Oh, sure, my mouth was dry and my nose stopped up, and I shouldn't have had that last drink. That last drink. That, or the ones before it, had to be the same problem. Otherwise, what was I, a good Irish Catholic family man, a member of the police department, doing in bed with a kind of blonde a guy like me only sees in the centerfold of one of those magazines?
Where are you going, baby?
The bathroom.
Hurry back, Gino.
The whole thing is crazy. A dream? A nightmare? Where was Mary? What must she be thinking? As I closed the bathroom door behind me, my mind was in a turmoil. What was I doing here? And then I looked in the mirror above the wash basin, and every question was suddenly compounded. Because although I knew and lived in every fiber of my being as Detective Sergeant John McCaffrey, the face that stared back at me from the mirror was someone else. An intriguing, familiar someone else. But who?
Gino? Baby?
Yeah?
Aren't you coming back to bed with me?
No, I've got an appointment.
With who?
You know.
How should I know? You don't mean the head man?
Who else?
Lucelli? The boss man? Oh, murder. But what time?
I don't know. Can't you tell me?
Me?
Well, what am I going to say to you? Last night last night is a blank to me.
Oh, you really tied one on, all right.
What'd I do? Where'd I go?
I don't know. You weren't with me.
What do you mean I wasn't with you?
Well, just like I said.
Well, where was I?
Honey, that's what I'd like to know.
Well, I mean, how do we... where?
You don't remember?
No.
Well, we were having dinner at Gilberto's, just the two of us. Except for our usual muscle boy, when you got a phone call. You left Lorenzo to take me home, and you took off. That's the last I saw of you till you fell in the door around midnight, and I had to put you to bed. Oh, boy, were you stoned.
Who'd I get the phone call from?
Well, you're the one who says you have an appointment. Don't you know?
I didn't have an answer for the question. I didn't want to answer it. I didn't want to know what my appointment was. All I wanted to be was myself, John McCaffrey, and be safe at home with wife Mary in Bayside. What was I doing here in a strange bed in a strange house with a strange woman? And who was the phone ringing for? I knew the way things were. I was the one supposed to answer, but who was the person on the other end going to think I was?
If that's the Godfather, you better answer.
Hello?
Gino?
Yeah.
Just a reminder.
Of what?
You know, you had 24 hours. You got 14 left. You in or out?
Well, isn't that something we can straighten out this morning?
You want to talk to the uncle? Go talk to him. My tip is, the spot you're in, better see the man himself.
Hello? Hello?
Gino, what are you hacking around for? You're just asking for trouble.
What's the matter? You afraid you're going to get mixed up in it?
Yeah, I'm scared stiff. But that isn't where it begins. I'm more scared for you than I am for me.
For what it's worth, you don't have to worry about me.
Are you kidding?
No.
But I can sense it with that zombie Lorenzo. The word is out. You're contracted.
Not me.
But look, honey.
Hold it. I can't explain it all, but you really want to help me?
You have to ask.
Okay. I'm trying to level with you, Mary.
Mary?
What?
I'd be green-eyed and scratching if I didn't know you long enough to be sure there's no Mary. Look, I'm Gloria. Remember, sweetheart?
Yeah, sure. Gloria. That's what I said.
Hey, Gina, are you all right?
Yeah, sure. No, I'm not. I got a head bigger than an elephant and no memory to go along with it.
Oh, you mean you honestly don't remember last night?
No, I don't.
You've drawn a complete blank?
I guess that's just the way it is. I'm sorry.
Oh, Gina, it isn't like you. A lot of things aren't like you. You know, I mean, honestly, this morning is like waking up in bed with a stranger.
Yeah, then try this for size. What's my name?
Your name?
Yeah, who am I?
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
Let's play that I'm not who, huh?
Gino Carpacci. Who else?
It could have rocked me on my heels, except I knew it was coming. It just had to be the way things were going. The last ironic note in the whole life that had suddenly fallen apart less than 24 hours before. It had all started so simply when I went in response to a message to see the captain of our precinct.
Oh, hello, Johnny. Come in and sit.
That's a strange invitation. You greeting me like I just came in by chance. We both know it isn't that way. You called me in.
Yeah, Johnny, I know. I wish to heaven I didn't have to.
Well, we can level, I hope. Is it what I think?
I guess maybe.
I just can't believe it.
No more than me. I've been a long time in the department. Never seen anything like this.
I'm fired, huh?
Retired.
Same difference.
Well, that'll be the pension.
Yeah, 20 years. Don't bring enough. You know, I wanted to put in my 30.
I know.
How could they knock me off with my record?
Well, it's their way off the hook. They call it attrition. The painless way of cutting the budget.
Yes, except the guy that gets caught.
And to the one who has to do the cutting. Especially when he's losing his best man and a damn good friend. Look, I'm sorry, Johnny. I wish there was an easy way to do it.
No, there isn't. You know what I'd like to really cut? My throat. The best years ahead of me, pensioned off at peanuts. And where in God's name was I going to find another job? I was too sick to my stomach to face Mary. I called her instead.
Hello.
Hi, Mare. How are you, hon?
Oh, fine, John, darling. I got something special on the stove for you tonight, John.
Oh, well, gosh, honey, I'm not going to be able to make it home for dinner tonight.
Oh, are you on the case? I hope it's not dangerous.
Oh, no. It isn't a case exactly. I got to go over some things with Bill Deems, you know, the captain.
But what about dinner?
Oh, we'll have a sandwich in.
Oh, I hate to see you not fed right. Will you be late?
Yeah, it might be kind of... don't wait up, Mary. We'll probably go out afterwards, have a glass of beer or something.
All right, darling. And take it easy on the booze. You know what the doctor said.
I know. I got the taste for it, but not the head. It's all right, darling. I promise you I won't drink any more. It's good for me. Bye now.
I love you, Jono.
I love you. I left the precinct house and I started walking till I what? Oh, Johnny boy, you really did black out, didn't you? It's all a blank. Till the moment this morning you woke up in a strange bed in a strange apartment with a woman you'd never seen before in your life. But it's worse than that. Open your eyes and you're not John McCaffrey anymore. You're Gino Carpacci. Open your mouth, and that's how you sound like. Gino Carpacci. Vice boss, kingpin of the city's prostitution rackets, porn parlors, numbers, gambling. Gino Carpacci. Me? You sure, Gloria?
I'm not my own husband, I hope. Though this morning, I don't know, the way you're acting, Oh, look, baby, you better get a shower and a shave and get your tail over to that appointment.
What Lucelli?
The man himself. Oh, Gino, what did you do?
I don't know.
You wouldn't steal him again?
Gloria, I don't know.
You gotta have some idea. You're gonna be on the carpet. And, baby, it's no red one they're rolling out for you. Oh, Gino, I'm scared. I don't know what's happening.
So am I. That makes two of us. It was while I was getting dressed that I thought of Mary. She must be frantic. I'd have to call. And then I thought, with this voice, how could that reassure her? And in this body, how could I go home? And then, suddenly, colder than the shower I just had, my bones were ice water, thinking to myself, wait a minute. If I'm me in Gino's body, who slept beside Mary last night? And what prisoner was locked up in it? I had to find out.
Hello.
Mary?
Yes? Who is this?
Never mind for the moment. Is your husband there, John McCaffrey?
Yes, he is.
Could I talk to him, please?
Well, not right at the moment. He's not feeling himself this morning. I could have him call back.
No, never mind. I'll call back later. So now I knew, but I wasn't ready to talk about it yet. First, where in the name of reason had I been last night? And what happened? Teasing, tantalizing in the back of my mind was some vagrant memory. If I could just seize on it, maybe there was a way out of this nightmare. Probably the most damaging part of a hangover is the terrible and unavoidable guilt feeling. But that seldom lasts long beyond the morning after, and life resumes its normal course. Usually. But not this time. And come to think of it, just whose hangover is it? John McCaffrey's or Gino Carpacci's? I'll return shortly with Act 2. There's a favorite Greek word of mine which has become very current these days. Dichotomy. It means, basically, division into two parts. Two things occurring at the same time, but which interrelate with each other, which is what this story is about. We've looked at one side of the coin. Let's have a look at the other. As Mary McCaffrey wakes with the usual 7:30 alarm, in the manner she has for 20 years, with her husband beside her in the bed.
Johnny, it's that time.
What is it?
Time to get up.
Get up in the middle of the night?
Oh, darling, I'm sure you don't feel well. Would you like a little aspirin?
Where am I?
Where on earth would you be except your own bed in Bayside?
Bayside?
Long Island.
How did I get here?
Oh, now don't be silly. You came home. So, come to think of it, the shape you were in, it was a kind of a miracle.
Home? This is home?
What's the matter with you? I know you tied one on last night, but can't you shake the cobwebs this morning? Where are you going now?
To the bathroom. Where is it?
Where else would it be but where it always has been, out in the hall? Oh, you're in worse shape than I've ever seen you. You're not yourself at all.
She was right. But looking at myself in the mirror, like to about knocked me right over. I wasn't Gino Capacci anymore. I wasn't even anyone I knew. What had happened? After I left Gilberto's, I went to where? That's the whole trouble. I don't know. Somebody must have slipped me a Mickey. But if they did, brother, that was some bomb. But what am I going to do? I got to find out who I am. When I came out of the bathroom, I heard the phone ring and the woman answering it.
Hello. Yes.
So I grabbed the opportunity to get into the bedroom and start searching.
Not right at the moment.
I got a couple of more shocks. A badge. Detectives. A .38 short barrel and ammunition, plus holster. Picture of this guy and his wife. Another group picture at some beer party where every one of the slobs looked like cops. But not a name anywhere. And then I was interrupted as she came back.
Here, Johnny, drink this down. It'll do you good.
What is it?
Just don't think about it. Drink it.
What's your name?
What's my name?
All right. If I ever knew it, I've forgotten. Tell me.
Oh, my poor darling. Sure, I knew when Captain Deems called me last night you'd be in a terrible state.
Humor me, huh? Your name?
Mary. As well you ought to know, John.
Oh, Mary, okay. And I'm John. John who?
The way things are, I'm beginning to be not at all sure myself who you are. If you want to know who you were, here's your driver's license.
John J. McCaffrey, Detective Sergeant, New York Police. That's me?
That's you. Or who you were. Oh, Johnny, darling. The captain told me everything. How you'd been let go from the department.
Let go?
A crying shame and a disgrace with your record.
I got fired from the police?
You were retired. Attrition's the name they put to it.
Wait a minute. Now, you're telling me that I'm Detective Sergeant John McCaffrey, and I've been retired, but I haven't turned in my badge yet.
Well, you've till the end of the week to do that.
Oh, have I now? Well, isn't that the great miracle? You know something, Mary? That's right, Mary, is it?
Mary.
This is like the finger of God. A miracle. What a break. I was off the hook. Nobody could touch me now. Not even the Don himself. I didn't have to crawl and beg for my neck, knowing I was going to be rubbed out anyway, whether I timed the million green ones I'd skimmed off the Enterprise's back or not. All I had to do was walk back into my own apartment, pick up the key, get the dough from the safe deposit box, and take it on the lam. The mob would never find me. They weren't looking for a retired cop. They'd be satisfied with... Then it hit me. If I was using this guy's body, he had to be using mine. That was even better. A ready-made fall guy. But before they moved in on him, I better move fast. I got out of the house as soon as I dressed and hit the nearest phone booth.
Yeah?
Gloria?
Who's this?
Gino, baby. Gino.
Crazy or something? Who are you?
Well, I told you, your husband, Gino Capacci.
You gotta be putting me on. You don't even sound like him. Besides, Gino would...
Well, Gino's what? Hey, you mean he's there? With you?
I didn't say he was.
Well, you didn't have to. I know he is. You tell him to stay put till I get there. If you know what's good for you. Don't let him get away. Who was that?
I don't know. Someone looking for you.
For me? You mean Gino?
What's the difference? We got to twist words? I think it was a hitman. Out of town, maybe. We got to sprint and fast.
No, not you. Me. Now, look, I got a ride anywhere.
Oh, the phone table by your bed.
Oh, that's better. I could use a little protection. I'm sorry to run out on you.
Oh, you can't. You can't leave me behind. You're going to take me.
Why?
Now, let's stop hacking around, Gino. Whatever you've been stealing from the organization, if you can't give it back, let's both of us get out of range before they start burying our bodies.
What do you mean, stealing?
Well, I know you got that safe deposit key. You think anyone would figure all you kept in that box was savings bonds?
You don't know how much I'd give to know just what is in that box. I got to figure a way to make use of it.
Oh, never mind that right now. Let's get out of here while we still can.
You're right. Let's go.
Hello, Gino. You and the doll going someplace?
Who the...
Oh, hiya, Lorenzo. Yeah, nothing in the apartment, so we figured we'd cut out and have some breakfast.
That don't fit the plans like the man told me. First, you come with me.
Put away the cannon.
I keep it hidden till we get in the car, but it's still there. Let's move, Gino.
Oh, what about me?
Who cares, baby? Just go back. Lock up and sit and wait. Come on, Gino. You got an appointment you don't seem to want to keep.
Where are we headed, Lorenzo?
The driver knows.
I'd like to know.
I could just bet.
Okay, ask you something, Amici?
Try.
Where was I last night?
That's one of the things that interests the boss.
You mean you don't know any more than me, huh?
It's one of the things we want to find out.
Hey, you have to hold that cannon on me. What is it, a Magnum 44?
Right. Magnum 44. It could blow your middle right through your backbone. Now, don't get cute.
I'm not going to get cute. I'm going to get crazy. You want to hear something?
They didn't say to gag you.
Okay. I'm not Gino Capacci.
Sure. And I'm Woody Allen. Now, where does that get it?
I'm leveling with you. No matter how wild it seems, I think you better know who I really am.
Try me.
I don't know what happened last night. While I was out of touch, wherever I was, but before I went there, wherever that was, I was Detective Sergeant John J. McCaffrey, shield number 5X20.
You don't say.
Hey, you gotta believe me. Well, at least listen to me, will you? Wherever you're taking me now, you got the wrong guy.
Sure. But don't tell me. Tell it to number one.
You know what's going to happen to me if I turn up there on the carpet?
We all got problems, Amici. That's yours.
Hey, you want to see something?
What?
A key.
So what?
Take a closer look. Safe deposit box.
So?
You got any idea how much cash money could be locked up in it? Money that can't be traced? Money for the taking?
I don't, but I'm sure Mr. One does.
We can make a deal.
No deal. I know and I'm well off.
Yeah, I guess you... Hey, look out for that truck.
Huh? What the hell? You broke my arm.
Yeah, you'll live if you don't tempt me to use your gun. Okay, driver, you got a Magnum 44 right under your ear. Just slow down the car and stop.
I'll get you for this, the last thing I do.
Shut up. Okay, driver, just park. Nice and easy. Now, first off, Lorenzo, open the door.
I can't.
You still have one good arm. Open. Now out. You at the wheel. Don't even breathe. That's good. Turn around, Lorenzo. Now, you, driver. Just don't say anything. I'm not going to hurt you. Just want to take your place. That's real nice. And leave the driver to me. You and Lorenzo can find your own way home. I wish I thought it was going to be that easy. Because there wasn't any plan for me, unless I could go back somehow in time to where this fantasy began. To find myself, to be myself again. Only where was that? Where had it all begun? I said, leave the driving to me, but where to drive? I couldn't go home to Mary. I wasn't the man she married. I had to hide somewhere, for the man whose body was mine was marked for death. And then suddenly it came to me. Of course, I had to go home, because that was where my old self was. I had to face him. And perhaps together we could find our way back to our own identity.
A confusing story? Yes. But infinitely more confusing for the people who have to live it. Can John McCaffrey ever find his true self again? Or is he unfairly marked for death by the organization, while the man they wish to eliminate by some supernatural accident beyond our power to imagine will go scot-free? I shall return shortly with Act 3. Now, both men in this strange story of cross purposes and identities are desperate to solve their futures. The real John McCaffrey to save his life and find his way back to his wife. The real Gino triumphantly realizing that his neck is off the block and his future secure, save for one thing: the money and other things he has buried in his safe deposit boxes. To secure these, he has to return and face his wife, Gloria.
Who is it?
Gino.
Not you again. Just go away.
Now listen, can you hear me?
Yeah, but you don't even sound like...
I don't care what I sound like. I got a way I can convince you I'm Gino.
How?
You wear a gold anklet. It's inscribed inside. To my sex boat from her captain.
Oh, how could you know that?
Because no matter how I sound or look, I'm Gino. I'll give you more proof. I got a bracelet you gave me that's inscribed, "You're what keeps me shipshape, Captain." Now, will you open up?
Look, I don't know what's happening. What do you want?
Something very simple. A key out of my table drawer.
The safe deposit key?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you're too late. Gino, I don't know, the man who looks like Gino took it with him.
Where'd it go?
I don't know. Lorenzo, oh, I guess you know who he is.
My so-called bodyguard.
He took Gino, the man, away.
Damn it, Gloria, with the key?
Yes.
Oh, no. Look, this crazy thing has happened. It was all so perfect. Looking the way I do, I could sneak out from under, but I got to have that key.
It's too late.
Well, maybe I can catch up with him. Look, when I left you last night at Gilberto's, where'd I go? Come on, where'd I go?
I don't know. I just don't know.
But I came home, eh?
You didn't. I didn't even know you. Gino.
All right, Gino. Where had he been?
Well, look, it's no use shaking me. You hurt my arm.
Come on now, will you?
I don't know. He didn't know. Last night was all a blank to him.
The same it is to me.
Yeah, well, then I guess the only way you can solve it, Gino and you, or whoever you are, is between the two of you. Yes.
Hello, Mary.
I don't know you.
You don't recognize me?
No, I don't know who you are.
Suppose I was to say, when I kissed you in front of the priest at our wedding, the words I whispered in your ear were, "Mary Arone, we're in God's pocket at last."
Oh, they were the words, but how could you know them?
Because no matter how I look or sound, I'm your John. Now, can I come in?
Well, I let you in, but you're not my John.
What is it you
I
want?
want to see your husband. The man you think is John. Where is he?
I don't know, and I mean that from my heart. I don't know where he's gone.
I've got to find him. Have you any idea where I might? It's life or death.
Any other day I might have. Only today isn't like any other day. The whole world has turned topsy-turvy. He might be at the precinct, but I doubt it.
That's the last place he'd go.
How do you know?
Because I told you, Mary, I'm John, remember?
I think I must be going mad. Why are you looking for John? For the man I thought was my John, or I don't know what I'm saying, but why are you looking for the man you're looking for?
Because I want to get back into my own body before this one is shot full of holes and dumped in the river in a cement jacket.
What?
Unless I find the man you sent off this morning, there won't be any John coming back to you ever. And the crook named Gino Carpacci, who's mixed up in every dirty racket in the city, including double-crossing his boss, will get away clean unless I find him. I came away from my house and my beloved Mary, crumbling to pieces inside. What was this terrible judgment that had been visited on us? Bad enough to lose my job, but to lose my wife, my future, even my own self was even worse. What could I do now? I headed for the subway, fishing in my pocket for money, and my fingers closed around the safe deposit key. Of course. There was one chance. If there was anywhere I might find the real Gino Carpacci, it would be at the bank. I fished out the key and looked at it. An ordinary safe deposit key, numbered for identification. But what bank? I crossed my fingers. Gloria might know.
Yes?
It's Gino. You alone?
Yeah. Oh, Gino, you...
Hold it, baby, hold it. Just tell me one thing.
Only after you tell me. Are you all right?
I'm fine. Now it's your turn. What bank do I use?
Honey, are you still all cooped
Never
up?
mind that. What bank?
Second National, but I want to
Okay,
know...
babe. All I need to know. The vault manager recognized me, and the sheet I had to sign had earlier signatures on it by Gino himself. What I forged was close enough, and the box had just what I figured. I didn't stop to count the money. What was more interesting was a list of names and the whole structure of the organization. And what was most interesting, after I put the box back and came out, was meeting myself. I've been waiting for you. Don't move. This is a gun in your back. I've been looking for you. Now, let me ask you something, Gino, or John, whatever you want to call yourself. Where were we last night? And how did this whole mix-up happen? I don't care. For me, I mean, for Gino Carpacci, it works out great. But not so great for John McGaffey, huh? How do we meet each other? How do we ever make the switch? Yes, sir. What will it be? A double rye, some water on the side. Coming right up. What is this place? I never saw it before. Oh, it's been here a long time. I call it the other side of the coin. Here's your drinking. How much? Oh, tonight's a special night. Everything on the house. What's the occasion? Just my pleasure, kind of a special night for me. It's like my birthday. So, good for you. Happy birthday. Oh, come on now. I want everyone happy. What's your problem? It doesn't matter. It does to me. Tell you what, if I gave you a wish, what would you wish? What difference would it make? You never can tell. I don't want to kid around. Oh, come on, take a chance. You see that guy down at the other end of the bar? You mean the dude with the stick pin and the diamond rings? Nah, he looks kind of familiar. Ah, that's Gino Carpacci, big wheel in the mob. got it made. Sensational blonde for a wife. And on top of all the rackets, there's nothing in the world he doesn't want, right?
I guess not.
You know something funny? He feels just the way you do right at this moment.
How do you know how I feel?
Oh, secrets of the trade. You know what you were saying to yourself as you stare down into that rye and water in front of you?
Maybe.
I'll tell you. You were saying the way things have turned up, I'd give anything to be in somebody else's shoes, not mine. Right?
Yeah. Well, maybe.
So it's midnight and I'm closing, and like I said, it's my birthday. I've decided to give the both of you a birthday present from me. Have a happy...
Remember now, the bar, how I became Chino when you became me. I remember the bar vaguely. Last night, you wanted to wish yourself in anyone else's shoes, so you ended up in mine. And I felt the same way, so I ended up in yours. So I'm the lucky one, thanks to our friend the bartender. Or you remember him and the bar. It did happen then, eh?
Yes, sir. What'll it be?
What kind of rocks? Make it a double.
Sure thing. You have troubles, buddy.
Bigger than you could dream up, Mac. Just give me the drink, eh?
Yes, on the way. But if you have problems, just forget them. Everybody steps up to this bar, got them. You're no different.
You got nothing next to me. I got the number one.
What's number one?
My neck. You know anyone else's shoes I could step into? I don't care what his problem is. Just give me the word. I'll step right in.
Yes, you told me. That's why I just made a deal with the guy right down the bar.
Oh, yeah? What kind of a deal?
Now, why don't you move on down next to him and we could talk it over?
Oh, what do I got to lose?
All right, everybody. Just freeze. You too, Gino. Get away from that guy.
Oh, no, Lorenzo. No, wait. Give me a break. Will you give me a break?
I'm here for only one thing. The boss says goodbye.
Is he going to be all right, Doctor?
Oh, yes, thanks to a good constitution, he'll make it.
Oh.
Now, don't spend too long with him, Mrs. McCaffrey. He's had quite a morning.
What do you mean?
Well, the press and all the publicity about his reinstatement on the force and his promotion because of his bravery under fire. Oh, the commissioner himself was here. I understand there's quite an award for the evidence he's dug up for the DA's office.
Oh, yes, that. But how does he look?
Well, you can't expect too much now. He had a couple of bad chest wounds, but luckily nothing serious was damaged. He's weak and lost some blood, but I don't think you'll find him looking too bad. Here we are. Well, Sergeant McCaffrey, I've brought you a visitor. Mary?
Oh, Johnny. It's yourself you are.
What else would you ask?
Oh, not a thing in the world now you're back.
Well, where have I been then?
Oh, darling, you don't remember?
There's a lot of things I don't remember. What day is it then?
Monday.
No, I don't mean that. What is the date?
Oh, the 1st of March.
Oh, is that all? It seems such a long time since yesterday, and I came home after drinking.
Oh, that wasn't yesterday, dear. That was the day before.
Oh, no, it had to be yesterday. The last day of the month. I remember when Bill was telling me I was through on the force.
And I was thinking to myself the date was February 28th.
And so it was.
So, that makes it yesterday.
Oh, no, darling. You see, you've lost a whole day here in the hospital with the operation and all.
But how could that be if it's the 1st of March?
Because, dear heart, it's leap year. The day you lost was the 29th of February.
Oh, Mary, would you hold me close now and promise me that day was lost entirely?
It was for you. You were under sedation all the time.
Oh, then heaven be thanked. All the rest was...
All what rest, dear?
Never mind, darling. It's a lost day I'll never miss as long as I live. Oh, the things a man can dream.
That past master of quotes, Mr. William Shakespeare, said it all. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Not to twist the intent of the quote, how fortunate that Detective Sergeant, now Lieutenant McCaffrey, awakened from his sleep. And to himself, not the terror of being imprisoned in someone else's body. I'll be back shortly. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, Bob Caliban, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The preceding program is furnished by CBS Radio. Your dial is set for 15 minutes of late news with John Scott. WOR New York and RKO General Station. It's 8 o'clock.
Defense and prosecution wind up their summations in the Patty Hearst case. Idaho Senator Frank Church joins 7 other candidates in seeking the Democratic presidential nomination. Talks are resumed in the strike against transport of New Jersey. It's 31 degrees in clear mid-Manhattan. The man says partly cloudy and not as cold tonight, the low in the low 30s. Partly sunny and mild tomorrow, the high in the middle 50s. This is John Scott with the 8 o'clock edition of the news. Patricia Hearst, the defense attorney, told the jury today that Miss Hearst's case is, in his words, not a case about bank robbery. It's a case about dying or surviving. Attorney F. Lee Bailey has argued that Miss Hearst was forced by the Symbionese Liberation Army to take part in a 1974 bank robbery. Government lawyer James Browning has said her participation was voluntary, and in closing statements today, he urged the jury to reject Miss Hearst's testimony to the contrary. Bailey and Browning made their closing comments today. Browning spoke 2 hours, reading from Miss Hearst's writings and exhibiting a necklace the newspaper heiress had received from SLA member William Wolfe. Bailey's statement was surprisingly brief, barely touching on evidence, stressing the theme that Miss Hearst wanted only to prolong her life. Idaho Senator Frank Church says that the Ford administration is weak, that Democratic candidates for the presidency are not discussing real issues. Church has joined the 7-man Democratic race. Speaking today in Idaho City, Church said examples of weaknesses are Mr. Ford's pardon of former President Nixon and what he termed crimes against freedom committed by the government. Church headed a Senate investigation into CIA wrongdoing. The next primary election is Tuesday in North Carolina. Democratic hopeful Jimmy Carter told voters in Charlotte today that he will defeat George Wallace in every southern state but 2. Those 2, Alabama, where Wallace is governor, and Mississippi. In Kinston, remarks by Wallace centered on his health, which he said is good. Wallace has been in a wheelchair since the 1972 attempt on his life. GOP presidential challenger Ronald Reagan, campaigning today in North Carolina, said election predictions have turned around. Reagan said he read in November if he came close to President Ford in early...
Just try Bactine when sunburn leaves skin inflamed and peeling. It helps take out the painful fire, gives soothing, cooling feeling. One Man's Family, brought to you, transcribed, by Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer, Bactine, and many other fine, dependable pharmaceutical products. Overheard between Hazel and Jack on the back steps.
Come here, Mr. Law Partner. I want to congratulate you.
Well, thanks, Hazel.
How does it feel to be a man of distinction?
About the only difference I've noticed is that I've got more responsibility and less cash.
So that's how it is with the barbers today. I want to talk to you mothers about the meals you serve your family. Oh, I'm sure you're a good cook, and you enjoy fixing the foods your family likes best. But, you know, just giving your family the food they like to eat may not be enough. Your job is bigger than that, Mother. You must make sure they're getting all of the known essential vitamins they need as well. And you can do this by seeing that they take One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins. Yes, these quality vitamins by the makers of Alka-Seltzer will give the folks in your family the vitamin protection they should have for constant good health. One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins are easy and pleasant to take, low in cost, and excellent as protection against vitamin deficiency disease. Ask your druggist for them. One-A-Day brand multiple vitamins. The blue package with the big one. Chapter 6, Book 86. The day is waning as Henry Barber comes up from his garden in his work clothes. He is pleasantly tired from his efforts and sits down on the back steps. The late sun is adding its color to his flowers, and here and there a shadow has fallen to underscore the vivid hues. Apparently, Henry approves of nature's collaboration with his handiwork, for he is nodding in satisfaction and chuckling to himself as he looks engrossedly at the prospect below him.
Yeah.
Well, Father.
Oh, Hazel, I didn't see you standing there.
I know you didn't. What are you doing? Admiring your garden?
Beautiful now, isn't it? See how the sun is just touching the tops of the flowers, eh?
It's lovely. Where's Mother?
She's in the house someplace.
I brought some snapshots we took of Pinky. I just picked them up at Mr. Jameson's drugstore. Dan took most of them, and they came out very well. You want to come in and see them?
Yeah.
I told Mother I'd bring them over as soon as they were finished. I've got some extra prints. I'll leave them for you.
Very good, very good. Go ahead, my dear.
Hi.
Huh?
Jack just drove in next door. Hello.
How's the trip to San Diego?
Come here. I want to congratulate you. I haven't seen Jack since he was made a partner.
Oh, yeah, he's a full-fledged partner now, eh, Jack?
What's that, Dan?
Father was just boasting about your promotion.
Oh. Well, tell me, Hazel, how'd you find things in San Diego? Pinky and Admiral yet?
The first thing I want to do is to give you a big kiss of congratulations. Come here.
I thought everybody done that already.
Well, I haven't. We left for San Diego before I got to see you. Bend down here and be kissed, Mr. Law Partner.
Thanks, Hazel.
How does it seem to be a man of distinction?
Well, about the only difference I've noticed so far is that I've got more responsibility and less ready cash.
Oh, no.
The office staff, the rent, all that is part of Jack's worry now. Hey, my boy?
Sure is, Dan.
Come in the house. Hazel has some snapshots to show us.
Well, I haven't checked in at home yet. I think I'd better run along.
All right, Jack. I'll leave the pictures with Mother, and you can see them later.
Good. Pinky's okay, is he?
Oh, yes, he's quite the sailor man. He expects to be assigned to some kind of duty almost any day now. He said he'd requested submarine service.
Huh? Submarine?
Well, that's what he said.
Well, that's pretty rugged. You'll have to get a lot more training for that.
I know. I think he was trying to impress Dan and me. I don't really believe he'll go into that.
Of course, those submarine boys get a lot more pay. Maybe that's what Pinky had in mind.
That would influence him, no doubt about that.
Yeah.
Leaving San Diego very soon. I don't let myself dwell on that too much. The thought of his going off to sea gives me cold shivers.
Yeah.
He seems so young somehow. He looked so little and boyish standing there waving at us as we left.
Yes.
Well, come on, Father, let's go in the house. I haven't much time left. I've got to get home. I left Margaret watching our dinner. It might be burned up by the time I get there. She gets on that phone, and forgets everything.
I'll see you later.
Hello, my boy. Go ahead, Hazel. Oh, wait, I'll get the door.
Goodbye, Jack. Say hello to Betty.
Okay.
Oh, hi, Paul.
Hi, Jack. Wow, what'd you do? Pick up a ride, Cliff?
Yeah, Paul came by just as I got off the streetcar.
Yeah, good thing, I guess. He was dragging a little. How are you, Jack?
Hi, Paul. I wish I could time it out every night this way so I could get picked up. Walking home, those last couple of blocks kind of get me. I always keep my eye open for you, but we never seem to meet up, Cliff. Well, of course, being a big partner now, you'll be keeping banker's hours before long. Knock off at 3 or 4 o'clock. Oh, yeah?
Just the other way around, huh, Jack?
You're not kidding. Well, I got to get through the hedge and report to my little wife. I'll see you guys later. Okay, so long. Well. Jack, I'm getting to be a solid character, you know it?
Yeah, he is at that.
Partner in a big law firm. It's hard to believe, in a way.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. He's always been our kid brother, and here he is getting up in the world. Probably be a big success one of these days.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Funny how things turn out. If anybody told me a few years ago I'd be selling neckties at my age, I'd have thought he was crazy. Now look. Sure got a great future in front of me, and gosh, I'm getting on in years, Paul.
You got a long way to go before you catch me.
Oh, yeah, but it's different with you somehow.
What?
Oh, you've done something with your life, but here I am, just treading water. Why, do you realize it'll only be a question of a few years before I'll be a grandfather, probably?
What are you talking about? You got a son 13. That's a long way from being a grandfather. Be 9 or 10 years at least before Andy gets married.
Maybe I'll have more sense by the time I'm a grandfather. No kidding, though. Won't that be something? We're up there. Ooh, feel old as Methuselah.
Well, come on, Grandpappy.
Okay, you think it's funny. We'll both be great-uncles or great-uncles or whatever you call them inside of another year or so. I'll take a bet on that.
Oh? And who's to present us with our little grandniece or nephew, as the case may be?
Joan.
Huh? What gives you that idea?
Well, now, look, son, you can't tell me she isn't serious with this fellow she's been going with over there in Berkeley. Something is certainly going on. She's taking awful close over there, and in my book, that is love.
Isn't that gorgeous, Jim? See, the sun's turning the bay all gold. Oh, I just love looking down from the Berkeley hills like this.
Mm-hmm. The setting sun and music at the close. It's the last taste of sweets is sweetest last.
Go on. I like that.
Don't remember anymore, Joan.
What's it from?
Richard II, isn't it?
I don't know. You like Shakespeare?
I do, strangely enough. Sort of odd for a fella in engineering to like something like that, I guess.
Oh, I don't think it's odd. I think it's nice.
Do you?
Yes. You know, Jim, you remind me of my Uncle Paul. Your tastes are a lot the same, and, well, I just know you're going to like each other.
He sounds like a grand guy from what you've told me about him.
Oh, he is. He's so understanding and warm and sympathetic. If I had him come over here for dinner sometime, do you suppose you could possibly come?
Well, I don't think you can count on me, Joan.
You mean because of your wife?
Yes.
Why don't you tell me about her, Jim?
I will sometime. Have you told your Uncle Paul or anybody in your family that you were seeing a married man?
No, I haven't told anybody. Why should I?
Silly of me to ask that. I know you well enough now to know that you wouldn't say anything.
It wouldn't be helped by talking about it. And I don't worry anymore that you don't love me. You do. I know you do.
Joan, I'm afraid we're going to have to go.
Oh, it's so lovely here on this hill. So peaceful.
The sun's almost gone. It'll be getting cold.
Are you saying that because you want to go?
It isn't that I want to, but I'm afraid I'll have to pretty quick now.
All right. You say when, and we will. I understand.
Joan.
Yes?
I was full of good intentions when I met you this afternoon. There were so many things I was going to tell you.
Tell me now.
Shall I?
Yes.
We mustn't see each other anymore.
Why?
I've tried to stay away from you. I've tried to put you out of my mind. I've avoided going to the library at the times when I knew you'd be there, but I always end up by coming back, looking for you, waiting for you.
If you didn't, I'd find you, Jim. I know every class you have. I know where you are practically every hour of the day. I know just how you look when you're taking notes in class. I can see the way you wrinkle your forehead a little when you're thinking. The way your hair's always kind of mussed, and how you hold a fountain pen. Smudge of ink on your finger. I see you all the time. All day long, even when you're not with me. Night, when I go back to my apartment, I lose you. I try not to think of you then because you're with... Jim, you know how much I love you.
Joan, it's no good. We mustn't see each other anymore. You know that.
Oh, please don't. What? If I thought I wasn't going to be with you anymore, that would just be the end of everything, that's all.
What a heel I was not to have told you right in the very beginning, but what the situation was.
Do you think that would have made any difference? I loved you the very first moment I saw you. I mean it. You could have told me you were married or a criminal or anything, and I wouldn't have cared. And I don't care now.
But we've got to care, Joan. And it's much better that we end this now, before...
Before what?
I can't tell you how I blame myself for letting this get where it is. But the only way, the best way to make amends for my selfishness and thoughtlessness is to end it. Finally and definitely.
Jim, answer me one question.
Yes.
Do you love your wife?
Listen, Joan, I love you. Because I do. I don't want any harm to come to you. If we go on, it may.
The Barbers will be back in just a moment. For half an hour, Jack Barber has been explaining the meaning of the word good to his little daughter, Mary Lou.
You understand now, don't you, honey?
Well, maybe. But why?
But I've just told you, Mary Lou.
Did you tell me why I couldn't say good, gooder, goodest?
I told you it's not right.
Is that a reason?
Of course it is. We don't say good, gooder, goodest, but we do say what? What did I just tell you?
Good, better, best.
Atta girl. How'd we get started on this anyway?
Because I said my dolly doesn't feel good, and I'm going to put her to bed.
No, well, honey. Your dolly doesn't feel well.
That's how we got started. That's what you said before.
Oh, well, we won't go over it again.
But I heard you say it just last night, too.
You heard me say what?
That you didn't feel good. And that's when Mama fixed you a glass of bubbles.
Oh, you mean the Alka-Seltzer for my headache. Well, that was certainly good.
You bet. Alka-Seltzer is always good for a headache. And here's how you can find out for yourself just how good it is. Get a package of Alka-Seltzer from your drugstore. And next time you feel miserable with a headache, take Alka-Seltzer. You'll be delighted with the fast, comforting relief it brings. Alka-Seltzer contains one of the world's most effective pain relievers, ready to go right to work, ready to bring you the relief you want. Remember, that's Alka-Seltzer for really fast, really effective headache relief. Here's the family again.
Come on, Joan. We've got to start back toward the campus.
When am I going to see you again?
I said it was dangerous. Did you understand?
Yes, I understood, Jim. When am I going to see you again?
Remember, friends, when a headache is cutting down your efficiency or making you feel droopy and irritable, take Alka-Seltzer for relief. Just drop 1 or 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets in a glass of water, let it fizz and bubble up, then drink that sparkling, refreshing solution. Alka-Seltzer contains one of the world's most effective pain relievers, and it's instantly ready to go to work to bring you the relief you need and want. Get Alka-Seltzer at any drugstore. Always keep Alka-Seltzer on hand for fast headache relief. Fast-acting headache relief. One Man's Family is brought to you every weekday night at this time, transcribed by Miles Laboratories, makers of Alka-Seltzer. Tomorrow, The Missing Ring, Chapter 7, Book 86. This is a Carlton E. Morse production, directed by Michael Raffetto.
The Railroad Hour presents Very Warm for May, tonight on NBC.
story ever told. Presented by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Tonight we present The Lost Coin, a drama of forgiveness and aid to those who need forgiveness, based on a teaching from the greatest life ever lived.
What woman, having 10 pieces of silver, if she lose one piece, doth not light a candle and sweep the house, and seek diligently till she find it?
Thus he spoke almost 2,000 years ago. Yet even as he spoke of coins, those who listened knew he spoke of souls, how they become lost and how they are found. And they remembered perhaps a woman and her son, whose story began in this way. At night, on the edge of a vineyard in Galilee.
Come on, David. No one can see us. You think it's all right? All the other boys raid this vineyard. Why shouldn't we? Well, then let's hurry. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. Take your time. You know, this is the best time of year for grapes, too. And we can start right here. How do you like them? Large and juicy, too, I'll bet, huh? Come on, taste some. We ought to get out of here as soon as we can. If my mother ever found
Your mother? So that's it. If I'd known that, I wouldn't have asked you to come along. Well, if you're so jumpy, let's take a few bunches and run. Come on.
Who's out there? What are you doing in my vineyard this time of night? Who is it?
That's Caleb. Now we'd better run for it. Come on, David.
Abner! Abner, wait for me. Help me.
Wait? And get caught, maybe? Not me. You'll have to take care of yourself.
Sorry. Abner! Abner! Oh, my foot hurts. But I'll get away.
Now, you wait, you young scoundrel. I'll see that you get what's coming to you. Oh, so it's you, David. Well, I never expected...
I'm sorry, sir. Caleb, it was only a joke. Please don't do anything to me.
What joke is it? My best grapes, spoiled before they can ripen, torn from their vines. That's no joke, David, not to me. And this has got to stop.
Oh, please, sir. I didn't even touch one grape.
I'm sorry, young man, but someone has got to be made an example. And I caught you in the very act of trespassing on my property. You'll come along with me.
Oh, please, sir. My mother. What will she say if she finds out?
I can't worry about that. Come along.
No, I won't. You let go of me.
The only time I let go of you is when I turn you over to one of the town guards. This time I'll teach you all.
No, let go of me. Oh, there. I told you I'd get away. Abner, something terrible has happened.
But I see you got away, David. Well, now you're beginning to catch on.
Oh, please, Abner, what can I do?
You're free, aren't you?
But Caleb recognized me. And besides, I hit him before he'd let go. I may have hurt him pretty badly. They'll be after me.
Well, if he recognized you, they will be after you. And you know old Enoch, the judge, he's pretty hard in cases like this. Oh. Tell me, David, did Caleb recognize me?
He didn't say anything. He never would have caught up with me if I hadn't tripped. I don't think he saw you.
Uh-huh. Well, I think the best thing is for you to run away. Leave here.
Where will I go?
Go anywhere. You can reach the caravan route by morning if you keep going all night. There, apprentice yourself as a water boy for the camels. You can be making money and traveling at the same time.
Yes, but my mother, what will she say? How will she feel?
Would she feel any better if you were dragged out of the house tomorrow morning and hauled off to the judge?
Oh, no. The disgrace would hurt her badly.
Of course it would. And besides, this way you can go away, you can make money, and one day when it's all forgotten, you can come back and you can give your mother anything she wants.
Yes, you're right. For her sake, I ought to go. Save her disgrace. But you won't tell anyone.
Me? Why, of course not. And, by the way, David, If you should be caught, well, you won't say that I was with you in Campbell's Vineyard.
Oh, no.
No, good. Then it's a bargain. Goodbye, David.
Goodbye, Abner. Maybe someday I'll see you again.
Yes, sure. Maybe.
Daylight already, Simon. David's not the kind of boy to get into mischief. What could have happened? Did you ask?
Mother, I searched all over the town. There was no sign of it. I even spoke to that boy, Abner, he's been friendly with. Abner said he hadn't seen him all night.
Something terrible's happened, Simon.
Well, you're worrying yourself sick won't help. We just have to wait and see.
That must be him. David!
Where is he? I finally was able to rouse the guard. We've come for him.
Oh, Caleb, what are you talking about? Whom have you come for?
Where is he? Where's David?
David? What do you want him for?
Stealing grapes from my vineyard and then assaulting me in his effort to escape. I never expected your son would turn out to be a thief.
He is not a thief. Simon, go and look for him. He's probably hiding. He's so ashamed of himself.
And he should be. Look at my face. See that mark? He struck me. It's lucky I wasn't killed, I tell you. Now you give him up. He's here hiding. I'm sure of it.
But I'm trying to tell you he hasn't come home yet. He must be hiding somewhere in town.
We've searched all over. No sign of him.
I hope he hasn't done something desperate. I'll go. I'll find him myself.
Mother, come back here. You can't go, not now. Well, I hope she finds him. He's got plenty coming to him, and I'll see that he gets it. Please, Mother, weeping doesn't help.
I only knew where he was.
I'll try to find out. I'll ask everyone if they've seen him, where he went, what happened.
Please, Simon. You may have better luck than I did. Go and find out. Bring me some word of my son. Please, Simon.
All right, Mother.
Simon, well?
Mother, I didn't find out anything definite.
What does that mean, son?
Nobody's sure.
Simon, you don't usually try to hide your meaning in words. What happened? What did you hear?
Someone said that David was last seen leaving town and heading in the direction of the caravan train.
The caravan train? But what? No. No, don't tell me, Simon. I think I know.
You really think he would, Mother?
He was a proud boy. Sensitive. He wouldn't have wanted to disgrace us. Yes. He must have run away.
Well, a little rough experience may be what he needs. He'll be back.
He'll be back? I'll bring him back.
But, Mother, that's impossible.
Simon, your brother's young. He's never been away from home before. I can't trust the chance that he'll be all right. I must know. I could never rest until I knew.
Mother, I won't let you do it.
You can't stop me, Simon. No one can. We must find him and show him the way back.
Is that it, Ishmael? Is that Alexandria?
That's it, David. And a great city. Greatest city a country boy like you will ever see.
Oh, it is great. Such palaces and towers. And all the people. Oh, it's a great city. Ishmael, could I find work there?
You mean you won't be going back with us on the return journey? Why, lad? What's the matter?
Oh. Ishmael, I can tell you, you've been my only friend on this journey.
You got some secret, boy? What is it?
I can't go back. I did something wrong back home.
Huh?
They're looking for me.
You? No, you're fooling. You're not the kind of boy who gets into trouble.
But I did. I may have killed a man.
That's a serious thing, David.
You won't tell anybody.
Me? How could I? I don't even know. You know, boy, if that's the way things are, I think I can help you.
You can?
I think so. I have a friend in Alexandria who could do you some good. We'll go see him when we arrive and unload the camel. What do you say?
Oh, I'd appreciate it very much. Very much indeed.
Good. Then it's settled.
Well, Mother, now that we've come all the way to the caravan route, how much better off are we? You've only worn yourself out. You know nothing more now than you did before.
That's not so, son.
Just because the man said that he'd seen a boy who looked like David.
It wasn't that he looked like him. It was the way the man talked about him. How he said that the boy seemed shy, afraid. Remember how the man said his eyes shone so brightly? I knew it was David then. I knew it.
And if it was?
Then we'll have to follow the same route as that caravan he joined.
That could take us all the way to Alexandria.
It could. And I'll go. Because it may take me to my son.
You know I won't let you go alone.
I have to go, Simon.
I should know by this time. If it's David who's involved, you'll go. You won't turn back.
And if it were you, do you think I would? He's not David or Simon or Nathaniel. He's my son who's in trouble.
I'll go along, Mother. You'll need someone to protect you from your own zeal. We'll go together.
Thank you, son.
I hope your friend likes me, Ishmael. I need the job.
Don't worry, he will. We'll find out soon enough. It's this little house here.
Oh.
Now, don't be disappointed. He may seem to live poorly, but you can earn a great deal with him. Come.
Who is it?
It's me, Orson. Your friend Ishmael.
I'll let you in. Well, Ishmael, it's good to see you again. Did you bring any more?
I want you to meet a friend of mine first. Orson, here is a strong, bright lad named David. He's looking for employment.
Yes, huh? Well, possibly I can help you, young man. Come in, come in. May I have a word with you privately, Ishmael?
I'm sure David doesn't mind.
Of course not.
Then come this way, Ishmael. Well?
The boy's running away. Thinks he killed a man.
Good. With that over his head, I'll be able to hold him. You think he's good material?
Smart enough to do anything and frightened enough to try anything. I'm sure of this one.
Fine. I'll make it worth your while. Now, any other business?
I couldn't get my hands on any gold. We carried grain this time. But next time...
Well, this boy may be worth his weight in gold. I'll give you your payment this time as usual. And if the boy works out as you think, well, there'll be more in it for you, Ishmael. Come here, boy. I want to talk to you.
Yes, I'll have it. Did you decide about the job? Ishmael said before he left that you seemed favorable about it.
I am. You think I like to see a young lad like yourself alone, so far from home, without a place to sleep or anything to eat? The job's yours, but it will require some training.
Training? I learned quickly, sir.
So Ishmael told me. Well, we're going to find out.
Yes, sir. What do I have to do?
First, we have to have a little talk about it. You see, this is a different kind of business than you may have had in mind, but it's more profitable.
Oh, that's good, sir. Because I must make a great deal of money. There's so much I have to make up for to my mother.
That's a good boy. Now then, you see this leather coin pouch hanging from my belt?
Yes, sir.
How would you go about taking it if you didn't want me to know?
But why should I?
Go on, try it. Take it.
All right, sir.
There.
Not good at all. Too sudden, too much of a pull. You have to do it easily, you see. Like this. Otherwise, you'll be caught the very first time.
Caught? What do you mean?
Your job will be to go into the marketplace, to go where the crowd of merchants is thickest.
You want me to steal?
You will.
I will not.
Then I shall have to go to the authorities and tell them I'm housing a boy wanted for murder.
You told you?
Yes, he told me. And now, boy, if you want to live, you'd better do as I say. And I say steal.
But at the last station, no one had seen him, Mother.
And if no one had, David must have been more afraid. He must have been hiding. Don't you see, the further he runs, the more help he needs to return. He thinks we don't want him. I've got to prove to him that we do.
Mother, you've gone too far already. Your health doesn't permit you to go on.
And my love for my son doesn't permit me to stop. We must find him.
Mother, before we get into the desert, I ask you to reconsider. Suppose he's not in Alexandria. Suppose he's deserted the caravan. Suppose... Well, so many things could have happened.
If he were dead, I'd know.
I didn't want to say it.
Your brother is alive, Simon, and he needs my help. I know that, too.
Not many women make this desert crossing. Too grueling. Too dangerous.
We'll make it.
Mother, I can't let you go through this storm. We must turn back.
I will not turn back, Simon. Ahead where the storm ends, he may be there, sick, alone, needing my help. We won't turn back.
But they've already lost 3 camels and 1 driver. If the men can't make it, how do you expect to?
I've got something they don't have. The need to see my son again. We'll keep going, Simon.
Now, David, we'll try it again. After so many weeks, you should be doing better. Now, this time, try.
Yes, sir.
All right. The pouch is fastened to my belt here. I'm looking at the shops in the bazaar. You come along. Well, go on.
Yes, sir.
Wrong.
Maybe I can do it, Orson. Maybe you'd better find someone else.
Oh, no, you don't get off so easily. You can learn. You will learn. And you'd better begin making progress soon, otherwise I'll turn you in. You'll hang.
But, Orson...
Watch me see how I do it. We'll do it once more.
Is that better?
Yes. At last you're beginning to develop a touch for it. Now we'll try it once more. Go on.
No, you can't do it. I can't.
You can. You've already shown that you can. Now try it once more. Better. The last few days you've been doing it beautifully.
But out there, I'll be afraid. I won't be able to do it, Orson. I know.
Oh, yes, you will.
I'm not a thief, Orson.
Only a murderer.
But I don't even know if I killed him. I only hit him once.
You've been over that plenty in the last few weeks. If you're so sure you didn't kill him, why don't you go back? Why don't you give yourself up to the authorities in your land? Well, why don't you?
Please, Orson, All right. What do I do now?
You're ready for the marketplace, my young friend. I haven't been training and feeding you for weeks for nothing. You've got to start sometime, and tomorrow is the day.
But if they catch me...
Now, there's a little guarantee I have that you won't give up too easily. If they catch you, a foreigner here, There'll be questions. And you know you're too poor a liar to hold out very long. You see, if you get caught, it can mean your life. So you'll go into the marketplace tomorrow, you'll do as I taught you, you'll do it well. Because if you don't, it's your life, not mine.
Won't even give me a chance.
You're getting a chance, boy, a chance to make a lot of money without working too hard for it. Tomorrow, boy, you're going to find out what it's like to live off the pool. Yes, boy, tomorrow.
That boy! Stop that boy! He tried to rob me! Stop him! Stop that boy!
Orson! Come in. Well?
Orson!
Did they chase you? Did they answer me?
Yes. They chased.
You think anyone saw you come in here?
No, I don't think so.
Well, at least you're smart enough for that. Now tell me what happened.
Went into the marketplace, just as you said. I mingled with the crowd. There were many merchants there. I picked out one whose purse didn't seem too securely tied to his belt. I edged up to him, had my fingers on the cord. I pulled it. The purse came loose.
And then he discovered you?
No.
Well, what happened?
I can't tell you all this.
Oh, yes.
Please. You're hurting me.
I'll do worse than hurt you. Now, what happened?
I couldn't do it. I dropped it at his feet and began running.
You what?
I couldn't do it. I began running. That must have made him know what I tried to do. Then I heard voices calling to stop me. I just ran.
Oh, you did.
Orson!
You ran. I'll teach you to run. I'll teach you. They're after you. I'll turn you over to them. I'll tell them everything.
No, please, Orson. I'll do anything. Anything.
In that case, just be quiet. I'll see who it is. What do you want?
A boy, my son. We saw him go running down the street, but the crowd lost him, but I'm sure he came this way. Is he here?
Your son? No, I don't know him. Never saw him.
You see, Mother, I told you. You were mistaken.
No, it was the street. He must be here somewhere, Simon. Are you sure, sir?
Of course I'm sure.
But I heard a voice. It sounded like
Go
him.
on, woman. I don't know what you're talking about. There's no one here but me.
Mother, please.
As he used to cry, that's the way it sounded. He's here somewhere. David! David!
You see?
Mother, please.
Dave.
Mother.
My.
And I didn't really injure him? Oh, it's so hard to believe.
I know, David. It was your fear that took you so far from me. Once someone does something wrong, the guilt he feels drives him further and further on the road to evil. That's why I had to find you, David. To let you know that we want you back.
I must ask Caleb's forgiveness. Must make it up to him for the injury I've done him.
Of course.
Don't worry, David. I'll help you settle matters with Caleb.
Will you, Simon? And all the trouble I've caused you, Mother. And shame.
Trouble? Shame? These are not important, David. When a coin is lost, someone has to search for it. And that's even more true of a son. None of the trouble and none of the shame can compare with the joy that I feel now that my son is back again. And think of what would have happened if we hadn't found him.
You'd have had to do what Orson said.
Yes. So, should I be ashamed now that I have you back before you were lost to me forever? Oh, no, David. I feel joy and pride, and so will all my friends and neighbors, now that I've found my son and brought him back to good ways and a clean life.
What woman, having 10 pieces of silver, if she lose one piece, doth not light a candle, and sweep the house, and seek diligently till she find it? And when she hath found it, she calleth her friends and her neighbors together, saying, Rejoice with me, for I have found the piece which I lost. Likewise, I say unto you, there is joy in the presence of the angels of God over one sinner that repenteth.
This program was brought to you by the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. Next week on this same network at this time, we'll present Call Not Any Man a Fool, another episode in the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, cicerone of this guided tour through the regions of the mysterious and the macabre. Every man has his price, or so we are told. Some of us may protest that we are not for sale, and we may even be convinced of it. However, one should really refrain from making such statements until one is turned down an offer. The cynical view is that human beings are like the stock market. It's merely a matter of closing the distance between the bid and the ask. Is there really such a thing as an offer one cannot refuse? That's what the next hour is all about. What can I do for you, ma'am?
I want someone to commit a murder.
What did you say?
I believe you heard me.
Madam, this is a furniture factory. I am the owner.
I know exactly who you are and what you do.
Why come to me? I'm not a murderer.
I'm willing to pay $1 million.
Murder is against every moral and religious conviction.
I'm willing to pay $1 million.
I would never...
I'm willing to pay you $1 $1 million.
Our mystery drama, $1 Million Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by all state insurance companies and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Luck, as you know, is fortune. Of course, that's good luck. On the other hand, we have bad luck. The way it works, most people average out, which brings us to the law of averages, which says that over the course of your lifetime, you can expect luck to break 50-50. Well, some people can get each 50% all at once. Here we have Richard F. Nelson. Till recently, he's had nothing but good luck. But these past several months, he's taken one blow after another. He's 35, half his allotted 70. Is bad luck to be the pattern for the rest of his life?
Come in. Jerry, come on in. Sit down.
Dick,
What's the matter? What's the long face?
Well, I guess there's no other way to say it except to say it. I'm leaving.
You what?
I got another offer.
You're walking out on me in the middle of the season?
Dick, I can't turn it down. The money's twice as good.
I taught you everything you know. I made you my production foreman.
That's my future to think about.
What are you giving me?
2 weeks.
As far as I'm concerned, you can walk out of here right now. Pick up your money and beat it.
Okay, Dick. That's the way you feel.
Jerry, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I had no right to talk to you like that. Actually, I should be happy that you're getting a break.
Dick, believe me, if it wasn't for the money...
Come on. You're not supposed to spend your life out here in the sticks. You don't really owe me anything. Where's the job?
Imperial Furniture.
Oh, that's big time.
I don't even know how they ever heard of me.
Well, word gets around. You're a top man, Jerry.
Well, I sort of felt you'd be glad for me, Dick, because that's the kind of guy you are.
It's just that so many things have been going wrong lately. I guess I'm just a little off stride, that's all.
Well, you know, my assistant's a pretty good man.
But don't worry about it. We'll survive. Anyhow, good luck.
Thanks, Dick.
And let's have dinner one night before you go.
Well, I'm going to be working overtime to the last minute. I want to leave you in good shape. Oh, by the way, that northern cherry wood I wanted to use for the sofa frames, it didn't come in.
What do you mean didn't come in? We should have had delivery a week ago. Look, you get back to the shop. I'll handle it.
Sure.
Yes?
Millie, get me George Cawley, please.
Yes, Mr. Nelson. And I have a call from Edward Jerome of Western States Merchandisers. Will you talk to him?
Will I talk to him? What do you think?
Yes, sir. I have Mr. Nelson for you now, Mr. Jerome.
Hello, Dick.
Eddie, what's new?
Dick, I'm calling to tell you that we have to cancel.
What?
I just got word this morning.
Cancel?
It's direct from the 8th floor.
Eddie, we made a lot of those chairs to your particular specifications.
Well, that was just part of, an informal understanding.
But why, Eddie?
I don't know. I guess all of a sudden classic is out and modern is in.
Eddie, practically all of it is made, packed, ready to ship.
Believe me, Dick, I understand.
Do you know what I've got tied up in that order?
Yeah, I know, and I'm sorry.
Look, well, can't you salvage even a piece of it for me?
I tried. Dick, you know I tried. But they shot me down. I'm really sorry, Dick. I'll be talking to you.
Yeah, okay. I could almost believe it's a plot. What now? Yes?
I have Mr. George Cawley.
Oh, thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Cawley.
Hi, Dick. What's on your mind?
Where in blazes is my cherry wood?
Oh,
Well?
Well, Dick, I'm sorry. What happened is there's no record of your ordering any.
No, what do you mean? It's a standing order.
Well, actually, it's kind of an understood order.
I don't care what it is. I've been getting that shipment every month for over a year.
Look, here's what happened. My oldest got his master's in business administration, and he's come in with me, and he set up procedures.
George, all I want is the
And nothing
Terrywood.
can get shipped unless there's a written order. And the shipping clerk must have forgotten to tell it. Dick, I'm really embarrassed.
Well, look, forget it. How quickly can you load a truck and get it out here?
Well, that's the problem, Dick. I don't think I've got 10 feet left in the warehouse.
George, I have to fill a special order for a New York chain.
I'm sorry. It was a terrible misunderstanding, but I'll make sure you're taken care of next month.
Next month? I have to wait 30 days?
Well, I hope it's only 30 days. You know how scarce that stuff is getting.
All right.
Thanks, Dick.
For what?
Well, for being so understanding. The average guy would have flipped his lid.
Sure. Goodbye, George.
Yes, Mr. Nelson.
Millie, for the rest of the day, I don't want to hear any bad news. You understand?
Please, Mr. Nelson, it isn't my fault.
I'm going to the club for lunch. What could happen to me there?
Hello, Dick.
Oh, Judge Morrow. You expecting anyone?
No. You joined me for lunch?
Thanks. I was hoping I'd run into you.
You look a bit out of sorts, Dick. Something wrong?
Yeah.
What is it?
I wish I knew.
You'll have to explain that.
Oh. Judge, you familiar with the story of Job?
More or less.
Well, that's who I feel like right now.
I don't see any boils.
Well, it might have been somewhat presumptuous of me to make the comparison, but I just feel that I am about to go down the drain.
Are you serious, Dick?
Judge, if things go on at this rate, I'll be bankrupt within a year. I stand to lose everything I own in the world.
But everyone says things are going great at your plant.
Every day it's something else. Another setback. I'm losing key customers.
How?
I don't know. Vital raw materials don't arrive.
Why?
It just happens. And to top it all, my foreman got a better job and is leaving me. What is it? What's happening?
Well, it's just a lot of bad luck.
So much bad luck? All at once?
Dick, I've known you all your life. You've always been the golden boy. Fortune has smiled upon you constantly. Well, she's an extremely fickle old girl, and now she wants to frown for a bit.
But it just seems to be a pattern.
You've probably been spoiled. You've never had to cope with adversity.
No, it's more than that, Judge. It's reached a point now where I know that every day is going to produce another setback.
Oh, come on now, Dick. It's all in your head.
Wait, where's the waiter? Charlie, would you please bring a phone over to my table?
Why do you want a phone?
I've only been away from the office for 20 minutes, Judge, and I'm willing to bet trouble is still rolling in. Thank you, Charlie.
You, might want to see a psychiatrist, huh?
Yeah, I would if I could sell him some furniture.
Richard Nelson and Company.
It's me, Millie.
Oh, it's a good thing you called, Mr. Nelson. Mr. Davis of Consolidated phone.
They're sending back our order.
Mr. Nelson, how did you know?
Millie, I'm taking the rest of the day off. You see, it never rains. It pours.
Yes. But eventually, it stops.
One time it didn't stop for 40 days and 40 nights. And for most people, that was forever.
You don't have to let Jerry Lyons go, according to the union contract.
I know. I can keep him for a full year on a technicality, but what's the good of it? He'd be unhappy.
And why did you let George Coley off the hook?
Dorothy, what was there I could do?
You know what probably happened. Somebody needed that wood badly, offered him a higher price.
Come on, George Coley isn't that kind of a guy.
You're not that kind of a guy. And so you want to believe the best about everyone else. And Eddie Jerome? Maybe the time has come to reach a certain understanding with Eddie.
What are you talking about?
Maybe Eddie wants to be taken care of.
Dorothy, you know I've never done business that way.
Maybe it's time you thought about
What are
it.
you saying?
I don't know, Dick. I just...
I never heard you talk like that about things like bribery and...
I know. But maybe that's the way business has to be conducted these days. Maybe you and I have lived a kind of a charmed life so far. Maybe we were shielded from reality.
Look, I have always prided myself on being ethical and honest. Maybe I'm being punished for...
For what?
Hubris. Pride. Who knows?
Hello.
Who are you?
Well, how did you get in? May I introduce myself? My name is Althea Beaumont. Your door was open, and so I...
What is it you want?
What do I want?
First, may I sit down? Thank you. How are things at Richard F. Nelson and Company, manufacturers of fine furniture?
Well, miss,
It's Mrs. Although Mr. Beaumont has left us these past 5 years.
We don't want to seem inhospitable, but...
Of course. So, let us get to business.
Business?
Yes. That's why I'm here.
Are you a furniture buyer, Mrs. Beaumont?
By the end of the year, the Richard F. Nelson Company will need $1 million.
What are you talking about?
Salaries, accounts payable, loans due, and nothing is coming in.
What do you know about that?
It's true, isn't it?
Well, we have had a phenomenal streak of bad luck.
I know. And that's why I'm here. To reverse that streak.
Who are you?
No, reverse isn't quite the way to put it. Although that will happen. No, what I should have said is that I'm here to help you ride out that run of bad luck. In short, Mr. Nelson, I should like to offer you $1 million.
As a loan?
Oh, no, as a gift.
Why would you want to make us a gift of $1 million? But, Dick, this woman is crazy.
Darling, that's no way to...
Of course it is. It's a sound, practical, feminine reaction. And you should verify me first. Here's my card. And here are some banks you should call, and this brokerage firm. I've authorized them to answer your questions. And I shall expect you to have lunch with me at my suite tomorrow at 1.
But why should you want to give my husband $1 million?
My dear Mrs. Nelson, should one look a gift horse in the mouth?
There are two schools of thought on that subject. People like St. Jerome and Miguel Cervantes said no. On the other hand, had the men of ancient Troy been more scrupulous in the inspection of their gift horse, the Greeks would have lost the Trojan War. But who is this Mrs. Althea Beaumont who intends to offer $1 million to a complete stranger and for no apparent reason? We'll know more when I return in just a few moments with Act 2. Does luck, good or bad, follow a pattern? According to the law of averages, you're supposed to get an equal part of each over the course of your lifetime. And we even have testimony for this in the Bible. After all, the 7 fat years were followed by 7 lean. All of which is scant consolation to Richard F. Nelson, who has been having some problems lately.
Come in. Ah, welcome. Won't you both sit down, please? Now, Mr. Nelson, Mrs. Nelson, have you investigated me?
Well, we made some calls.
And we discovered that you're a fabulously wealthy woman, Mrs. Beaumont.
Fabulously wealthy. Yes, you could put it that way. And so, you have ascertained that I am capable of giving you $1 million if I choose.
Yes, but we can't understand why should you choose...
Well, I expect you to perform a small service for me in return, of course.
Are we supposed to sell our souls to the devil?
Dorothy.
What a remarkable notion.
Oh, please. I didn't mean it to sound that way, but what am I supposed to think? Out of a clear blue sky, a stranger offers us $1 million. And, well, these things only happen in books or plays where you have to make a bargain with the devil, don't they?
You need that $1 million, don't you, Mr. Nelson?
Yes. You said something about performing a small service.
Oh, yes. And I don't think it's too much to ask, considering that I'm willing to pay $1 million for it.
What do you want us to do?
Do you know Judge Walter K. Morrow?
No, he's my dearest, closest friend.
The judge has been like a father to Dick all these years.
What about the judge?
I want you to kill him.
Oh.
What did you say?
I believe you heard me.
Dick, I'm frightened. She's a mad woman.
I would disagree.
You can't be serious. Kill Judge Morrow?
For $1 million.
You are a sick woman.
It isn't worth $1 million to you?
I shall have to report this to the police.
What will you report to the police? Who would believe such a ridiculous-sounding accusation?
Then you admit it's ridiculous.
No. I only said it sounds ridiculous.
I don't believe we have anything further to discuss.
I agree. We have discussed enough for one day. Sleep on it.
Mrs. Beaumont, you are an evil, vicious woman.
You may feel differently tomorrow.
About murder? Never.
You know where to find me.
I'm sorry, Dick. We can't afford you anymore.
I counted on that order.
The merchandise is just too expensive.
But it's highest quality. It's the best workmanship, the raw materials.
I know, but we can't sell it. Maybe the public doesn't appreciate it.
Look, isn't there any way that we can do some business this year?
Well, you'd have to give us a better price.
How much better?
Say, 30% better?
30%? How can I do 30% better?
Cut corners.
Cut corners? Take out the quality?
Our customers don't understand quality. Therefore, we don't demand it. And so you don't have to put it in.
I wouldn't know how to do business that way.
I understand your problem. But you have to understand my problem.
Yes. Yes, look, let me think about it. Maybe I can figure something out.
I sure hope so. Goodbye.
It won't work.
What?
You can't compete with the cutthroats.
How did you get in here?
You didn't come to see me.
I have nothing to see you about.
So I decided to make it easier for you. I came to your office.
Tell me, why do you want Judge Morrow murdered?
I don't like him.
And for that reason?
I can afford to indulge my emotions.
Well, why offer me $1 million to do it? Surely you could hire some gangster to do it for a lot less money.
It has to do with what you were just talking about on the phone. Quality.
Quality?
Yes. Because this murder would be meaningless if it didn't have a certain quality.
I don't know who you are. I don't know what your motive is.
Ah, Richard. Richard. Don't I look familiar?
No, I can't say that I ever...
Look closely, Richard. You don't recognize me?
I don't seem to.
How many people have ever called you Richard? And how many girls have you ever known who were called Althea? You've blocked it, and her, completely from your mind, haven't you?
Althea?
To Althea from Prison by Richard Lovelace. Stone walls do not a prison make, nor iron bars a cage. Minds innocent and quiet, take that for a hermitage.
Oh, good Lord.
If I have freedom in my love and in my soul, am free, angels alone that soar above enjoy such liberty.
It's Althea.
What a coincidence. Your name was Richard and my name was Althea, and we pretended that you were that poet, that wonderful 17th century poet. How old were we?
Althea.
Just 18.
You can't be Althea.
You were the wealthy college boy, and I only a townie who worked at the coffee shop. Oh, how I loved you, Richard. You were so different from every boy I'd ever known.
Please, Althea.
You introduced me to art, music, poetry, and now you don't even remember.
I do. I remember.
Do you remember the day that I told you
Althea,
that
don't.
I loved you so much, Richard? I loved you
Please.
so much.
Althea.
Let me refresh your memory.
No, Althea, please.
We were walking in the woods, and we came to our favorite spot.
Althea, darling.
Tell me you love me, Richard. Oh, tell me.
I love you.
Richard.
What's the matter, darling? What is it?
Well,
Something wrong?
I guess it all depends on the way you look at it.
You're acting so mysterious.
I suppose I am. It is the eternal mystery, the age-old mystery, the ever-new mystery of life and birth.
Althea, what are you saying?
I'm saying that you and I are going to...
Althea.
Are you sorry, Richard?
Sorry? Oh, my darling. Darling, I'm so happy. Are you sure?
Yes.
Well, we'll have to get married.
Oh, Richard.
You're the only girl I've ever loved, Althea. We're going to be married sooner or later. Okay. Sooner is greater.
That was on a Sunday. I remember it. It was my day off. And you said that you were going home to break the news to your legal guardian, Judge Morrow. And the following week you came back, and the distinguished jurist. He was with you. Must have been quite a week, because...
At 18, marriage is out of the question for Richard.
But we're going to have a baby. Richard, aren't you going to say anything?
Why, dear girl, you gambled and lost.
What does that mean?
Don't force me to be blunt.
Richard, what we did was because we were in love. Tell him that, Richard.
Richard cannot and must not marry you. It will destroy his career and the plans I've made for him.
Richard, aren't you going to say anything?
Richard and I have discussed this matter from every viewpoint, and we have reached the same conclusion.
Richard, please, Richard, I won't let you leave me. I won't give you up. I'll kill myself.
Althea, no. Be quiet, Richard. We have here a determined and consummate little actress.
Judge,
Richard, we discussed this thoroughly. We arrived at a conclusion.
But I've changed my mind.
Then I shall change mine.
Please, Judge.
I keep reminding you constantly that you are to receive the bulk of your father's fortune at my discretion.
But I love her.
Of course you love her. But I'm sure she loves you. But your children, both of you, still children. And you've been playing an adult's game.
But I can't give her up.
I realize that I sound like a villain, but somebody has to take the mature approach. Now, Althea, we'll take care of all your expenses.
I don't want your money.
There's no reason why Dick shouldn't pay for his mistake.
His mistake? Richard, tell me, was it a mistake? Was it? Tell me.
Althea.
I see. I want you both to leave this place this minute.
Althea.
Get out.
No, Althea, we're just trying to do the right thing.
I said get out. And one day, I promise you, I'll pay you back. I will pay both of you back. And here I am, Richard, ready to keep my promise.
Althea, what happened to the child?
Do you really care?
Yes. The day doesn't go by that I don't think about.
I don't know what happened to the baby. In those days, they made you give them up. It isn't the way it is today. Back then, it was a shame, a sin, a stigma for an unmarried girl. Who knows what happened to him?
Althea, it's over. And I've suffered as much as you have.
Oh, no, you haven't. Believe me, you haven't.
You don't look as if you're suffering.
Oh, I'm the elegant lady now. But I had 10 bad years before I met Jack Beaumont. He was attracted to me because I reminded him of a half-drowned kitten, Jack Beaumont. Have you ever heard of him?
No,
Happy Jack, the wildcatter. One day the drill would strike oil, he'd be worth millions. The next day he'd be flat broke. Fortunately for me, he died on a day he was rich.
Althea, I have repented every waking and every sleeping moment.
Have you?
Look, what I did to you was wrong. I've spent my life trying to make up for it.
Have you?
I've tried to be honest, to be ethical. Ask about me. Ask anyone in town. I'm the most trustworthy...
You're a phony. When I was a child, I was impressed. But the truth is, Richard, you are a hollow man. You have no real convictions. In the end, you'll always sell yourself to the highest bidder.
Excuse me. Hello?
Mr. Nelson, I have Mr. Southworth on the phone.
Oh, from the bank. Tell him I stepped out of the office.
But he says it's very important.
I'm out of the office and I can't talk to him.
You have some notes overdue at the bank.
How do you know?
I own the bank.
What?
I'm the majority stockholder. And next week, Southworth will have to call in these notes, or else.
You own the bank?
Yes. Yes, I also recently acquired Imperial Furniture. And my new manager was instructed to hire your foreman, Jerry Rizzo.
Oh, so that's how...
I also have a controlling interest in Western States merchandisers. I don't think they'll be buying from you in the future, or at least until I give them the word.
Did you also buy up George Cawley's mill?
George Cawley? No, I don't know about that. Well, it goes to show you bad luck is contagious. You won't need me to destroy you. From now on, it can
Be a snowball rolling downhill, but we can always break up that snowball before it gets out of control. Just kill Judge Morrow for me.
No, I'll never do it.
Never, as we all know, is a long, long time. Actually, it's the same as forever. And things have a way of falling into different perspectives. And circumstances can alter cases. Man is nothing if not flexible. Well, will he or won't he? The third act is coming up in just a few moments. Talk about morality. But what is morality? It comes from the Latin mores, which means custom. In other words, what the majority believes is moral. Now, if we are having this searching analysis of morality, it's only because Mr. Richard F. Nelson is undergoing the same process. Mr. Nelson is in danger of losing everything he cherishes unless he commits murder. And murder, as we all know, is not moral. So, what is morality?
Dick?
Yes?
I was at the club today, and I signed for lunch.
Oh?
And as I was leaving, John, the manager, took me aside and said you hadn't paid our dues and that we were 3 months.
Yes, I know.
Dick, I don't want to be embarrassed, so won't you take care of it?
Wait a minute. Dorothy, is it possible that you don't know what's happening?
Dear, surely we can pay our dues.
We're going to have to resign from the club.
Well, that's impossible. Do you realize my family has always... Well, my grandfather was one of the
We
founders.
simply no longer can afford it.
What am I going to say to people?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Well, that's no way to talk to me.
Look, you're going to have to sign this paper for me.
Why?
I'm taking a second mortgage on the house, and I need your signature.
But this is really my house.
Dorothy, I have a note coming due at the bank.
Daddy gave it to us for a wedding present, but he really meant for me to have
My
it.
darling, we are facing bankruptcy.
I don't understand.
This Althea Beaumont woman is out to destroy us.
Oh, why? What have you ever done to her?
Nothing. Now, look. I can make it, despite everything, with the mortgage on the house so we can pawn some of your jewelry.
But...
We have no choice, darling. Just a minute.
Hello, Dick. Mind if I come in?
Well, Judge, of course. Well, how about joining us for dinner?
Judge, how good to see you.
Oh, I'm on my way up to the country to spend a little time by myself in the cabin.
Are you all right?
Well, you know how it is. You get to be my age, and any day can be your last.
Oh, Judge, you mustn't talk like that.
Well, anyhow, I thought I'd drop in and let you know the bridge game for tomorrow night has to be canceled.
Oh, that's all right.
What's all this Southworth tells me?
Southworth?
Yes, at the bank. You seem to be running into some cash flow problems.
Oh, well, we've had a few reverses, Judge. Matter of fact, I was thinking of asking you for a loan.
Me?
Where else can I turn?
My boy, 15 years ago, I gave you all the money you were ever going to get from me.
Judge, times happen to be very tough.
It's tough times that bring out the best in people. That's when you develop character.
But I have some unusual problems.
I could do the easy thing, Dick, and give you the money, but you get out of this yourself. Now, you've got the stuff, and you'll see. You'll both thank me for it later.
Seems I remember I once heard you say that before.
You may have. And I was right, wasn't I? Well, goodbye. I'll probably be back for the weekend.
What is he talking about?
Oh, nothing. All right, now I can raise $80,000 on the house, and the jewels would be another $50,000. And we have the Persian rugs and the porcelain and the silver.
Dick!
I'll be able to pay the interest and meet the payroll. All I need is some breathing room, Dorothy, and I'll beat this thing. Just stand by me, darling. stand by me. Promise.
I promise.
Ah, Mrs. Nelson. Mrs. Richard F. Nelson.
May I come in, Mrs. Beaumont?
Oh, forgive me. Of course. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. Why are you out to destroy us?
Us? Oh, I have nothing against you, Dorothy.
What have you got against my husband?
That's private.
Private?
Yes. Has he asked you to come to his rescue?
What are you talking about?
Let me do you a good turn.
Why would you want to do me a good turn? Especially since you are resolved to destroy my husband.
Save yourself.
What?
The ship is sinking. Get on the lifeboat. So far, it's a rather roomy and comfortable lifeboat.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Travel in the same circles. Mingle. Try to meet a man of your own position. Marry again.
I happen to love my husband.
Well, that's an interesting word. Happen. You happen to love Richard. By the same happenstance, you'll come to love someone else. I should know. It happened to me. Richard isn't worth it.
Since you are a woman of no morality, love is foreign to your understanding.
Of course. Well, here's the position. You can strip yourself clean in a vain attempt to salvage Richard's business.
I have confidence in Richard.
I hope so. Think it through. You won't have a penny to your name, and neither will Richard. Are you equipped for a life of poverty, Mrs. Nelson?
It's a woman's duty to stand by her husband.
You show promise and even progress. First you would stand by him because you love him, now because it's your duty. Yes, indeed. We are really getting somewhere.
You lied to me. Why? Why did you lie to me?
How could I tell you the truth?
You were the father of her child. Oh, good Lord, it sounds like a melodrama.
I was young, stupid.
Now you're older and not much wiser.
Didn't you ever make a mistake?
Yes, I married you.
Dorothy.
I guessed wrong. I never had the courage to bring it out into the open. But now I can face it. My share of our money won't save you.
Dorothy, you have to help me. I have nowhere else to go.
Yes, you have.
What are you saying?
You know what I'm saying.
Are you telling me to kill Judge Morrow?
I'm only saying you have an alternative.
Do you think for one moment that I would?
I don't know. I just can't stand any more of this. It's impossible for me to stay with you any longer. Just as it was impossible for you to stay with her once.
Have you told them they're not getting paid this Friday?
No. What business is it of yours?
My bank holds your note. Oh, poor Richard. Actually, there can be plenty of money here by Friday and plenty of orders.
You get out of here before I forget I'm a gentleman.
Are you going to shoot Judge Morrow for me, Richard?
I won't even dignify that with an answer.
It would be different if you really had scruples, but in the end, you always do what's best for Richard.
You don't know me. I made an adolescent mistake. I'm different now.
Actually, the trouble is the judge. He talked you out of marrying me. What business was it of his? You married Dorothy. Did she really love you? Oh, yes, in her way. But where is she now, Richard? You're in a jam. The judge could help you. Has he offered to lend you even one copper penny?
I'll starve if I have to.
Brave word.
And I mean them. I'll get a job.
Doing what?
Anything.
Oh, those anything jobs won't support you at the country club.
I don't need the club. I won't commit murder.
Southworth will have to close you down on Friday.
Let him close me then and be damned.
Richard F. Nelson and Company, fine furniture, the end of 4 generations.
So be it. Hello?
Dick.
Oh, yes, Judge.
I'm feeling kind of poorly.
What's wrong?
Well, old age, mostly, I guess. Why don't you take a run up here tomorrow and keep me company a bit?
Well, Judge,
I really appreciate it.
All right.
Good boy, Dick.
Well, that was the author of all your problems. Why don't you go up there and kill him?
I don't have to kill him. And I've got the last laugh on you. It looks like he's going to die soon, and he's leaving everything to me.
Oh, I'm afraid he isn't.
Oh, but he promised me.
Did he? Barrows and Connolly are his attorneys. They also represent a company of mine. I've been able to ascertain that most of his money is going into a foundation to help needy law students.
What? But
He's not going to leave you anything. But why should you care? After all, you still have your integrity.
Why do you want me to kill him?
He deserves to die. He's an evil, meddling old man.
That's not for us to judge.
I know, but we do it all the time.
Althea, isn't there any tenderness left? Any memory at all of the sweet times we knew when we were young?
The judge will die soon anyhow. He has to. He's sick. It isn't as if you were robbing a man of full, rich life.
I don't want to hear anymore.
Who's to know? Who's to suspect? They'll think it was some prowler, a burglar. There's no one up there.
I don't even have a gun.
I do. I have it ready and waiting.
Althea, this is monstrous.
Of course. But it's not your first. After all, you abandoned me, didn't you?
How do I know I can trust you?
You can trust me.
How do I know?
I keep my promises, don't I? Years ago, I promised I'd pay both of you back. I'm keeping it.
Althea, isn't there any way?
We're wasting time. Tonight is when we should do it. When we get there, I'll give you the revolver and I'll tell you exactly what to say.
Who's there? I say, who's there?
It's me, Judge.
Oh, Dick. I thought you weren't coming up until tomorrow.
Here, let me turn on the light.
Who's that with you?
You don't remember me, Judge?
Oh, who are you?
I'm the girl who gambled and lost.
Stop talking in riddles.
I'm Althea, Judge. The town girl who wasn't good enough to marry Richard.
Dick, what's the meaning of...
The meaning is that I promised to pay you back, and I'm giving Dick $1 million to kill you.
Well, this is crazy.
Show him the revolver, Richard.
This is a joke.
Nobody should joke with a loaded .38 in his hand.
Dick, after all I've done for you...
What have you done for him lately?
I swear to you, I'll leave you everything in my will. Here, I'll even write it out now and sign it.
Can you give him $1 million? No, you don't have that much, and that's my bid.
Dick, you can't kill me. I've known you since you were...
Shoot him.
I can't. He looks at me like that. I can't.
Southwest will foreclose in the morning. Shoot him.
No. Don't.
I can't kill him. I can't. I don't want your money.
That's childish. You need money for so many things. Payroll, the bank loan. Shoot him.
No, Richard.
Shoot him.
I'm sorry.
Please, Richard.
You're a meddling old fool.
No.
Richard, get angry.
You've ruined my life.
That's it.
On account of you, I lost the only girl I ever loved.
No.
Why shouldn't I kill for $1 million? I ought to kill you for nothing.
Bravo, Richard. Bravo.
He doesn't die. Look at him. He doesn't die.
Richard.
You're wasting your time, Richard. Those are blank cartridges.
Blanks?
I proved my point. You are a scoundrel. And now I am over you completely.
Over me?
If only you had told me to take my money and go to blazes. If only you had meant it. Well, goodbye, Richard. Goodbye, Judge. I hope you will remain fast friends.
No, they didn't. And Richard's wife left him, too. But you know, Althea did pay him the $1 million. After all, he kept his part of the bargain. It was she who loaded the dice. Or we should say, the gun. I'll be loading up with some information for you when I return shortly. I wouldn't do it for $1 million. Have you ever said that? Be careful. Someone might just happen along and offer you the $1 million, and then where would you be? Morality. We're still no further along, are we? Does it go deep, or is it a veneer? I suppose it all depends. We have these and similar problems that are aired here 7 times each week. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Patricia Elliott, Catherine Byers, Robert Dryden, and Nat Polan. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Yes?
It's Gino. You alone?
Yeah. Oh, Gino, you...
Hold it, baby, hold it. Just tell me one thing.
Only after you tell me. Are you all right?
I'm fine. Now it's your turn. What bank do I use?
Honey, are you still all cooked
Never
up?
mind that. What bank?
Second National, but I want to
Okay,
know...
babe. All I need to know. The vault manager recognized me, and the sheet I had to sign had earlier signatures on it by Gino himself. What I forged was close enough, and the box had just what I figured. I didn't stop to count the money. What was more interesting was a list of names and the whole structure of the organization. And what was most interesting after I put the box back and came out was meeting myself.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.